Welcome one, welcome all, and most importantly, welcome back to the Esports Stadium, Arlington, and this is Day 2. If you happen to miss Day 1, I feel sorry for you because yesterday we had some banger matchups, and if you happen to miss NYSL versus Boston Breach, it was everything that you could have asked for. The fans are crazy, and we are all hyped for this thing to get going, and I would like to welcome you to the CDL Kickoff Classic presented by Zenni, and me, I'm your desk host. I'm rocking this desk with the one and only Slack. We got aLLeY, Captain Prediction guys, you guys know the deal, and also Nameless, but going down the line, Slack. Day 2, we have some stacked matchups.
Dude, the tournament always gets better as it goes on. I cannot wait for some of these matchups today. We got the likes of... I'll stay back for now,
okay,
but you know I'm excited about some of the matches. I can't wait for it, man.
aLLeY, I hear those giggles over there. Are you bringing your prediction game again today?
Man, I hope so. I really hope so heading into this day of aLLeY, but wow, the matches are just getting more exciting as we go on.
Right, and speaking of matches, Nameless, man, which one of these matchups are you most excited for?
I mean, they're all lit, but that Game Fuel marquee match, Belly, it's going to be crazy. We got LA Thieves versus OpTic Texas. We finally get to see them play on LAN, and it's like Envoy on their revenge tour, bro. It's going to be insane. Day 1 was lit. The crowd was hype. Vanguard is fun as hell to watch on LAN.
It's like Christmas Part 2, but speaking of which, let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule to see what's exactly going down today. The first matchup of the day is going to be the Atlanta FaZe versus Seattle Surge. After that, Toronto Ultra will take on the Mutineers. We're going to see the Minnesota Røkkr for the first time this year, facing off against a duo, Crim and Clay. I can't wait. But the Game Fuel marquee match of the day, like Nameless called it, man, Texas OpTic versus the Los Angeles Thieves. I can't wait to see Scump do his thing.
I mean, yeah, that's going to be crazy. Like last year in Search and Destroy, Scump was on another level, man. He got back to Prime, and he's feeling good. Got a great roster alongside him. And he has Shotzzy to run in front of him. Like, that's going to be lit.
It's going to be good. Let's take a look at the bracket as well to see how things unfolded, because yesterday we sent 4 teams home, and boy, were they not happy at all. But this time around, we're going to see some more teams go home as we get closer to Championship Sunday and Slacked. Which one of these matchups, man, do you think is going to hit your radar other than a marquee matchup by Game Fuel?
Man, I can't wait to see Atlanta FaZe versus Seattle Surge. I think we kick it off with an absolute banger. We see Atlanta FaZe. They haven't even played this year, but they are the fan favorite for sure. And then you see a hot Seattle Surge. They're the only team actually to have a 3-0 yesterday.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see Pred and the boys and see what they can do on Day 2.
Now let's go ahead and recap Day 1 for a moment. For those of you that were living under a rock, the Florida Mutineers defeated the new look Los Angeles Guerrillas in aLLeY. It looked kind of easy. It was a 3-1.
I mean, they looked crazy. You know what? The biggest shock for me was how well they all fit into their new roles. Skies felt like he was unleashed on this series, and LAG, they just couldn't show up, so they did get sent home, and Florida Mutineers are looking fantastic going into Day 2.
Yeah, and if you looked at the power rankings, like a lot of people rated the Mutineers really, really low because they thought they were going to be a little bit slow because Dave Patty's kind of a slower main AR, and they have the AR players in Skies and Awakening, but they looked phenomenal. And you know who looked on another level? It was Awakening.
Yeah.
This is a guy that caught a lot of flack from his online play to his LAN play. People say that he fell off, but yesterday, the guy was lights out, right? So hopefully he can continue that because he has to be a star on this roster. He's the guy I look to go off, take over games, and Search and Destroy, to be popping those first bloods. They need him to continue. I liked what I saw yesterday.
Yes, in London, they were looking like Team Owen yesterday as they fell to Seattle Surge 0-3 on the day, and the Young Guns pulled up big time.
Yeah, I mean, they have their hands full today, right? Like I was saying earlier, they're playing Atlanta FaZe. Obviously, we saw a big day out of Mack Melt. He was absolutely frying with that submachine gun in his new role. I'm excited to see as the year goes on how he can kind of develop into a superstar on this team. And then, obviously, we gave him a lot of gas yesterday, Pred. He was the man, right? He's obviously going to be going up against 2 of the best SMG players in the entire game. So this is going to be a crazy hard matchup for him. Hopefully, he can bring that same aggression and just pressure that he was bringing yesterday.
And you know what? They had a little bit of an easy match to start off, right? They went against London, and that was kind of on everybody's lower end of power rankings, but they did look good nonetheless. Heading into today, man, I'm looking at Simp, dude, because to me, he matches Cellium in such a beautiful way, and that's what they're going to be going up against today, so I think this roster could be set up for success.
And a marquee matchup yesterday, I mean, it's unanimous, Nameless, man.
For sure.
NYSL versus Boston Breach. The first time we saw this team in the CDL, and it went all the way to Game 5.
What a way to kick off the rivalry of New York and Boston, right? Like all the way to Game 5. You know, early on in the series, you see New York getting all hype, standing up, screaming. But Boston, they just had to get comfortable on LAN. Like, obviously, that's going to happen when some guys are, you know, going up against 2 of the GOATs and playing Crim. But Capsidal, once he set into that series, he looked phenomenal. So I think that was a good showing out of Boston Breach. But we're going to shine some light on the New York Subliners, who didn't get as much practice as some of these other teams. And one guy who turned up in particular, that was Crimsix. He was the man in question. We needed him to go off. The last couple years been prone to that bad game. Last series, guy was lights out.
And also, Crimsix had a little fun at the end of the game. With a little fake, right?
Yeah, man. He's a guy we've obviously been talking about on the social media side of things, and he likes to have some fun. And right here in this clip, you see him, man. He goes up to give TJHaly a fist bump. He just completely takes it away. It was hilarious, and I love every bit of it.
But we got to show some love to Big Capsidal as well. Chance called him the Iron Giant, and he went on a big spree.
He did, and what's crazy is it was a huge turnaround. He started off really, really slow in this series, but as it went on, man, he got more comfortable, and he really started to heat up. The crowd talks about that A-piece he freaking got against this legend FaZe killer team. What a debut from him.
Yeah.
Right, and Paris Legion, they also took up the LA Thieves in the game after that, and it was pretty rough.
Yeah, it was pretty rough for Paris going up against LA Thieves, but man, that new look LA Thieves roster, they look like they're gelling great. Kenny coming off of a fantastic year as an AR player. Draza, who I feel like he should have been on the team since the jump, right? But he found his fitting on this LA Thieves roster towards the second half, and they're a dynamic duo. And the addition of Envoy is just incredible for this team. You know, he's that objective-minded in-game leader. He just makes the game easier for everybody around him, and they look great. Now, it was versus Paris, who I think is, you know, not the toughest opponent, so there's still a lot to be seen with LA Thieves, but today they have a big match to prove it.
Oh yeah, you're right. They're gonna be going up against OpTic Texas next, and Slacked. I mean, this is a stacked day for games.
Yeah, man. I don't know. Like Enables is saying, I think the LA Thieves played well, but I'm not quite sold on them yet, right?
Okay.
Obviously, Ant and I were talking about Octane kind of just only beating Paris and London in the last few matches of his career. He has a team that he's really comfortable with now, and I would say that he's wanted all of these players. Envoy going up against his ex-team now. I'm expecting big things out of them, and hopefully they can take down OpTic Texas, but I don't know. They look good, man.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, right here in Texas, things are heating up, and I can't wait for this all to get started. But we're going to come back to you to close out the pre-show. We're going to talk about teams such as Toronto Ultra. I know you can't wait. We'll see you all on the other side. welcome back to the CDL Kickoff Classic and all this talk about all these teams. But aLLeY, we're not mentioning one of the top 2 in the league.
Absolutely. Toronto Ultra last year, second best team in the CDL. Heading into this, obviously everybody's expecting them to win, right? Everybody's expecting them to come out swinging and continue to be the second best team, but we haven't seen that much from them so far. And after that showing from Florida yesterday, and that's going to be their first matchup, I think it's going to go a lot more of the distance than we're expecting.
And you know what? To these competitors, finishing second is like finishing last. Matter of fact, it feels even worse than that, right? But we actually have your boy guy Blaze, and he's going to have a one-on-one with Bance. Blaze, let us know what's going on.
What's up, everybody? Blaze here with Bance from the Toronto Ultra. Bance, you're back with another season of CDL. Coming from the off season, how you feeling about to play a new game of Call of Duty and kick it off once again with the boys?
Yeah, we're all ready. We're all feeling good. You know, nice off season. You know, well needed off season, well rested. You know, feel like we went through a lot last year. So we need a long break to just like recuperate, just refresh, and ready to go again.
There you go. And, you know, coming off an entire squad had that long break. And speaking of the squad, you guys got the same team from last season, new Call of Duty game, and coming off the woes you guys had, and, you know, a little woes. Hell, you still top 2, still best Call of Duty team, one of the best Call of Duty teams out there. How y'all feeling coming to this season with the same team?
We're feeling confident. You know, the vibes are always there with the team. We know what we need to do to work on last year. I feel like we just keep doing what we were doing last year, keep playing together. We're going to still be a top team, you know, no matter what COD it is. If you're playing together as a team, you're vibing with a team, you're always going to do well.
Exactly, right? And y'all have been vibing for a while, and it's been said out there, Toronto Ultra, best teamwork in the game. And now, coming up against your other fellow Call of Duty CDL rosters that's out there, who are you guys looking forward to playing the most?
London, 100% London. You know, they've got a good European team this year. We got to show them we're the only good European team. So, London.
All right, you guys heard it here. Toronto Ultra trying to show London that, hey, they're the best when it comes out there to EU. That's going to do it for us. Back to you guys at the desk.
Yeah, man, Bance is an absolute beast. Last year, he had some rough patches. He had some times, I remember, where he felt like he was going to retire and things weren't going wrong, but he has turned it around ever since then. They've been a top 2 arguable team the entirety of last year, and I'm expecting him to continue this dominance. I think he's the X factor for this roster, and if he continues to perform at a top level, they're going to do really well this year, Billy.
Yeah, Bance and the boys are looking to come back better than ever this year with a chip on their shoulder, but let's talk about the first matchup of the day. And oh, I can't wait to see him. Atlanta FaZe facing off against Seattle Surge. And Nameless, when it comes to the game field keys of victory, what do you got for us?
Yeah, man, this one's going to be a banger, and we finally get to see the Atlanta FaZe, but they're going to have to take advantage of the strong AR matchup versus Surge. You have Arcitys, you have Cellium. Both those guys are absolute menaces on the map. This team is stacked, going up against the likes of Accuracy and Sib. You're going to have to go off. Sib was the substitute player for Atlanta FaZe. You can't let him come out there and do you dirty. And then aBeZy needs to continue the S&D play. He led the team in first blood engagements last season, 39%, had a 1.16 S&D KD, second in the CDL. The guy just goes out there and gets it done. Gets those first bloods, makes it easier for the squad. And then Control was their saving grace the entire season. When it got to the midway point through the series, they locked that map down with a 71% of control rounds won last season. First in the CDL, they're unbelievable.
Yes, and the team that they're going against, they're really going to need these keys of victory. And Slack, I want you to help me out. So when it comes to the game field keys of victory, what does this team have to do? This list has to be huge.
Yeah, so the Seattle Surge, they got a few things on their plate, right? They obviously need to have Mack continue to play well. The guy was absolutely frying yesterday. He had the 3rd overall KD sitting at a 1.24. That's incredible submachine gun play, and that's hard to do, especially with the talent we have in the CDL. So going up against Simp and aBeZy, he needs to be a beast. And then yesterday, we also saw a big performance from Accuracy in the respawns. He needs to continue that. Obviously, he's the leader and kind of like the quarterback for this team. So when they're playing such a talented roster and Atlanta FaZe, he needs to be big for this roster. Then last but not least, they need to be prepared for a marathon series. They obviously have a crazy opponent, and it's not going to be easy. Yeah. Every single map is going to be a tough one.
And if you win, it gets done at 5, right?
Yeah.
And you know what? The big talk yesterday about this roster was going to be Pred, right? He was supposed to come out swinging, but it ended up being Mack that came out on top. So Pred had a little bit of a slow day 1, but coming into day 2, if he should finally get comfortable, you know, being on land and showing up here, if him and Mack start going off,
whoo, that's going to be an issue. I want to see it. I like upsets. I like the underdog. But you know what? It's about time for me to put all of you in the hot seat right now. Going down the line, starting with you, Slack, when it comes to this first matchup of the day, do you think that there's a possibility of an upset?
I want to be that guy. I want to do some hot takes, but I just don't see it happening, right? I think Atlanta FaZe is so good. This is going to be the first time we've seen them on land in this game. I'll give Seattle one map, but I got Atlanta FaZe taking it 3-1.
All right, aLLeY, the prediction goddess. You going 100% today again or what?
I don't know. Honestly, I hope not. I hope I don't. There's a lot of these teams that in my heart I favorite so much, but statistically and using, my head, it just doesn't work out. So I'm going Atlanta FaZe 3-0, but listen, I think these maps will be very, very close and down to the wire.
All right, Nameless. We're talking about a team that's building a dynasty at the moment. Do you think Atlanta FaZe is going to come out the gate swinging?
Yeah, I think they're going to win 3-1. I think some of the maps might be a little bit close because Seattle got to play yesterday, but yeah, FaZe is just too dominant in every single role. Like, these guys are going to come out here. They got iced out chains the other day from FaZe. Like, they're feeling nice, dude. So I think they're going to come out and win this one.
All right, now it's going to be my turn for the pick, and Slack, man. I'm going to need you to do me a favor, man. Go ahead and hand me some of those glasses real quick. Does any joints? Not the Seattle Surge. I want the team that's going to win, man. Come on. The Atlanta FaZe, you already know the deal. Production, put on my one for just a moment. Now, these are the Zenni glasses by Atlanta FaZe, and listen, I play games all day. My eyes hurt. This stuff makes me look good as well. And if you take a look at the side real quick, you looking good. You looking good.
No, you look great.
Right,
brother.
but that's going to be my prediction. Atlanta FaZe are going to run away with it. I think it's going to be a 3-1, but still, I want to see Seattle Surge do their thing, and I can't wait. But ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to lock things down, and I want to say welcome to the CDL Kickoff Classic Day 2. Let's go ahead and get things started.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty League, friends.
I need the respect coming at your neck, gunning for the top spot, baby, nothing less.
Oh, how we've missed you. And the best teams in the world, they've missed you too. As our gift to you, let's up the stakes and give you some of the... Oh my lord, that was nasty! New rosters, new game, new season. Let's get into it. Day 2 of the Kickoff Classic starts now.
Let's go.
Yeah! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League Kickoff Classic, day number 2. We still got 8 of the greatest Call of Duty teams left in this tournament. And with that being said, it's about that time to show some love to the best. As we're here in the Esports Stadium in Arlington, Texas, we got to show some love to our 2021 CDL champions.
Let's get this show on the road. Cellium fights 2 right off the rim, makes it 3. Taken down 1 by 1, last man standing. Oh! It's real early. The BG waiting to pounce. There's the next, give him the last point for him. Waiting for his demise, and there it is. This is quite literally the dagger in the back of Dallas here. That kill seals it. Atlanta FaZe 3-0. aBeZy will end it. It's 3 in the round as the S&D God takes over. 3 times. So impressive. It's a lot for Simp to deal with, and he is dealing with it. But look at the minimap FaZe are in. It's the guts. It's the glory. It's the championship for FaZe.
Call of Duty fans, make some noise for Atlanta FaZe! Give it up for Atlanta FaZe! Your 2021 CDL champions! Woo! Now to help these boys make it to this moment, we gotta introduce one of the greatest minds in Call of Duty history. Make some love for James Crowder. Oh man, Crowder! It's been 154 days since you guys won the 2021 CDL National Championship. How are you feeling from then until now? What has it been like holding that title?
It feels great, man. Honestly, we've been, we worked so hard last year, and obviously everything coming to fruition and us winning felt so good. But honestly, we're so excited to be back at the CDL. We have the amazing fans right here to obviously support us. We're just stoked to be back, man.
All All right, yeah, there you go, man. You guys got it done throughout the season. And with that being said, we are here to commemorate y'all and giving you these beautiful rings because y'all deserved them. And with that being said, let's bring up Arcitys himself. Make some noise for him. Coming up next, make some noise for Cellium. Now we got one half of the Tiny Terrors. Make some noise for aBeZy. Now I said that was one half. For the other half of the Tiny Terrors, make some noise for Simp. Now give it up for Atlanta FaZe. Replays, go join the squad. Your champions of last season. Valley. I know they looking good up there.
Oh, they're looking great, man. From the bling, from their necks to the rings, Atlanta FaZe definitely deserved it, and they're hoping to repeat the same this year.
I feel bad for anyone playing these guys today, man. These guys got the spinners on. They just got decked out with the rings. They got a highlight reel up there. I bet they can't wait to play, man. I'm excited to watch them.
Man, these guys are starting to walk different. I swear, they walked out so swaggy, like they're feeling themselves. It's going to be a tough one for Seattle. But yeah, Atlanta FaZe, what they did last year was just absolutely remarkable. And you're going to see it again this year. These guys are just incredible to be at the top of the pack for weeks to come, months to come.
Yeah, and you know what, man? It was all business on that stage when they came walking out there and getting their rings. They're just like, yeah, we know. Now we're ready for this match, and I'm scared from sitting across stage.
Right now, Slack, you know, year by year, we've seen Simp grown, you know, from Tier 2 all the way to the CDL, and the man is dominating. I mean, this team, would you call them a dynasty just yet?
I think you could argue it, right? Ever since Simp and aBeZy have entered the CDL, they have absolutely fried. And I would literally, as a player and a past player who has played against them, those kids are nasty. I'm not kidding. Like, if you see their prize earnings and their accomplishments over the last few years, you can't argue that they're not the best.
Yeah,
yes.
It's only been a couple of years as well that they've been playing, and like aBeZy and Simp are both already top 8 players. Like, that's, you can't even argue against that. Like, the kids, they're just special.
Yes, now let's send this back over to the stage for your boy Guy Blaze is going to introduce a team that's going to try to take on the 2021 Esports Awards Team of the Year and also the CDL champs.
Yes, Valley, it's time to introduce our second team to kick off day number 2 of the Kickoff Classic. And they had a hot start to kick off the broadcast yesterday, but we'll see if they can do it again. I give to you the Seattle Surge! Make some noise for Pred, Mack, Accuracy, and Simp! The Seattle Surge.
What we're seeing from this team right now, and who would have guessed it? All they had to do was drop Slack and picked up Pred, and now look where they are.
Yeah, they look mad, bro.
Really, they look like they mean business.
Yeah.
I didn't see one smile, no crack, nothing. These guys are ready to play. I'm kind of scared.
Nah, bro. Pred was cracking just a little bit. I saw it on his face, bro. But you know what? That makes me happy. That means he's ready to come. He's comfortable on stage.
Oh, yeah.
He's ready to fry.
Yes, now Blaze, let's go ahead and lock this whole thing down.
Yeah, let's lock it up. Leave my boy Slack alone, Valley, okay? The Surge, they ready to throw down up here. It's nothing but business. But we got 2 of the best in the game to break all this business down. With that being said, Chance, Miles, take it away.
Well, I'd love to have the same beard as Miles, but unfortunately I have to wait a few years. It's going to take some time. How you doing, Chance?
Doing great. Doing great.
You doing
Excited for this match.
Absolutely. But of course, Leno and Study at your service. Excited for this game. It's going to be a blast, but thank you so much, Blaze. You know, we'll try it next time. But hey, buddy, this is going to be a great way to start off CDL Saturday. Atlanta FaZe, they looked iced out. They got the rings, they got the necklaces, and then as the desk was talked about, Seattle Surge. all business.
I know, and we've been watching scrims like for the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
The only two teams that we haven't seen play are Atlanta and Toronto. So the fact that we're going to watch them today, I'm super excited about that. But on the opposite side, that Seattle team were the only roster to get a 3-0 yesterday. So these young guns, they're feeling really confident. They're going to need it today going up against the best SMG duo in the game.
Oh, without a doubt. As we discussed, it's a great 3-0 win versus the London Royal Ravens, but this is where they will truly be tested. And speaking of a test, there's not going to be any harder one in regards to trying to find the answers than on a map like Bocage. Yes, we're going to have it for our very first map of this series. We've also got Tuscan Search and Destroy, followed up by Gabutu Control, Tuscan Hardpoint, and if we can get to it, a Berlin Search and Destroy for map number 5. But Jay, talk to me, man, about this set and in regards to where you see maybe some plot holes potentially where Surge could try to attack the champions.
Well, it's got to be on this map number 1. We watched them yesterday on Bocage. They were dominant on P1. They won it 86-19 versus that London roster. You usually do not see that, but they're going up against an Atlanta FaZe team. And believe it or not, Atlanta FaZe were the roster that chose this map to play.
Yeah.
So that's going to be kind of scary. I'm excited to see how fast we get to see Simp and aBeZy play. Also, Cellium being that third submachine gun. The young guns, Pred and Mack, really need to step up today to try to get this win.
Well, Jay, last time these two franchises faced off against each other, it was the Stage 5 Major, and Surge pulled off something special. Granted, a new roster, but still, you're in the same environment. And granted, you got the same casters as well on board. But here we go into Bocage for map number 1, Atlanta versus the Seattle Surge. As you called it, Jay, Seattle looking great specifically at this very hard point.
Yeah, this is a great hard point for Seattle. You see the way they're trying to set up around it and not trying to flip these spawns. They're keeping control of low water as they're just forcing these players to continue to spawn back left towards that tank. But still, no time really going in favor of either team, as kills are going to be traded back and forth. Great shots out of aBeZy to find that kill. But spawns are still coming in for the Surge towards lower water side. With 18 seconds left, they are thinking about their rotation. Huge gunfights coming in from Arcitys.
Yeah, some great fights as they look to clear out the middle side again. Don't want to try to give up too much positioning in regards to P1. You want the seconds, but overall, it's going to be about those rotations. But again, you got to be thinking Atlanta FaZe, Simp, aBeZy, the tiny terrors on a map of this caliber. How long can you try to hold them off? At least in terms of P1, they'll do a fairly decent job as they'll just look to try to secure spawns for next. Accuracy holding things down around the tank, and one of the mini tanks called Lamar.
And so far, that was a great hold, but right there, Atlanta, they were able to set up that pinch. That's going to be 3 players down now. Even though the spawns are still coming in back stables, this allows FaZe to eventually get on this point. They're still causing problems in towards Bond, but they're keeping up the aggression. They push out back stables. Now the spawns are all going to come in from the Surge. They have to try to flood through bottom barn if they want to try to break in with 30 seconds left.
Great play from aBeZy, then puts the focus on Seattle Surge. Atlanta primed and ready, knowing exactly where they're going to be coming in from. Sib doing everything he can just to try to stay alive, but Atlanta, they break on in, and those final 15 seconds look good to be theirs. A few players already on the rotation, but keep in mind, Atlanta, they're finding the kills through middle. Surge have to back on away, and now time for some chaos. Put those autos away. It's about to be 4 MP40s for both sides.
So now they're pushing through tank side. They were able to pick up a couple kills. Great shots coming in from Cellium, but still Surge are able to slow it down. They keep control of this P3 for the time being. As you see, Arcitys trying to work his way up the left side. Fred is trying to finesse his way through the bottom mid, but eventually he will get taken down. As trades are going back and forth, Seattle able to come out on top in the trades and still holding for now.
For now is the question, just a matter of when can Atlanta break. Arcitys, an opportunity for him to rush on in. He gets dropped, so Atlanta do flip the spawns. They've now got preferred side, if you like to call it. Sometimes, though, teams holding from the front can set up somewhat of a spawn trap, which is exactly what the Surge will look to do. So they've got the time, and they know roughly where Atlanta are going to be trying to attack from, whether it's the street, whether it's the long rotations, or even if you're just trying to pile your way through kitchen, as Sib nearly taking down 2. The final 10 seconds. It has been a bloodbath so far here on Bocage, and we have got ourselves a neck-and-neck game.
And you see number 5 on the minimap is going to be Simp. And just to talk about this guy a little more, remember last year he was a substitute player for Atlanta FaZe. But that's going to be a clean 4 dead for Atlanta off the rotation. Now they're going to be fully set up for Barn. They're continuously growing this time right now on this P4 hardpoint. As you see Surge trying to attack this through low trenches. They have to try to set up around this back, or at least set up a pinch, as you see number 3 starting to spawn out.
Yeah, a big power position right now for Cellium as he'll look to watch this backside flank, but how about the nice nade from Mack? As the break looks to be possible, the final player alive is going to be aBeZy, waiting for a few teammates to come off the spawn, does as much damage as he can. Back and forth we go, and Arcitys picking up right where he left off. Again, Big moment for Atlanta in regards to trying to get some time here over at Barn. One of the hard points on this map where you can see maybe some more time in comparison than the others. Surge doing their best, but in general, the focus now comes in toward our final hill, the first set of rotations. And based off of that mini-map, it looks like player 4 is going to be here first. Simp was there, but rather Accuracy is there to take him down, not just for 1, but for 2. But much like when he faced off against Atlanta, so many waves of players, so many different angles to try and check, as Civ looks to try and hold them off from their spawn side.
And Atlanta FaZe still have the back spawns. They were able to take down Civ from that positioning. So now they can start to work through this back L wall. As you see player number 8, he's trying to set up through that pinch. Pred is going to work his way around the back. He wins a huge one-on-one, so now has the potential to flip these spawns. You have to try to pick up these kills towards the back alley. Able to find at least one, but still time going in favor of the Surge. 30 seconds left. This is a great play from them to try to get back into this game.
We'll see what they can do with it. As you mentioned, 25 left. Simp says hi to Sib on the other side of the stage for the first time. He's able to wipe him away. Mack does not want to give away these final 15 seconds, at least make FaZe really have to struggle for it. And as the first set of rotations come to a close here, Jay, this is going to be the guy that we're talking about a lot throughout this series. Mack had an excellent day yesterday.
Yeah, he was a huge part to the success yesterday. You know, I'm pretty sure the guy had the overall 3rd KD with a 1.24. He's really slaying out, but when you're playing the best, everyone needs to be playing at their best. And a couple players on their side with the SMGs in their hand are sitting at negative. But right now, Atlanta FaZe, they're not allowing Surge to set up properly on P1. We saw how successful they were on it yesterday. Still no hope for them yet right now.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do. Cellium prowling around. High step in his way toward a nice little flank, shuts down Accuracy, and so the hill will remain vacant for the moment. Sizable advantage right now for Atlanta as the final 30 will tick away at P1. We'll go ahead and step aside and go to and listen in now with Atlanta.
He hit top bar, he hit top bar now. Top bar, top bar. I turn down. Got me, Go back, tank on me, back tank. They're gonna be on you, Yeah, it's good time. One top point, Getty. Yeah, try to wrap back, guys. Barn's already at new. I'm top roof. They're all over new. Barn. Fred, wait, hold. Yo, Fred. I'm one shot top bar. Nice, trying to time. That's all for it. Don't see, that's first guy. Try to lay down on time. Get Barn, start getting Barn. I have my top bar. Targeting Barn, yes. I got my hill. Don't see outer tank. I'm a shot. Outer tank dead. One bar, Simp. He's weak. I'm trying to I have a tank. Top roof. Mack, jumping down. Back door. I'm trying. Nothing Barn. Look at Barn. I'm watching. Yeah, I got him. Barn, Seeker. He's shouting right away. Tree. Watch out. Base up. He's on the tank, Eddie. I'm rotating. Yeah, tank Eddie. I'm gonna start rotating. Back is right. Only one there. Only one, okay? Lamar dead. You're missing Fred. Close. Nice shot. Alright, start pushing. This is good right here. Back is right. Let's go bridge and like mid. Yeah, I'll go right. Okay. Yo, inside A-bomb, one shot. Same one shot, A-bomb. Okay, we can loop. Yo, he's filled. Leave him. I'm marking street. One dead. Yo, he's top house. Nice. Three dead. Yep, I'm staying down. Let me stay down, okay? Time. You gotta be tools. I'm looking at my back window. I have your tools. No. That's tools, Brett. I'm staying here street. In the back.
And that is what makes Atlanta FaZe the best team in the game. You hear how much small talk is from every single player. They're consistently calling out everything that they need to do as Cellium is hitting shots like that. 24 and 15 on a 4, make it a 5. Had the potential to go for the 6 onto Pred. He's not missing any shots right now. Almost up 100 points are going to be Atlanta.
MC being disrespectful on the middle side of the map. Finally gets cut down, but he can take a look at the score and be quite proud of himself. He deserves a moment like that. My goodness, Atlanta FaZe coming out on Bocage and providing us with a statement, nearly up 100 points. And keeping things in mind, right? Surge, they love this map. One of their favorites is Bocage. And they're learning what it's like to be in the cage with a group of 4 very, very scary individuals like this crew could be. 45 seconds left, currently inside of the hill, as we'll see what Surge can try and muster up. We'll try to get some clearance. Granted, they do have a little bit of control for the moment. But again, staring at that lead, keeping in mind, 2 minutes on the clock. starting to face off against more than just one opponent. That time can begin to start to be a factor as Simp turns around, nearly takes down 2. A few in the feed for the Seattle side, but at the very least, Atlanta trying to contest for as long as they can.
And this has been good work from Seattle right here to just get a good hold. They only allow for FaZe to break in at the final 10 seconds, which allows them to set up off that rotation. But you see number 3 on the minimap, aBeZy's going to be here. He's able to find one. Unfortunately, the window's cracked, opens halfway, but he finds a second kill as well. And this is where these streaks can be useful as they find that kill in the back. Even though the spawns are still coming in for the surge, this can be a great hold. They can keep control of L as aBeZy is winning another gunfight.
And as long as Cellium and Arcitys can remain in these power positions, so Arcitys falls, then it puts the focus on to aBeZy. The longer they're back here, the more difficult it makes right now for Seattle. As you're seeing everybody go on streaks. It was Cellium at 5, aBeZy and Simp combined right now for 7. They start to falter a little bit, but again, up by over 100 points for the time. Seattle, a moment to breathe, a moment to try to collect themselves, to try and strategize on what to do next. And Mack, not just thinking about the current hill, but trying to think pretty much what, nearly 3 hills ahead of the game. Atlanta break on in, and that's going to get them ever closer to that 250-second mark. This is starting to get out of hand if you're Seattle.
Yeah, now they're going to a P1. You got to keep in mind that Cellium still has that straight from run to work with. 7 seconds needed for Atlanta FaZe to come out and win their very first map of the entire year. Unbelievable plays out of Cellium, sitting at 35 and 21, 31 and 26 out of aBeZy. The fact that all 3 of these guys are running SMGs on a map like this, they're making it look easy as Fred does find 2 in the feed. But up by 100 points, Atlanta FaZe, they should be able to close it out here soon.
Yep, only 4 more points. Feels like it's just a matter of time. aBeZy jumping in from the skies. His accuracy does provide a little bit of clearance. See what the Surge can do. Again, not an easy task by any stretch of the imagination, especially against these guys. Have to be aware of so many different things at once, as it'll be 3 dropping for the moment, and that will be the game. Atlanta FaZe responding like much thought they would. A solid win on Bocage, and that's a scary sight, Jay, for the rest of the CDL to see those guys playing the way that they did, and versus a team like Seattle, who's held in very high regard in Hardpoint and on Bocage specifically.
Yeah, man. They just didn't have the success like they did yesterday on that P1 Hardpoint. Atlanta FaZe are not going to allow you to get 86 points off of that middle hill. But they just took off at that second rotation for P2. They were able to hold it basically for a full 60. And then once Cellium was able to go on that spree, pick up those streaks, it's all about just winning those rotation gunfights. Once they did that, it was pretty much in the bag, man. Just great work from Atlanta FaZe from top to bottom. And that actually scares me because the Surge, we saw them yesterday on this map, and now that they're down 0-1 in this series, going up against the best team in the world, they have to play them in Search and Destroy.
Yeah.
And that was Atlanta FaZe's probably best game mode last year.
Not only do they have to play FaZe and Search and Destroy, but they have to play against Simp with a sniper.
Unbelievable.
And we know how that has some potential to go. And speaking of what could be a future highlight, let's go ahead and take a look at a few of the more memorable moments from Bocage. But again, Jay, you called it out well, my man. I mean, just a number of different plays, some great holds from Atlanta all the way around, and just in general, trying to handle, right, 3 different players, Simp, aBeZy, and Cellium, with those SMGs a high majority of the time. It's a handful, and especially on a map like Bocage, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, man. They, at least early into the game, they started off really well. But
yeah.
When they got to the second rotation, that's when Atlanta FaZe were just able to pull away with this game. Once this P5 hardpoint goes out, and you go back towards that P1, usually the Surge, they started off really well. They were able to get at least a good 15 seconds right off the rip, uncontested. But once Atlanta FaZe were able to flip those spawns and got those stable side, you see the score right here, 125 to 84. And then look how drastically it jumps right after those 2 hardpoints. Atlanta FaZe, they look like they haven't missed a beat as they win the first map there.
Yeah, as you said, I mean, hey, they look like they are picking up right from where they left off in the Cold War season, but a great win here on Bocage, 250 to 150. But now the focus comes in toward that Tuscan Search and Destroy. And, you know, we talked about it coming into the series, how big the momentum could have shifted if the Surge walk away with that map. Of course, they had the ring ceremony. Sometimes, you know, that could hype you up, but it also maybe psychs you out coming into a game. Maybe your mind's not necessarily focused on what's right in front of you, but for them to walk away with that, I think it takes the air out of the tires, if you will, for the Surge, and they're going to have to rebound coming into this next one.
Yeah, and this next map is going to be huge, man. Yeah. I feel like we watched them play it yesterday, but they need to slow the game down because we know what the Tiny Terrors are capable of. Late flanks through P5. They have to just make sure they're keeping the map simple, make sure you're taking control of middle map on your offenses, try to work that bomb ASAP on that A bomb, because if you delay it, you allow Atlanta FaZe to potentially make some plays.
Yeah, and like I said, you gotta be aware of the sniper.
Yeah.
You gotta be aware of the sniper.
Simp's gonna do some things.
I feel like, do you think we have some highlights?
100%. 100%.
Especially what we saw Clay do yesterday. I mean, that was unbelievable. The 1v2, the way he was holding down field side, you like their chances. That's without a doubt. We'll have to make sure that maybe Slasher, if you guys are not watching this whenever he pulls out the sniper, but hey, we'll do our best. Oh boy, let's go and take a look at what Social, how they're reacting to that first map. This one coming through from Chris is Cellium with the beams. Look at that smile on his face. He's gotta be feeling great. Like I said, you're on Bocage, you have the Tiny Terrors running in front of you, you got Arcitys behind you. Like I said, MacArthur, Jovel. He's unbelievable. Great head of hair as well.
Hardpoint, he's sitting at 4th. S&D at 7th. Control, he's at 2nd. He's like one of the hardest kills ever in Call of Duty. And the fact that he's running a 3rd SMG on Bocage with Simp and aBeZy right next to him, I don't think there's a way that they can lose that map this year.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I mean, it's going to take a very tall task. Yeah. It's going to have to require teams to really do their homework, to really do their research. And who knows, Jay? Maybe teams are already pulling out those notebooks, pulling out those pens, and trying to see exactly how do they do that. It's not going to be easy for anybody to recreate it, but at the very least, you can give it your best shot. But like we said, Surge instantly in a situation where you're going to have to turn things around. You get the opportunity at least to slow the game down for a moment. Totally different atmosphere from a Bocage hardpoint, but what can you do with it? Big moment already for Seattle, as we'll get to fly in for some Tuscan search and destroy. Saw this map a fair amount yesterday. We'll get to see it again.
I'm excited to get into this one, man. Whichever team starts off on the offensive side, it's gonna be the Surge. But look at the way Atlanta FaZe right off the rip are going to attack this. They're sending everyone at this A-bomb, and this can completely throw the Surge off. At least they're going to attempt to at least use their tacticals, but it's going to be a free A-bomb plan for the Surge. Now 45 seconds to work with, 44 retake, as you see Simp trying to work that late flank.
On Pred's here. Pred knows exactly where the gunfight is happening, but he doesn't have the reaction time to handle Simp. A great first blood, and aBeZy right on cue. The Tiny Terrors causing some havoc throughout the middle side of the map. Meanwhile, Arcitys happens to be on the fuse. aBeZy, the final player alive, dropped as well. And like clockwork, Atlanta FaZe, nobody dies.
Nobody dies. The Tiny Terrors just picked up every single kill that round. I'm pretty sure aBeZy found 3 on the round. So potential streaks are right there for aBeZy. But just what a round right there from Atlanta. I thought that they were going to all 4-man push towards that A-bomb. They give it up, but somehow, some way, Simp wins his one-on-one in the late flank, and then aBeZy just makes the play bottom middle. And then at that point, 4v2, you have 2 players that are completely out to play. Someone stick the defuse, and we should win the round. And that's exactly what happened. Good round out of FaZe.
Just the way that Simp just runs into P5, like, this is my hill. Yeah. I know you're here. I'm going to go ahead and gun you. But again, Pred getting early experience with what it's like to face off against some of the best that Call of Duty has. And Arcitys pulling out the SMG inside of you. And also having some words for the APAC legend. Actually able to even up now to 3 versus 3.
That's a huge kill from accuracy as he's attempting for the second. He finds it, but Simp there for the immediate trade. So now it's going to be a 2v2. Sib and Mack versus Cellium and Simp. Bomb is going to be down at this B site. Simp is going to go for the pickup and the plant. And he spots 2 players, at least 1 in the backside. Fortunately, he's going to get taken down, so now it's on Cellium in a 1v2.
We'll see what MC can try and provide us with. Again, had a phenomenal performance in that hard point, and now called upon early. What a 1v2 would do for Atlanta FaZe's confidence. 30 seconds left. Obviously, Simp dropped the bomb in his death. Lines up Mack for a moment, just happens to evade that final bullet coming in from the auto, but Sib can't say the same.
He knows he's there.
20 seconds left. He knows exactly where Mack is. He's trying to challenge.
15 seconds.
Ring around the rosy.
Mack
just above him, makes the rotation and takes him down. A 1v2 that felt like it was 3 rounds long, but Mack able to clean it up. But Cellium gave him a run for their money.
Just way to play it patient right there from Mack. It was a 2v1 situation. Sib over-challenges a little bit, but Mack takes his time, throws the jiggle peeks left and right, but then that repositioning right there is what won him the round. Great heads-up play to tie the game up at 1.
Yeah, and it felt like Cellium really just couldn't get out with the bomb, right? Obviously, he's trying to make his way potentially toward ramp, but always having somebody staring at your position. Cellium felt somewhat trapped, but did a great job, all things considered. A 1-to-1, and much like we've seen so far, bomb attempted to be planted. Meanwhile, Simp trying to cause some havoc. The near missed shot punch, but Mack's able to deliver the goods and get the trade in the end. Majority of Atlanta established toward that A site. Meanwhile, the plant is going to be successful over a B.
So now it's a 3v3 retake. 40 seconds left. See Cellium and aBeZy. All 3 players wrapping back through church. It's a great setup out of the Surge. They basically have every crossfire, or at least everything watched. First engagement is going to come in from Mack. He's able to win it versus aBeZy. The trade is going to be there. Now it's going to be a 2v2. 20 seconds left. They spot accuracy in the back, but look at the repositioning coming in from Pred. He's able to hit down the alley. Takes down one, trying to go for the second, but Cellium's going to win it. And with 12 seconds left, this should be a round to the Surge. Just a great rotation towards that bomb site to catch them completely off guard. Cellium does pick up that kill. He does have a 3-speed to work with, but just a great heads-up play right there from the Surge to take the lead here, 2-1.
And those are a lot of the same plays that we saw them do yesterday, Jay. Kind of in these high-pressure situations, they just seem, despite being a younger roster in which you have 2 rookies, of course, making their debut yesterday, a lot of heads-up plays given some high-pressure moments.
Yeah, and it was huge because once Simp picked up that kill from top church, that was Pred that was immediately there for the trade. And no hesitation, he did not go side church. He just went straight to that B bomb and immediately worked that bomb plan. He put it favorite on their side, eventually closed it out for the Surge. But now they're on the defensive side. Here we go with Atlanta attacking through the middle of the map. It's looking like it's going to be another A rush play.
It looks like they're going to send 2 through P5. Pred says, yeah, Mack, I'm going to need you for some reinforcements. This guy Simp seems to be a pretty difficult kill in one of the more annoying spots over at this well. And you got to think, Simp's got to be aware of this. He's just waiting, checking both corners. Falls down, plant is going to be successful. Meanwhile, Arcitys does get caught in the crossfire just a little bit ago. And there's the engagement we've been waiting on, but Simp doesn't check his back, and that's where exactly Mack can strike. Takes him down from P5, but it's going to all be on to Mack Melts. A 1 versus 2 and 25 seconds left. He also has to go for the defuse. He's on the trail of Cellium. Based off of this kill, can he get some information? Takes down 1. Mack versus aBeZy. Only 10 seconds. Where is aBeZy hiding? Does he check the right corner? He doesn't. 2-2.
And that's just great work from Atlanta. They had a man down right there because I'm pretty sure Arcitys got naded off that bomb. But then once aBeZy works that bomb plant, Simp played the late flank so patient that he was able to at least get one before getting traded. But as that was happening, aBeZy won his one-on-one across the map. Cellium won the one-on-one to top church. And it was just too late for Mack Melts to try to hit that late flank and get that defuse by picking up both kills. Good round right there at Atlanta FaZe to tie it up.
Yeah, and really, I mean, as you called it, Simp just kind of becomes that target that, you know, we talk about fights that kind of exist throughout the remainder of the game. Pred, very primed and ready for that engagement. Great patience there out of Simp, but on the other end, it is Sib with the great and early snipe there onto Cellium. Doing his best to try and shake the Atlanta camp. There's one more toward the field side. Can he go 2 for 2? Missing the shot, gets a second opportunity, but it is all clear toward the field end. And now it's gonna be all up to Pred. He can find some great timing here, and that'll be 2. Cannot find the 3rd. Simp will be there for the exchange, but some crazy sniper play. You had the young guns making some highlight moments, but it's FaZe who grabbed their 3rd.
So right there with Simp, he opens up that first blood, but then he gives up that left alley. And as soon as he gave it up, aBeZy took advantage of it, pushes straight up to the statue, gets the guy off bomb, and then just ego chows a sniper. He's aBeZy. He's the MP40 in his hand. He's like, you're not going to snipe me. Easy 2-piece for him. But Pred almost made that possible, but it was a 3v1 situation. You just had to be there for the trade. Simp in a great position to eventually get it. Atlanta FaZe, 2 rounds in a row now.
You think they're playing right now with their rings on?
No.
You don't think so?
That's uncomfortable.
I would agree, but, you know, I feel like that'd give you even more confidence if you put the ring on.
100%.
Especially if you got both rings on.
Yeah, but the Tiny Terrors, they have little fingers.
That's true.
You
That's
know?
fair enough.
It's okay, though.
Fair point,
To
Jay.
the game. Simp able to open up with the kill onto Simp this time around. We've been waiting for this young man to pull out the sniper. Finally gets his first one of the year. As the bomb is going to be planted on this A site, you see all of Surge just taking their time in church, trying to set up at least a nade kill. But now in the 3v4 retake, they're trying to attack through middle. Accuracy evens up the numbers at 3.
That's a great start in Pred. Putting aBeZy on skates is now it's all up to Arcitys, and Simp gets away with one. Arcitys, another opportunity to take down Accuracy, cannot find it. Pred falls, and now it's a 1v1.
He's on it.
Accuracy, he's on the defuse.
He's on it.
Simp's not even going to check it. Accuracy, the veteran-like play, says a 1v1 versus Simp. Nah,
Iceman.
I got it.
That's just great work, man. Another retake. So far, every single round, the team that has won it, they have been down a man. Like right there, they get first blooded, but they still attack the middle of the map and win a majority of those trades. Pred with a huge one-on-one in the middle of the map to at least have the advantage there. But Accuracy, he's doing what Accuracy does, man. Hop to the defuse, clutch it up for your team.
And I know, again, it's the Kickoff Classic. You know, when we talk about, it's the first event of the year, the little plays like that have got to make you smile if you're a Seattle
100%.
Surge fan. To see Pred doing things like that in the middle side of the map, as we said, it's early. Have whatever conversation that you like, but little reactions like that got to make you feel quite good. Quite a bit of noise happening over at Field, but when in reality, the plant is actually going down over at B. Atlanta officially getting the indicator on their screen. Had to focus their attention toward the other side, and Pred picking up right where he left off from the last round, finding 2 to kick things off. Sib with the 3rd. Arcitys, the final man alive, and Mack cleans him up. Debate over at A, and the plant successful at B.
That's beautiful work right there out of the Surge. They had Accuracy go left side towards that A bomb, use his tacticals, basically cause some havoc on that side of the map to keep Atlanta FaZe there. And it allowed his teammates to just push straight through B, allowed him to set up off the rotation, and Pred, sitting in their back of the spawn on that head glitch, finds an easy 2 kills. No one dropped right there from the Surge. That was just a great play call from them.
Yeah, an excellent play call there from Accuracy or Sib or Mack, whoever really wants to make the call. All these guys do like to be involved in the comms from time to time, but Surge grabbing the round count advantage at 4 rounds to 3. What can they do with it now that Atlanta sits with the objective in their hand? The smoke tossed out, and are Surge going to be aware of it? And it will be, in fact, the flank. aBeZy for 1 quickly gets traded. With the bomb being positioned where it is, it instantly puts some attention onto Accuracy, but he drops as well. A great kill coming through from aLLeY.
So now in the 3v2, bomb is going to go down at this B point. As you see number 5, which is going to be Simp, going to sneak his way through, not able to pick up the kill. Bomb does not get planted, so now it's all up to Mack in a 1v3. Eventually it will get dropped. He's able to at least make it a 1v2, but the trade is going to be there. Atlanta FaZe win the round, tied up once again.
And just really in that moment, right, for Atlanta FaZe, you're in the middle of trying to go for that A plant, and there's a smoke, and it's like, okay, let's make the wraparound, but really, I know we didn't get to see it, but that one engagement in which Accuracy ends up getting taken down by Arcitys. You think if Lamar wins that fight, he's probably around the tank, the pillars end.
Yeah.
If he wins that fight, totally shuts down the opportunity for that plant to even be a possibility. And who knows, maybe things start to be a little bit different. But that's just the thing with Atlanta FaZe, right? These crucial 1v1s, these guys are winning them such a high majority of the time. But Atlanta, a big round for them as they will even things up at 4-4. Much like we've seen, that plant somewhat successful, does go down over at A, but it is at least lives being sacrificed in order for that objective to be placed down. Cellium and Simp up, checks his corner, now at 2v2.
30 seconds left. You see Sib, he's still sitting in, watching that middle alley, watching all of bottom middle. And I'm pretty sure Pred is in a position to at least spot the bomb. Sib's able to take down Simp. Now with 20 seconds left, all on Cellium in a 1v2. I don't know if he spotted Simp right to his right. With 15 seconds left, he's gonna get taken down in the Surge. Win the round, up 5-4 now at match point.
Yeah, big round there for Seattle. And you kind of think, your teammate calls that one out to Cellium, or maybe just gets lost in the visuals. A big round there for Seattle, as now they've got themselves in the driver's seat. But can it be a round 11 forced, or can Surge finally catch that momentum? Can they even the scorecard up? What a massive win this would be for Seattle. taking the defending world champions at least to a map 4 guaranteed, but here we go. The smoke is out and Pred, he's on the prowl. Ready to try to find one onto Arcitys, but it's the nades that tell the story, at least at the start of this bad boy. aBeZy getting taken down, Simp there for the trade. Instantly into the 2 versus 2, half the lobby drops in a matter of seconds. And Simp challenging toward top.
Minute left. 2v2 situation. They know the positioning of Cellium. And Simp is going to start to work this A plant. Pay attention to the minimap. Simp's going to work his way around the back, but Agnes is going to take off Simp off that site. So now in a 1v2 situation, all left up to Cellium. They knew that he was going to be sitting towards top fire. 40 seconds left. He spots one bottom middle, makes it a 1v1. Accuracy, Mr. Iceman versus Cellium. He's going to wrap towards middle alley, and Cellium's able to win it. Huge, huge 1v2 to keep Atlanta FaZe in this. We got a round 11.
Oh, come on. Come on! I want to see that one again, at least at some point. Great reactions there out of Cellium. Now to send us to a round 11. Laser focused is young MacArthur, as it will be Seattle on the attack. We'll see what they can do. Early utility tossed down toward the middle side of the map. aBeZy toward the back alley. What a first blood would mean, given that the plant is going to be successful. It looks like it will go down without any utility causing too much of a frenzy. Is Atlanta all 4 players up now onto the retake as Mack loses the first engagement. Cellium once more sliding on in with the auto, and Arcitys trying to grab some positional advantage as players continue to be traded out. Takes down accuracy. It's all up to Sib and Pred, the young guns. In round 11, can they go big? And Simp takes down 2. It's all on. Now to the 1v1. Arcitys hops on the defuse. Sib, is he going to try to challenge? Can he come around the corner in time? And you bet he will! From the bench. 1 year later, to taking out his boys in round 11. Simp with the clutch. And now we've got ourselves a 1-to-1 game.
Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. They worked that 8 bomb plant so fast. And then, once Cellium wins that huge 1-on-1 versus Mack, at that point, Sib was watching that left alley, but he gave it up for some time. So they allowed these players to push on towards the bomb site, but he got great timing in that middle alley. No one tried to be a hero there towards the end. They knew that they still had the clock on their side. They just had to make sure that they weren't on that bomb. But he turns around perfectly, he finds 2, and then just plays the clock beautifully, man. Great plays out of the young man, and you gotta feel for him because this map was huge. If they would have lost this, they're going down 0-2, have to play a Gavutu control. Yeah. But wow, this young Surge team is here to stay.
Yeah, man, they're showing us why so many teams have held them in high regard so far throughout the offseason, and everybody's top 5. And the rookies having some great plays toward the stretch. Atlanta sent it the distance, but such great plays toward the end. But Jay, walk me through what was a very, very fun Tuscan S&D.
This was just a back and forth map between both of these teams, but I feel like Seattle, they were so much better at making their adjustments mid-map, mid-ground, because we saw even that play where accuracy goes by himself at that 8 bomb, he causes so much mayhem on that side, they get a free B bomb plant. We didn't see Atlanta FaZe try to attack that strategy at least once. That was just great work from the Surge. You can tell that they've been putting in the work and definitely showed here. Now they tie the series up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, man. Like I said, we get to see that play at the end there from Cell, and like I said, Sib, some excellent plays here toward the stretch. As we said, it's not just 2, but it's in fact a hat trick in this round 11. Takes down Cellium, takes down Simp, and takes down Arcitys to give his team a lifeline in this series. Gavutu Control is going to be up next, but like we said, man, Seattle Surge on the brink. We talked about how important that first hard point was. They needed to take it if they wanted a chance. We come into the Tuscan S&D, comes down to the wire, but they're able to secure it in the biggest of moments. Sib, it's got to feel good, right?
100%.
I know that he was on that stage, right? Whenever they won back in Cold War last year, he was on the stage, you know, dabbing the guys up, telling them congratulations. that has to feel pretty sweet.
Yeah, to be a substitute player for the best team in the game and then to play them the following year in your very second match, their first match, and to make a play like that to win it 6-5, tie the series up 1 apiece, the young man's here to stay, man. I'm glad that he's in the league.
Yeah, that's without a doubt. There's a lot of people talk about how, it's going to be difficult to kind of handle this guy's ego or the attitude problems that he has, but I've had a few opportunities to talk to the Seattle Surge GM, and he's like, we haven't experienced that, and obviously teams have clearly overlooked his potential, and as we said, the rookies, everybody for the Seattle Surge really seems to be ironing things out. But folks, we have got ourselves a 1-to-1 game, Seattle versus FaZe, a great one, all ready to kick things off, and when we come back, it is time for Kavutu Control.
City League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
League Kickoff Classic presented by Zenni Gaming. If you're just joining us, oh boy, did you miss out on something special. We're taking a look at our Game Fuel tactical play. Jay, Sib, making the routes, making the plays in the clutch to give the Surge a chance in this series.
Yeah, this is just a great round from Sib, man. He knows that there's still 20 seconds, but once he finds this two-piece, his teammate does get traded, but the clock is on his side. You have to check it in about 5 seconds, and he plays it beautifully. Turns the corner just in the nick of time before Arcitys is able to get the defuse to tie the series up for his team. And that was such a huge play for the young man. Keep in mind, this is his first time in the CDL. And you see the tweets here. Sib is that guy. CDL 2022, that three-piece from Sib. The guy just went off right there. For such a young player to have a moment like that versus the best team in the game, oh, I'm excited to see what he's able to do this next map.
Yeah, man. Like, so we've seen sparks of it. And that's the best thing about this Kickoff Classic for teams who are, in that rebuilding phase, teams who went back to the drawing board and said, hey, let's kind of rephrase the roster a little bit. Let's infuse it with some young talent. You want to see these guys come out and have some special moments. Obviously, for Boston, you got to see Cap, Cap, have some amazing plays yesterday. And for Seattle, you've seen some great moments from Pred. You saw Mack yesterday absolutely dominate. And then right there in that final play, Sib going huge in the round 11. But now it's time. We're switching things up. It's a different game mode. We got to talk about control. And the only problem for Seattle is that they have to be facing off against the best team on God's green earth at the very moment. It's Atlanta FaZe. You take a look at the numbers, Jay. It's pretty terrifying.
That's really terrifying. They're
it's
all
scary.
top 10.
It really is.
71% control wins. Control round wins last year was the best in the CDL. And now they're going into a Gavutsu control, where we're going to be able to see Simp as that third AR. aBeZy should be the main submachine gun for their team. But right into the game we go. We're going to have Atlanta FaZe on the offensive attack. It's looking like they're going to go towards this B point first. Opens up that first blood onto Pred, and this is going to completely open it up right off the rip.
Yeah, this is telling you what? Confidence is probably one of the words that describes this particular play. Atlanta want to try to force the issue out nice and early. I mean, if you get a B capture off the rip, you are sitting pretty for the rest of this round. And Sib looks to pick up really from where he left off. Unfortunately, he's not going to have nearly as much team support as he would like. And so he'll be able to drop there onto one. Arcitys hanging out at the tank. And this is going to be one of the more annoying spots on Vanguard, right when that player sits at the very back of the tank. You have to try and force the issue out. Both players run out of ammo, but thankfully, accuracy was there for the trade. And meanwhile, while all those fights are going down, the rest of Arcitys teammates are all at A.
Yeah, so they already have one ticket progression on that point, one ticket progression on A. As Simp does find the two-piece in towards mid, finds the third as well. Just pay attention to the mini-map, though. You see Mack all the way pushed up in their spawn as Simp is continuing to just spawn kill them at Red Tower. As the second ticket progression is going to come in at A, they should be able to complete it and extend his time by a minute.
Are you sure this guy's not a main AR? Like, what in the world? These reactions.
He's really good at Call of Duty.
I would say he's pretty talented. Oh, okay. One more player. Caster Curse slightly maybe involved. Rest of the teammates, by the way, are all 1 and 2 as aBeZy finally picks up his second kill. Simp was just going for a joyride. He's like, hey, this automaton is pretty cool. I think I might like this gun for the rest of Vanguard. But we'll see. An extra minute added to the clock. Nearly halfway there are the Atlanta FaZe. His accuracy is at least able to wipe away 2. Keeping things in mind, aBeZy still inside of the tank. So at the very least, as aBeZy sits here, does not get yet that second tick of progression, just falls. He's at least trying to keep the time paused at 1 minute and 37 seconds. Whew. We'll see what they can continue to do with it as aBeZy, much like Simp's situation, as he does get taken by the nade, says maybe I'll have to put the MP40 away more often.
You see Cellium, he works his way all the way through the back, finds the first kill. Unfortunately, he's going to get taken down, so that allows for the Surge to get on towards this B point and decap that third progression. You see the positioning from Pred, trying to set up for a couple spawn kills as they're trying to push through beach side. Going to be behind one. Unfortunately, he's going to stop shooting, not able to pick up that kill completely. And he's going to be able to get dropped. Great plays coming in from Cellium, and Arcitys to just stay alive there. Atlanta FaZe have control of ring now.
And that was just such a huge moment, right? If Pred's able to stay there, take a few down, then we're starting talking about the life count situation, which is exactly what Seattle will look to try to hold on to. We're talking a lot about Pred, but Mack currently sits on 5 in a row. As you said, Jay, they've got ring control. Pred doing everything he can to try to keep him off of it. 9-13 in lives. Atlanta still hanging on, but as long as Surge sit toward this cliff side, and it allows for those spawns to be toward the back tower, toward the backside of Beach. And with those autos staring at you, this is not going to be an easy task for Atlanta to break out of.
And Mack, he was there for about 2 minutes uncontested. He was continuously spawning these guys towards beach side. He was able to go on that 6-3, pick up that strafing run, not able to get the glide bomb. But this has been a great defensive hold from the Surge. Even with the early stick of progression coming in from Atlanta FaZe, they have fought back into this round. That's 3 kills in a row, make it 4. 2 players left for Atlanta FaZe. The first round is definitely going to go in favor of the Surge.
Yeah, it absolutely looks to be that way. Final 2 players going to be Cellium and Simp. Not really on any streaks at the moment, but maybe don't want to feed any kills, given how that round 5 could possibly go if we can end up going the distance. But a well-played round from Seattle. I mean, based off the way that round started, Jay, Atlanta FaZe getting as much progress as they did at B. Then we talked about how bottom ship, they're able to get that one fairly early. Simp goes on the spree, nearly earns the streak. It was looking somewhat dire for the Surge, but they rebound, they remain composed, and they're able to walk away with it.
Yeah, I think a majority of that round was all on Mack. The fact that he was continuously pushing towards that ship side. Once he gets control of Cliff, you're spawning him all the way out towards Beach. And not a single player of Atlanta FaZe, at least they weren't trying to double challenge him. He was just picking them apart as they were just running out of their spawn. Just keeping the kills lead in favor of the Surge. But you see the pressure coming in on this A point now, as Pred is going to open up with the first. He finds a second in the middle. As it's going to be a third Atlanta player in towards bottom. He's going to be able to get him as well. That's on a 5-3. He's feeling confident. He just jumps out. But just great work early on from Pred.
He just did a stage dive right there. I mean, basically, Pred just jumps out of the boat. Wants to try to find a few more, feeling himself, and maybe that comes back to bite the Surge for at least a little bit. One tick of progression gained, but a good start from Seattle regardless of it. It's going to continue to be a head bash over at this A point. A much different strategy from the Surge. Given how Atlanta started, it was all about the unorthodox, it was all about B. Take a look at that player number 6. While the fights are going to be going inside a boat, aCuRsy, trying to get top ring control, wants to have some eyes at that B point, maybe try to aggress it, or at least be thinking about trying to set up somewhat of a crossfire. And now, as they'll pick up a few kills, aCuRsy's now going to be established in that position, and with that, 4 down, Jay.
And now Atlanta FaZe all spawning out towards back red tower. You see the pressure coming in from both points. Taking spread on the flank, able to take down one. He knows positioning up the second. Shots onto Cellium, able to find him as well. One more player on this point, he takes him down. Pred is having himself a map, 15 and 9 on a 4 spree.
That A point nearly captured, right at another point, and Pred continues to pick up kills. Right now sits on 4 in a row, and Atlanta, somewhat of a scramble, but player number 3, that's going to be aBeZy. Finds a huge 1v1 just to keep things going. But Pred, it's not slowing down. Able to find 6 in a row before dropping as aCuRsy's trying to stop the clock. Again, not a single point successfully captured yet from the Surge. And with 30 seconds left, they're going to have to come up with some sort of a plan. Player 4, Simp, in a primary position, as that's going to be 2. Make it 3 dropping for the Surge. They've got 1 toward the top. That's going to be Pred, the playmaker, as they'll have to look for picks. It's not going to be an easy task. Surge primed and ready. aCuRsy looking to gun from the top. aBeZy looks both ways before jumping toward the top side of the ladder. Clock stopped at 11.6. He jumps inside of the point. He gets dropped. Cellium, not much to reply with, and that will be the A point at the hands of the Surge. 5-15 in lives.
And now if you're the Surge, you can just simply play TDM. They take him down, so now no more respawns coming in for Atlanta FaZe. This has been a great round of how the Surge has set this up. Pred going huge, 20 and 10 as the main submachine gun on this map. Usually don't see a stat line like this, but the young man's having a day. Great shots onto aBeZy. Only 2 players were making main and 1. Arcitys all by himself. He's gonna get taken down. And you see Pred, he's shaking, he's feeling really confident. Surge up 2-0.
Bringing the thunder. We love to see that from Pred. And as we said, man, you're smiling if you're a Seattle Surge fan. You're smiling when you're seeing plays like that happen. Some great plays coming through from Pred, as he'll remain with that streak coming in toward this round number 3. Atlanta FaZe gonna have to come up with a different plan of attack, as this could be their final round here on Gavutu. Very well might make a quick exit. Last time we saw him on attack was the fast push toward B, and that's not the way to start this one off. The streak is gone.
But he still does have that strafe run to work with. Even when he drops, his teammates find 2 of their own, as Simp is keeping control of top ship. And this is where it can get scary for Atlanta. You're allowing them to keep control of this. They still have ring control. Simp still picking up kills there. They find another 2 in the feed. Atlanta FaZe, they just need to get together, play these trades, and get on this 8 point.
Ooh, Simp. Good shots there with the pistol, at least to make him weak. So 4 down, a moment for Atlanta to really sink their teeth into this map and really start to establish themselves. So they've got 2 at A and 2 at B, specifically aBeZy. Gonna try to cause some problems inside of that cut. Pretty much do a similar play to what we saw Pred do last time around. The Pred able to handle aBeZy. Meanwhile, that A point continues to move on forward. Now the early engagements coming through from Seattle as Sib. A great 2-piece there with the auto and bottom ship.
This has just been great work from the Surge. They continuously just putting the pressure on towards ship, winning a majority of these trades, and it's only 40 seconds left. 1 tick of progression in at this 8 point for Atlanta. They have to try to break through Cliff, but Mack is gonna be here causing mayhem. As he takes down 1, he will get traded. And they're just continuously filling the gaps. Great shots coming in from Arcitys to take down Pred. That's gonna open up the A site.
Yeah, it's gonna open up the site for the time. Again, live count very even for the moment. No progress done at B, but FaZe, given the time that exists right now on the clock, 27 and some change, they will have to focus themselves here. So while this one looks to go their way, keep in mind, player number 6 in accuracy, he's gonna be playing for lives. Pretty much prepared for Atlanta. The most likely grab at this point, Simp has some words, bringing his fist to a gunfight, and he still walks away with it. Accuracy's position is gonna be known, so Atlanta, a few roamers throughout the middle side of the map, a big engagement already taking place, but you see accuracy finally does get taken down after going on some sort of a spree. And Surge trying to clear out this boat to make sure no long routes happen throughout that green side, Jay.
And now Surge up by 1 kill, a minute left on the clock. You see Atlanta FaZe trying to attack this through ring. They know that 1 player is gonna be on that point. Do they know the positioning of Sib? Might be able to cause some problems. He's able to take down 1. The time is starting to dwindle. Accuracy, all you have to do is play your life. Don't over challenge here. It's just going down so quick. Atlanta FaZe have to make a play here.
He's potentially the one to make it. Sib nearly turns. 35 seconds left. Atlanta, a plan of attack has to be here, but that's going to be 3 down. Sib off of spawn. Everybody from the Surge tossing as much utility as they can. Meanwhile, aBeZy's able to drop 1. Simp and Arcitys taking down players right off the rip. As the clock will be paused. Surge are going to have to do their best to try and retake this. aBeZy finding a few from inside of the point. Meanwhile, Cellium tossing out some shots.
They take them off.
Over at P1. They take them off for the moment. They get them off the point. That's going to be 3. Arcity's the last man alive, but he's not the one even near the point right now. A 5 versus 3 in terms of lives, and Arcitys cannot afford to fall. He gets picked, and of course it's Pred. Of course it's Pred. That's going to be 3, now a 2 versus 2. 8 seconds left. Atlanta, can they get to the point? Can they get here in time? Mack, he's the only player alive.
Just have to kill the guy on the
cross. It's a 1 versus 2, just has to kill 1, and that should be the round, and it will be the game. We thought Atlanta FaZe would come with some fire on Gavutu control, but Surge, full of surprises, off of the round 11 clutch, come through in control, and walk away with a 3-0, now up 2-1 in the series.
Just great plays from the Young Guns. Pred is running a submachine gun on that map. The guy was able to go on 4, 5, 6 frees, in and out whenever he wanted to, and right there at the very end, 5-3 remaining in lives count. The guy finds a 3-piece top ring to even up the numbers. It forces Mack to only pick up that 1 kill because 1 player is coming all the way off spawn. As long as he kills aBeZy, the round is going to be done. That's why you see Mack take his sweet time on just playing that cross. But just an unbelievable performance from the Surge, man. This team is the real deal.
If you would have told me, right, that we were talking about coming into this series, we were being realistic with each other.
Yeah.
Like, you know, if that Bocage hardpoint does not go their way,
1 in 19.
This is going to be difficult. And the way that they have been able to perform in the Search Destroy to clutch that, the way they look on Gavutu control, with Pred going off the way that he was, 31 and 19 with an SMG a high majority of the time. 24 non-traded kills. Have yourself a map, Pred.
That's unbelievable, man. Now they are confident, up 2-1 in the series versus the best team in the game. And I know their coach, he's probably going insane. Phoenix is definitely going insane right now. But for these young players, man, in such an important series for this organization in general, they haven't really had a lot of success for the last 2 years. But to start off the year the way that they are now, oh my, I can't wait to see what they look like going down the line.
See the smile? I can't help it. I can't help it.
Neither
We
can
didn't
I.
think we would even be in this place given how the first hard point went. Like we said, Atlanta, they just got their rings. They just got their, they just had a ring ceremony, and Surge are here to spoil it.
That's unbelievable, man.
This is crazy. What a story. Like I said, those who were believing in this Seattle Surge team, all those coaches who, by the way, were making power rankings, listen to those guys. They're coaches for a reason.
Yeah, they got to be.
They're pretty smart people.
Got to be. And just the way that the first map went, keep in mind that that was a map for the Surge. Like, we watched them play yesterday.
Right,
They dominated
exactly.
it. The fact that they lost it the way that they did and were able to bounce back in that Search and Destroy, winning such a close game, and then to get on Gavutu, control, and dominate the way that they did. Their first
they
defensive
haven't
hold,
lost a control round.
They have it. They have it. But Pred, on a map like Gavutu, with the submachine gun in his hands, left and right going on 4 sprees, 5 sprees, always finding himself in the opponent's space. This guy was the playmaker, and he's showing why he deserved to be here.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I mean, this spree in general, you're up 1-0 on the attack, a massive round for Surge.
Unbelievable
They're
right
able
there.
to secure it, and then when it comes down to this, he takes down 3 in a row and then sets up Mack for the 1 versus 2. We gotta talk about Pred representing the APAC region. I mean, the statistics on this guy from the APAC side is unmatched. Jay, he's won 17 Challenger Cups. He won back-to-back APAC Challengers from MW, won it in Cold War last year. Everybody has been waiting for this guy, and he has turned up at the biggest moment possible and versus the best team in the game.
He's the real deal Holyfield. It's plain and simple, man. The guy is showing up today. Pred, you see right here on socials, Pred Rookie of the Year. It's kind of early for that.
It is,
Kind
but
of
hey.
early, but so far, he's starting off to a great start.
He absolutely is. Great call, Gage. Maybe we'll revisit that one at the end of the season and see if that's the case. But, I mean, you got 2 players for the Seattle Surge crew specifically. And it's great, right? Because we're not just talking about Pred. Obviously, we are right now, given how the Gavutu control went. But, I mean, there was a number of different excellent moments of which Sib was able to dominate in the Search and Destroy. Yesterday versus London, he has the huge clutch in round 11. The flipping of a script, if you will, for Seattle, given how the last 2 years have gone. I mean, the front office, the coaches, the GMs, everybody has got to be so stoked with the way that their team is playing. But the job is not done. You can never count out Atlanta FaZe by any means. Being up 2-1 is great, but the job has yet to be finished. It's yet to be completed. And now it's time for Tuscan Hardpoint.
This is going to be insane, man. This is going to be a great map between both of these teams. Now Atlanta FaZe find themselves with their backs against the wall. They need to try to come out here and win this map to force it to that game 5. And just the way that they lost that Gavutu, I was not expecting that.
No, yeah, we were
Surge,
kind of assuming that was going to be like an auto.
Yes,
you know, an auto
71% round win last year. They had every single player top 10 in KD for the mode.
Not only that, but FaZe last year in Cold War for just in general control, that was the best that we've ever seen a particular team at any game mode in CDL history. 80% of the time, they were winning controls. They come out in their very first series. Granted, not 100% official. It's the Kickoff Classic, but still, that's going to be shaking up the Atlanta FaZe camp. I mean,
100%.
Given how dominant they were in this mode last year, to come into this, thinking, hey, we're gonna walk away with this series. We're gonna feel confident. They're probably thinking in some ways about the next match as well. Oh, Vanguard, it's a different year, baby.
Yeah,
it's a different year. But we got to talk about one guy in specific. I feel like at this moment, talking about a few different players. I mean, Sib's had his moment. Pred has had his moment. I feel like it's just a matter of time before Mack Melts arrives as well.
Yeah, Mack had his day yesterday. I'm pretty sure he was sitting at like a 1.24, and that's it right there. Day 1, top 5 KDs, Awakening. Look at him, 1.43. But Mack, he was really the starting point, at least early into that Gavutu control, because he was continuously pushing that shift side. Like I said, when you push towards Cliff, you're continuously spawning them towards Beach, and Mack knew exactly what he needed to do to allow his teammates to get pushed up on the map, to take control of Ring, to keep control of the middle of the map. he was just playing so well, so fundamentally correct right there for his team to close that out the way that they did.
And we all know Mack, right, to be a very, very smart player. That was talked about right whenever he was added to the New York Subliners back in Modern Warfare. They said, hey, this guy's really smart. He's great with the comms. And we saw how dominant he was. He helped deliver a home series championship for the New York Subliners. Then comes into last year, you know, kind of flies underneath the radar. There's some rumors that he was going to be dropped for a certain time in the midst of the roster drama that happens with New York. Does not rejoin the team coming into this next year. And then there are some questions, right? Mack had that, I think he had like one crazy stage, like back in stage 3 or stage 4. We all remember like the back-to-back 40 bombs that he dropped in that one particular series in those 2 games of Hardpoint, but really didn't have a whole lot of discussion about this guy last year. For him to come out the way that he has, he, I believe he also denied different roster spots, asking him to be the flex. He said, no, I want to run an SMG. Stock was low coming into the year, but Surge, they just continued to be on top of things, grabbing rookies, grabbing a vet at accuracy, and a guy like Mack, who has got all the talent in the world.
Yeah, he looks like he's back in MW form. Like, he's so confident with this SMG in his hands. And then even on Gavutu, when he has to pick up that AR, he has the experience because he did it last year alongside Clayster. So the guy's just ready for any given moment that he needs to be able to step up for the team. You see his control KD at a 1.05. That was last season with New York. But right now, with his SMG in his hand, he's been playing lights out since this tournament started.
Yeah, he absolutely has. Again, he was causing tons of problems for the Ravens yesterday. And we'll see what he can do coming up in this next Hardpoint. Got to check out some social media. Shout out to Infinity, by the way. Also says, seeing Civ and Pred do so well on this Seattle Surge roster is heartwarming. Some serious talent to be found in Challengers. Cannot agree. Great EU Challenger caster in Infinity. He's been able to watch these guys a very, very decent amount, and to see the talent on display from Challengers, it just goes to show that it is working, right? Whether from Europe, whether from North America or APAC, the talent speaks for itself. And the young talent has elevated the Seattle Surge, a roster not often in positions like this, now to being up 2-1 versus the defending champions. Here we go. Tuscan Hardpoint. Can Atlanta send us to a game 5? As they'll have the preferred side here for P1, and that's 3 straight in the feed.
That's a good start. They get 3 down, already 10 seconds uncontested. You see what Seattle are doing. They do not want to try to flip these spawns, but they are able to find 2. So now the pinch is going to come in from the middle side and from church side, but Arcitys, great shots, able to find 2 on the long side of the map. aBeZy with the 3rd. And so far, this has been a great hold from Atlanta FaZe, uncontested.
Yeah, 27-0 start. Surge may have to just instantly start thinking about some rotations, realizing, saying, hey, I think this P1 may, in fact, not be going our way. As Arcitys, now sitting on 5 in a row, does end up getting picked off. But take a look at Simp, who's already found himself at the next hardpoint. The early engagement versus Mack, he's able to take it. Simp there on the return. At the very least for Surge, that's 1 wave down. Still very many Atlanta FaZe players trying to hide on out. That'll be 3, make it 4. At least in terms of the feed. Great plays coming in from Seattle, but you still have plenty of players lingering around church. In fact, they have spawns now as well.
Yeah, and one play that I really want to pay attention to in this map is going to be accuracy. He needs to make sure the rotations are there, because that's what was lacking, at least the first map. Once they were spawning out and they had to try to break in, Atlanta FaZe was so good at just holding it down. So with Surge, so far keeping the spawns in their favor, almost being able to tie the game up. But with 25 seconds left, you gotta start thinking about that rotation. You see accuracy on the minimap. He knows that P3 is a money hill.
And Seattle have to be careful as well, because they're still spawning toward the backside of the field. So the last 15 seconds, as Cellium tosses a nade from the middle of nowhere, it's able to land. So that means that Civ has to stay on that point. Early rotation is in. Cellium wins 1 versus accuracy. aBeZy takes down Mack as well. FaZe set up for one of the better hardpoints that we have in this game. Breaking Fountain is no easy task, especially when you have all 4 Atlanta FaZe players locking it down.
But that's a good way to start, as Simp is going to win that gunfight towards roof side. So now you see the pinch starting to come in. All these players from Atlanta still spawning in the back. Simp going to attack through top fire. He's able to take him down, and Surge able to break right through the front side. Now all of Atlanta starting to spawn out towards roofs. They're trading back and forth. Time still in favor of the Surge. 52-56 with 30 seconds remaining here. This has been a good push from the Surge to not allow Atlanta FaZe to get all this time.
Yeah, and you just see they're continually throwing a body at the point, not trying to allow for Atlanta to really regain too much health. regained too much HP. They're able to contest for a decent amount of time, but in general, one of the more difficult hills to break in the entire game of Vanguard, as Simp once more taken off of the rotation. Final 5 gonna go to Atlanta. A solid start for them through our first 3.
And that's a huge kill from aBeZy onto aCRC. Now this opens up Plat side. Already have a 20-point lead. He will get naded. This opens up for that pinch to be set up. You see a couple players from Atlanta spawning in towards the middle of the map. They do have top church control. Here comes Simp, able to take him down. That's going to be 3. Last player is going to be Simp. He drops, and now Atlanta FaZe break in.
You have to be careful of player number 1. Mack aware of it. Does not want to try to give these spawns up. Does not really want to allow for anybody to push toward the backside of church. Is he going to expect anybody in the field? He's not. Great clearance gained there from Atlanta. Simp is able to at least take down 2. He'll head toward the top side of church and look to establish a pinch. This is great work from the Surge. We'll see if it can work out for them. A few fights happening in pretty much every direction. They know exactly where Sib is lingering. He falls as well, and Atlanta continuing to walk away with the majority of time on these hills.
They just have to win a rotation gunfight. Like right there, when aBeZy gets that kill on aCRC, it basically gives up Plat. It breaks the setup of the Seattle Surge. And off the rotation, once again, they're not winning these initial gunfights. It's going to be a clean 3-dead. Sib with a huge gunfight onto Sib, but it's going to be immediately traded. So Atlanta FaZe are going to be starting with initial time here.
No idea how Sib took that gunfight, but P5 is an interesting one. Command Center, here we are. Get your nades cooked, get your utility ready. As Pred, taken down 2, runs right through the wall as aCRC takes down the 3rd. Cellium, meanwhile, still alive on that 5 spree. Now make it 6. MC, he's gained the strafing run. See if he can continue to add on a glide bomb with it. Can he go for 7? Yes, he will. Atlanta FaZe putting in some pressure from the front. Cellium continuing to be a menace. Now on 8 in a row. Great clearance and great teamwork from Atlanta in such close quarter areas. That's now 9 in a row. Finally gets cut down, but with 10 seconds left, you gotta be thinking about that next rotation. And after our first side, it is Atlanta doubling the score of Seattle.
And now, going into the second rotation, aBeZy's gonna find another 2-piece. And keep in mind, Surge were only able to contest this for about 4 seconds of the initial start of this game. aBeZy just slaying around the middle of the map on a 3 spree. All the spawns still coming in from the Surge towards the backside of Church. aCRC finds 2, but for them to get back in this game, the communication has to be on point. So let's go into a listening with Seattle.
I'm aiming their close left. Oh, I stopped shooting.
Where'd you go?
Watch out, outer.
I need it.
Chris was one shot.
Got heavy in mid alley. Dead.
Chop mid alley, chop mid alley. I'll get left, I'll get left.
Go. I'll pick him in. Top broken. P5. Mid alley. P5, 100%.
I'm holding P5, I got first guy.
Mid alley.
That's a late fall.
They need me hold. Mid alley.
Someone has to get time, guys.
I'll get it.
Back up.
Get the back if you can, maybe.
Behind you. I'm bottom search right now.
P1 Simp. I'll hold the back on someone.
Nothing coming P5, guys. They're going around.
How's the back?
Out of
windows. I detonated windows. I netted D1.
D1, one more D1 on me.
I sent your D1.
Okay.
Nice, AG. Looking for RC's and BZ.
I'm going top. I left.
Oh, they're both P5.
Okay. Hold the back.
One top on me.
Flat slide.
Top. Windows.
Every plat. I'm looking plat with you. On time on me.
I need
plat.
it.
My side time. Oh, one shot. Nice plat. Alright, back in the game, guys.
Yep, plat. He's back plat. I hit him with the nade. Top plat weak, 1 on time. Jumping out. He's close side time.
I hit him with the nade.
I'm hitting the ramp. I'm hitting the ramp.
It's good time.
Plat, one shot.
I'm staying down.
Plat's 1 shot still.
Dead. I'm leaving you out.
Yeah, I'm in new.
Could hit you both from windows.
Yeah, I'm holding it.
I'm going right. Where are you guys at? Big kills. Talk to each other.
I'm top broken.
Back right now.
I'm coming to P1.
No, watch on the back. So at the back. He's do that.
That's it. I'm back arch right now. I just stunned over it.
Stop dead again. I stunned the back.
On new time dead. Shout back right. I'm trolling back right.
Alright.
Back there.
Back right, absolute.
Those weak on the square.
Back right, stun him back right. You're done.
I netted.
Look at my top. I'll pick up top.
Spawning roofs, all roofs.
aBeZy, watch out the heading. There's 2 back there.
No one top.
Take a look at that score now. Seattle Surge clawing their way back into this one. A solid hold at P2. The comms across the board are sounding crispy. And now over at P3. Atlanta spawning here, but Surge not going away. Simp winning some great early fights, but Cellium in reply sits over at that Godheady. He gets picked apart. Mack is there. The trade, can it be successful? Accuracy gets taken down. Still, a big majority of fights still taking place for the very valuable 20 seconds that still remains. Surge holding it from the front side as now they can back up, be prepared for church. They find aBeZy as well. And so with these final 10 seconds that FaZe will grab, you still got to be somewhat happy with the way these last two hills have played if you're Seattle. But now they've got spawns and Mack sits in a big power position.
And this is a huge gunfight right here. We saw Accuracy lose it the first go around. Two players are going to attack Mack. He's able to take down one. He knows that aBeZy's going to be here, but unfortunately the nade's going to drop him. So now that opens up the OE extension on the left side. Pred, unfortunately, is not going to win that gunfight. So now aBeZy does have top church control. The game is getting closer. Surge only down by 15 points. They do find 2 in the feed. They find 3. Last player is going to be aBeZy. He's able to take down another. But still, the players from Atlanta spawning all the way across the map. It's looking like the Surge holding this down to the T. 30 seconds remaining. They are going to be able to take this lead. And this is where it's starting to get scary because people are starting to get hot. We're winning our rotation gunfights. Seattle are turning up.
Accuracy as well. That's going to be 3 in a row for him. The final 15 look good for them at church. Granted, Atlanta FaZe are going to beat them off the rotation at P5, but down by, what, it was a good 80 points? Last time we were at P5, now they've got the advantage due to the Surge. Keep in mind, player number 6 in Accuracy, the only player not instantly involved in the fight. If his teammates can win the early engagements, while also aBeZy's on the flank as well. A lot of big plays being made from either side, knowing how valuable P5 will be, especially if you've got the right control. Mack wins 2, Accuracy toward the flank. The final player is going to be toward the stairs, and he gets dealt with as well. Keep in mind, Seattle, they absolutely can win it here. FaZe have got a big job to do, and aBeZy skating across the map, showing us all kinds of different places for movement inside of the bottom, but Mack once more starting to melt. 233 to 196. Atlanta, what can they do? The Surge have fought back. They're not going down without a fight. Only 15 points more needed for them. P5 going neither way. Accuracy pulls out the SMG, and he's staying alive. Surge cannot win it here, but they're on the rotation. Simp is at next. Only a few more points needed. Are FaZe gonna go down once more to the Surge as Simp takes down 3. 1 more second, and that will be Seattle. You have got to be kidding me. There is something about this stadium, there is something about this franchise that just has Atlanta FaZe's number.
I'm at a loss for words, man.
We've been here before.
I'm at a loss for words.
We've been here before.
This is a brand new roster from top to bottom. Clean sweep going into the year. 2 rookies stepping up to take down the best team we had all year long last year. And the way that they got it done, 6-5 search and destroy, 3-0 in the control, and to be down 70 points in this hard point, and to just dominate the way that they did. I told you, in the first half of that game, they were not winning their rotation gunfights. The second half, we saw them set up properly. Sib was early to P3, causing so many problems for Atlanta FaZe. Every single time Atlanta FaZe was set up on the roof side, they could not get a good chunk of time there. Seattle Surge, they were just not gonna let this one get away. Everyone turned up at the right time, but the young guns, Sib and Pred, 31 and 20, 32 and 25, 20 plus non-traded kills. Seattle Surge, oh man, I'm excited for this roster, man.
They just put the entire CDL on notice. As we'll get to take a look back at some of the highlights, but again, it was the start for Atlanta, up 60, 70, 80 points, somewhere around there after the first set of rotations. And Jay, something clicked, something changed on this second side. Again, they were down 70, down 80 points, and I don't think Atlanta gained more than 40 or 50 throughout the entire last 5 hills.
Atlanta started solo pushing a lot. They were just getting picked off one by one, leaving players to be the only player up. Like when aBeZy was top church by himself, once he gets taken down, all of his teammates are spawning out towards middle. You're just allowing Surge to get fully set up. They know where you're spawning, and they're gonna get the job done. Early into this game, though, we saw Cellium go on an 8 spree, and he was really taken off. But when the second half of rotation started, Sib and Pred really turned up off the rotations, winning huge one-on-ones across the entire map. But to really come back in this game with such a young core roster versus the best team we had all year, the confidence with this team is going to be insane throughout the rest of this tournament.
Seattle Surge spoil the ring ceremony. The world champions come now into Vanguard and lose their very first series on LAN, and to a team that did something similar last year at the Stage 5 Major. Granted, a totally different roster, totally different team in general, but the Surge do it again, winning this series 3-1, and that's it. That's all we get for Atlanta FaZe. We were hoping to get a little bit of a teaser in this match, maybe setting it up for the next one. But the fact that they come in, really only win one map and get knocked out, if there was ever a doubt that the CDL is more competitive than it's ever been, I think this series is a good prover for that.
100%, man. Like, and if you're Atlanta FaZe, I promise you, they would never crumble like that again. Usually when they have a match like this that happens to them, they always come back bouncing strong. But just the way that Seattle Surge played, man, I know the coaches and the players had them ranked 4th. I have to put them in my top 3 right now. They're playing so good.
Yeah, absolutely and incredibly impressive. What a wild game that was. A massive props to both Seattle Surge and Atlanta FaZe for what an incredible series that it was. We're going to go and toss it now to Blaze, who's there with our Game Fuel Victory Spotlight.
Yes, Lando, thank you. In with our Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. Seattle Surge came out to play spoiler today. We got Pretty Boy Pred on the main stage, his first LAN event ever. And my God, you did something that, let's not sugarcoat it, people was not expecting you to do. How you feel right now?
Right now, man, it's a real feeling. You know, like we've been practicing a lot, so for us, this wasn't something that we weren't expecting. It's not like a big surprise. We've been playing so much hours of Vanguard, man. Like we've been grinding. So we come into this, we treat everyone the same, and we just do our stuff, and you know, it all pays off.
Yeah, man, we saw it definitely paid off today to kick off the broadcast. Now, you talk about the preparation and what you have done to prepare for this event. Tell me about your coach, Phoenix, and how he helps you guys get ready for this one.
Sam, he's a great model for us. Like he just literally, like he will always calm us down. That's the main thing about him. He gives you the most support out of anyone. Like anyone that I know, he's the most supportive person I know. So like coming in for me and Dante, especially being first time in the league, having a support system like that means the world. So having him there is like a backbone for us. So if things don't go wrong, he's always there. If things go great, he's definitely there.
He's definitely there,
yeah.
Gassing up the squad. And speaking of the squad, because Simp absolutely went off, okay? Accuracy won big 1v1s, and let's not even talk about Mack's consistency. Tell me about how your team helped you guys win this matchup, because that map number 3 control, you guys looked absolutely dominant, not even losing a round so far.
I mean, our team, we just trust each other to do our jobs. That's the main thing. Everyone trusts each other to do their job. And I feel like that's the most important part. We all have good trust in each other.
All right, everybody, Seattle Surge, they trusted each other to get the job done today. And with that being said, Belly, take it away.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Accuracy with the plays, Mack popping off. We know what Simp's about, and Pred going crazy. Hot damn, this team looks good. But Slack, let's go down the line. Let me hear your thoughts right now. Seattle Surge, they did what none of us thought was going to happen on that main stage.
I'll be the one to say it. I'm going to eat my words right now. They are the real deal, man. I am so proud of these guys for them to come out and play like they did. And like Pred was saying, for him and Sib, their first time playing on LAN this weekend, they did their thing, man. They look really good, and I got to give a big shout out to both of them. Pred, that guy's an absolute beast. It's his first time coming over from APAC. For him to do what he was doing in Challengers and dominate here was very impressive. And the same thing along with Sib. These guys got a bright future. I can't wait to keep watching them.
aLLeY, the disrespect on the main stage. FaZe has got their championship rings, and then Seattle Surge just gave it to them.
You know what, going into this, I said my heart went to Seattle, but the stats, you know, on paper at FaZe, I mean, they're disgusting in scrims, right? And to have them come out here and smack them around like that. After that map 1, dude, we were all like, oh no, like this is getting scary. But Pred, such a turnaround from yesterday. He got his jitters out, dude, and he came out to play. And the big question mark was him and Mack, right? If they could match up with the Simp and aBeZy sub duo. And clearly they did. I don't think Mack even slowed down. I think Pred just turned up.
Nameless, how often is it that we see rookies come into the league and have this type of play dominance like Pred did? That was incredible.
Yeah.
The 2 Ks against the likes of Simp and Cellium? Like,
yeah, man. I mean, it just feels like the last couple of years, that's the formula. You just got to find that next diamond that's in challengers, and it was Pred all the way from the APAC region. Who would have thought that? But also said, man, these guys were going off, and I know Pred's the real deal.
Oh, yeah.
Because we were watching the plays that he was making on the map. On that Tuscan, when they were down, over towards that Fountain Hill, and they just pinned them in the back and kept them off that time, and that rotation over towards Church, Pred held them, got the 2-piece back Church. Like, that is high-level IQ gameplay. It shows they put in the work, they're prepared, and they're ready to go to beat teams like Atlanta FaZe. It's insane, man.
No, it definitely is. You know what? Let's go ahead and have a party. Let me see if Lando and Standy are still there. Fellas, do you hear me right now?
Yeah, we got you, Velly.
Yo, how are you feeling about that matchup? You guys were gifted a series, man.
Oh, we were totally gift wrapped that series. I'll take that underneath my tree any day of the week. But Jay, that was wild.
Yeah,
that
man.
was absolutely wild.
From start to finish, man. Like Atlanta FaZe, they come out, they win the initial hard point, but then the Search and Destroyers would really turn the entire page of this script for the Surge. The fact that they were able to clutch up for Sib in a 1v2 situation, I mean 1v3 situation basically, and the final round to win it 6-5, but then to go on to a Gavutu control, just the way that they controlled the map in general was beautiful. The fact that even when Atlanta FaZe attacked that B point early, they still were not worried about it. Mack was still pushing cliffside. They knew exactly what they needed to do to get the job done, and they did it, man. They did it.
They did. Velly, I hate to say it, but we might be cursed. Atlanta FaZe curses. I don't know. It happened last year with Seattle. I don't know.
Yo, Jeremy, I have a question for you, man. I want you to keep it honest with me right now.
Okay.
Keep it 100, all right? Atlanta FaZe loses to Seattle Surge, something that none of us expected. Do you think that they're going to come back bigger and better than ever next event?
Oh, come on, man. Come on. Atlanta FaZe is Atlanta FaZe. Whenever they take a loss like this, the same thing happened at the end of Stage 5 last year. They lost a really close match versus the Surge, and then they went on to win champs. I feel like this is a wake-up call for them. They probably had a nice, enjoyable offseason, but it's time to get back to work, and they're definitely going to be back with some vengeance.
All right, fellas, thank you so much for the great commentary, and we will see you guys next time. For those of you at home, I mean, this was incredible. Nameless, man, put the cherry on top. What are your ultimate thoughts about what just went down?
I got to say, shout out to Seattle Surge. That was an incredible win. But also for the FaZe fans out there, this happened last year to JB, Slack. You beat them at the kickoff, and they ended up dominating ever since then. So maybe this was worst case scenario for the league because they've awoken the beast.
Yes, now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first matchup of the day, and things are already getting crazy. But coming up next, we're going to kick things off with some more matches here for the CDL Kickoff Classic presented by Zenni. Remember, this is day 2, and what we just saw on that main stage, expect to see much more. We'll catch you guys in a minute.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL.
Wait, camera's live? Yo guys, squad spawn on me. Look at this. Camera's on.
Oh yeah, the camera is on. Look at this geezer in his jammies, man. Get out your bed, man. The matches are on.
Jesus, look, it is true.
Stinking.
Everyone out there, we appreciate the support.
Wait, we need to be on main stage now. Our game's on. Let's go.
Welcome back to the CDL Kickoff Classic presented by Zenni in the beautiful Arlington, Texas, where the barbecue is good and the plays on that main stage is just even better. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm your host, Belly Rockin' Things, my man Slack, my girl Alley Cat, and the GOAT Nameless. But let's go ahead and talk about this matchup in front of us. Whew, still, that last series is on my mind. That is absolutely insane. But when it comes to this particular matchup, let's talk about it. The Toronto Ultra, when it comes to the game fuel keys of victory, Nameless, man, what's going on?
Yeah, let's get into these game fuel keys to victory, man. Toronto Ultra, we are yet to see them play. I'm so excited for this match, and the keys are Insight. He's got to keep the momentum going from his rookie season. Last year, he burst onto the scene like a rocket. This guy was lighting it up as the main AR. He was HP 7th in the rankings. S&D was #1 in control. He was 5th, like top 10 overall on everything. The kid's a monster. And then also consistency is key for Cammy. This guy is a superstar in our league. He had crazy clips last year. He's an aggressive flex player. And his HP KD last season, 1.15 in wins, 0.87 in losses. So he's definitely the X factor for this team. And then use the champs loss as fuel for the season, right? That's a tough loss. They thought they could have took down that W. So going into this one, they can only get better.
Yeah, ultimately, Slack, when you take a look at this team this year, do you think that they're going to continue to have a top 2 type of season, or what's your thoughts?
I think so, right? Last year they started a little rough. It was kind of like a rough patch for them figuring out the teamwork and getting things going. But I think over some time, they'll be able to figure it out, and I'm excited to see what they can do at this Kickoff Classic.
Yes, Allie. Let's talk about Insight for just a moment. I mean, Insight's been popping off. Do you think that this year he's going to be just as big as a factor for this team?
I mean, at least in S&D alone, I mean, you look at without it, they go into negative, you know? And so that's all eyes are going to be on him going into this S&D, and this is a team that is stuck together. And like you said, their teamwork is on point. So should they continue it, I think he'll be a big factor.
Yes, now Toronto, they lost last year in the finals against the Atlanta FaZe. And Tina, we just saw lose to Seattle Surge. But they're going against the Florida Mutineers. And Allie, yesterday, I feel like Florida Mutineers, they're going to have to come off of a hot start, just like they did yesterday with Skies dropping 45. What is your opinion when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory?
Honestly, I think Florida should just keep doing what they did yesterday. They need to come off to hot in S&D, especially with the likes of Insight on the other side. They won map 2 in S&D 6-3 yesterday, but they were 2-7 in First Blood. So maybe the aggression out of Skies and Awakening, we need to see them winning their ones, you know? And we need to see them winning that first engagement and then get better at rotating. They are really not getting that good at breaking these hills, and they won less of half their rotations. But again, they still won, and they were out slaying by a lot. So I agree with that point a lot. And Big Weight, he just needs to keep doing what he's doing, man. What a debut yesterday, and obviously hot off that momentum, dude. He's going to come out and fry.
Yo, Nameless, you think we're going to see another upset on that main stage?
I mean, it's tough to call, right? Because we haven't seen Toronto. We know that they took a little bit of a break, haven't been practicing as much. But when it comes to Toronto, their teamwork is just on another level. So, you know, they play at Creddies, right? Like, Vance is going to be in corners. Kleenex is going to be in your face. He's going to be playing corners as well. So it's really going to be on the Florida Mutineers, like can Skies with an SMG, Awakening with an SMG on those smaller maps, like not get annoyed by it, play together, get those trades. That is going to be huge. So we will learn a lot about this Florida team and how they play against Toronto.
But you know what? It's enough talking from us here on the desk. Let's throw this over to the main stage where your boy God Blaze is bringing all the hype, and he's ready to introduce the teams. Take it away.
All right, Call of Duty fans, what a day it has been so far. It's time to keep up the action. Let's get our second series underway. With that being said, it's time to bring out the best boys in the business. I give to you, Toronto Ultra. Give it up for Benz, Cammy, Kleenex, and Insight. Make some love for the Ultra.
With what looks like a stack team, and we already know what the deal is. I'm loving Bance on this roster, but who is your player to watch?
I can't wait to watch Cammy. Last year, he had a crazy season the entire year. I know he's going to do it again. He's such a flashy, fun player. He's going to pop a lot of 3-pieces, and I can't wait to watch him.
Blaze, this is Toronto's first time on the main stage in 2022, but who are they ready to take on, man?
All right, Toronto's ready to showcases their teamwork on this stage, but the squad they got to go up against, well, they don't care what they ready to do. I give to you the Florida Mutineers. Show some love for Awakening, Dave, Patty, Skies, and Vivid. That's the Mutineers.
Big Wank joining the lobby once again. I'm ready to see the pop-ups go down. aLLeY, who do you like on this roster? Who do you think is going to have a big impact?
All the way across the board, man. Honestly, I talked about Vivid a lot yesterday. I loved his positioning throughout the series. Even though he didn't put up big numbers, the route man certainly got paid duty, filled the holes for his team. And again, Dave Patty in that main AR position, he clearly played lights out yesterday, and I'm just so interested to see what he'll do today against a team like Toronto Ultra.
Blaze, we're tired of waiting, man. Let's go ahead and get this thing started.
All right, let's get it started, because as we know, anything is possible today, and with the best fans in the world in this venue making all this noise, you guys are in for a great series. Let's get this second one kicked off.
All right, welcome back to the desk. And Nameless, I talked to aLLeY about it, I spoke to Slack about it, but who's going to be your player to watch on both of these teams?
Well, I'll be looking at Big Wake. I mean, we saw him going off yesterday. I've been able to call him Big Wake in quite some time because of how he's performing towards the latter half of last season. I'm looking at him today to continue what he was doing yesterday, man. This kid is a force to be reckoned with. When he burst onto the scene, he was frying everybody. His awareness was level 99. I need to see it once again today.
Yeah, now Slack, all right, both of these teams, man, I mean, is there a clear-cut winner? I mean, Toronto Ultra, looking at what they did last year, I mean, they clapped, right?
I'll be honest, based on what I saw in the last series, Atlanta FaZe kind of came out of the gates hot, right? But then they slowed down throughout the series. I think
it's a new year.
It's a new year, right? We're going to see Toronto going, I don't know, man. I'm liking this Florida team I saw yesterday. I expect big things out of them again today.
All right, aLLeY, what's on your mind, girl?
Dude, I'm just excited to see Toronto Ultra. I've seen literally nothing from them, literally nothing, except maybe like a handful of scrim stats, right? So like now it's just a big question mark of, are they frying at this game? According to most coach power rankings, they're still top 2, top 4. So
yeah,
I'm just interested to see if they're going to perform that way as well here today.
The biggest thing to look out for in this matchup has to be Insight versus Dave Patty. Like Dave Patty yesterday, he had a great performance in his first series, but he's going up against Insight, who can be extremely annoying to play against. Like the guy's shot is incredible. He plays those annoying spots. You saw the spots he taught us last year. Like Raid has been out for 10 years. He taught us the tree spot. So like Dave Patty, he has his work cut out for him. It's a big dog he's going up against.
All right, so now let's go ahead and do predictions. Now, for you, do you think that Florida Mutineers is going to run away with this and have a repeat of yesterday, or do you think Toronto's going to show the role what they're all about, Slack?
I think we're going to see the consistency from Florida actually here. Toronto, like I said, hasn't played this weekend so far. I like what I saw out of Florida. I like their comfortability in the new roles. I love seeing Awakening fry and perform. I'm going Florida here 3-1.
All right, Florida 3-1. aLLeY, do you think the team playing the individuality is going to step up big time against Toronto Ultra?
Oh yeah, I have Florida taking this. I actually literally DM'd my group chat today and was like, I'm changing my pick. I'm going in after day 1. I 100% think Florida's going to win this.
Nameless, you a better man, yo. When it comes to your pick for this matchup, who you got all your money on?
They're off the Pine Park. I think Toronto Ultra is going to win this match. Their teamwork is on another level. I saw them. There was a picture of them all laying down, taking a nap in their Zen moment. Like Toronto Ultra, that's a team's team right there. They're going to go in and win this 3-0.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. Let's go ahead and send this over to Miles and Chance. Fellas, let's see if this one is going to bang just like the last series. Take it away.
It's nothing but bangers here so far. Kickoff Classic has not disappointed yet. I mean, FaZe fans probably a little disappointed, but I think this venue's cursed for them, surely. Back to back? Anyway, I digress. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be an absolute treat. Hiya! Let's get on with this one. A lot of fun to be had ahead of us. Florida Mutineers, consistency may be the key for them, but Toronto Ultra, they're our second place, you know, I don't know what to call them, like good team coming into this one.
Yeah, so like second overall in the power ranking, surely based on last year, but FaZe was #1, did not pan out for him, so there's really no telling. And for Toronto, I have heard every rumor under the sun that they look fantastic, teamwork's on point, that they are not having success. I've heard Insight is still one of the best ARs. I've heard he's struggling. I have no idea where to go with this, and similar from aLLeY, haven't heard anything from scrims. It is undeniable that I don't think anyone has any idea how the series series is going to play out.
We'll find out. The series you speak of here on your screen, Gavutu Hardpoint up first, Berlin, Search and Destroy map number 2, and Tuscan Control will run out our third. Berlin, and of course Desert Siege for the final map there. Going to be a lot of fun. Again, Desert Siege, snipes, fun games, all good here. Vanguard has delivered as chaotic and as fast-paced as you like, but Gavutu Chance, a much bigger map, you know, long range. We talk about those AR players being very dominant here. We have to be leaning somewhat towards the boys of Toronto Ultra based on what the desk has been saying, but there's some new kids in town.
Yeah, hey, can we though? Like at the same time, like Florida, that's a team that like has the 3 ARs on the squad. So honestly, insanely difficult to predict, and something that will be interesting at least a little bit later on. That Berlin S&D. I mean, this is very early in the year, but we actually saw Florida play that map yesterday. On offense, it was an A hit every single time. Toronto, a team that obviously does their homework, but Toronto also a team that has the best teamwork arguably in the league. But teamwork looks a little bit different this year.
Here we go. Into the rainy Gavutu for our first hard point, and already you've got Toronto Ultra in point, and it's your boy Benjamin Bantz finding the 2 pieces up there. But those barrels are a deadly addition to the game, and they do tend to eliminate whoever's nearby. That being said, we still have Ultra in the lead, and thinking across the map, already looking towards that P2. That's where those players towards the bottom side of the mini-map are already battling. Insight in your screen. Potential Rookie of the Year here in the CDL. Didn't necessarily walk away with the award here in this very arena the other night, but he's looking fine so far here on Vanguard.
And this is a great way to play it as well, right? Insight just playing around the information, staying safe away from the nades. He can play inside, and now he's on a force spree, getting fed by his teammates. Admittedly, maybe not a ton of time they're able to collect, but the hill effectively has been perfect. Even gets the one-on-one inside the hill. For Insight, it does not get better. And even on that rotation, well, Toronto, they're going to be set up at least earlier on towards this new hill. Skies took a tumble somehow, some way, and Kleenex finds to Toronto. The rotation is perfect.
All good. Over towards the point we go. Plenty of time for them. And Insight keeping the spree alive. You know, I walked past him backstage yesterday and said, hey man, how you doing? How you feeling about the game? He goes, oh, I'm not very good at this game. I'm a bit shit. And I was like, well, I don't know, mate. You're on a 6 spree. So let's get with it. The hard point time's still ticking their way. Mutineers have yet to get involved.
And this is just perfectly controlled. No one's overextending. They're playing it so well. Insight has been a statue. Vance has been Muhammad Ali, and now he's pushing out the spawns. He's going to be flanking too, potentially, right after he gets the calls out from Insight. I don't believe Insight connected with at least the glide bomb. Woo! But Benjamin Vance connects with the 2, and look at the score line and the rotation as well. Toronto, this has been perfection.
Yep, flows like a butterfly, stings like a Benny B, and now we still have hardpoint going the way of Ultra. Rotation now going down. Mutineers, they're going to be in position to make something happen here. Vivid flying forward as we go over towards the amphibious little lander. That's going to be an open hard point for now. Both teams going to contest at range. First in, best dressed Florida Mutineers. How long can they hold it? Oh my word, Cammy right off the top. An easy kill for him. Insight at range takes care of Skies. Up to Dave now. What's he going to do? And the answer is nothing. It's another 5 here for Kleenex.
This has been picturesque. He can't get this 6, but everything Toronto has done. This is textbook of how you want to play Gavutu hardpoint. Again, every rotation on point. They're not being hyper aggressive. This is controlled gameplay. In Insight, 8 kills already. He's got the coverage around the point, and this is the teamwork that we were expecting from Toronto Ultra. They have picked up right from where they left off, and now the question is for me is, how are they going to approach this break on the money hill? They got 3 players right now trying to push through P1.
Map control going the way of Florida Mutineers for the next hard point. Toronto, though, a team lauded for their brilliant teamwork and communication. Well, let's let them do the talking for themselves. Go for a quick listen in. Toronto Ultra.
Go right up here.
Awaken into that back truck. Awaken into back truck. Take our time here. Jamie's got streaks.
Yeah, I have a streak. I'll try and get a kill here.
Yeah, go. Nate top to the right side. Toby,
yeah,
right
I'm doing it now. Quick at it.
Deep by me. I didn't hit him. Wait, I'll hit deep right. Fucking. Wait.
Yep.
I'm just blocking cliff still.
It's top hill.
Awaken, back hill. Heal one more. Move it to the back right. Block it.
Block it. This one. No,
top Skies top weak, and then one's back left.
Gonna be behind us, Ben. Dead.
Nice, good chip. You still blocking right?
You was top.
Yeah. Okay.
Nice, guys up top.
You back dead.
Left side time at top.
Paddy, weak on the left side. James, Put you on time. These are weak. Guys, go on left, awaken him. Go noob. Book the corner. Oh yeah, he's mid. I spawned him.
One shot boat.
Awaken on old.
You got a streak?
Yeah, we got a streak. Let's play this out. Someone go left.
It's already left, bro. Already left.
Right side cam.
Yeah. Already left. Top ring. And one top boat. I spawned out, bro.
We spawned out.
Wait, he was on the right, bro.
Look for him, man.
He's still top 3 now. Oil top boat now. He's top boat.
Top boat, should I Give me.
Vivid, absolutely.
Kill top boat.
Gobble, absolutely.
Okay, yeah. One's cliff, awakening. Cliff awakening. Go on top boat,
I'll see it. Low. That's fucking
Nice, that's two.
One was left, one in time.
He's in the mid box at some time. Need him on the mid box. The mid box,
S1,
green.
S2 tank.
Yeah, oh, he's top P5, bro. Top P5, that paddy.
Clean comms in a developing league now here for Toronto Ultra and Chance. The crowd couldn't hear it, but tell them how good it sounded.
I mean, it was absolutely textbook communication. They're also out here teaching, right? You hear the comms when they're trying to break that hill that say, inside, are you blocking? And you can block those spawns from P1. It is like a line side block. If you're actually looking at the spawn location, it will force them to spawn behind you. If you ever look away, well, they get a spawn right in the back. So Toronto, they certainly know how to play this game. And again, everything so far has pretty much just been picturesque. You couldn't ask for anything more.
Yep, all good so far. The Vance 15 and 11 now on a 3 spree. Back over towards the first hard point we go. And again, it's back into the rotation. Doing what they possibly can now is davePaDi on the far back side of the map. Phoenix cuts him off, catches a big wake as well. Can he find Skies? No. Big shots there, but still hard point hands in for Toronto Ultra. A few players now making their way in through the center of the map, coming from Florida Mutineers, but Vance once again, clean reads. Can he take care of big wake as well for the 5th? As the teamwork so far flowing right now, and davePaDi from the top rope trying to push Vance back, but it is just enough as he will take him down. The pressure still mounting, Chance, but you've got a solid hold here still from Ultra.
I mean, I'm just waiting for Florida to force any sort of pressure onto Toronto. It is seemingly just every perspective we see from an Ultra player. Casual, just pre-aiming, waiting for the gunfights to come to them. The double challenge is on point, and I think really they are just taking Florida to task. The teamwork has genuinely just been that good. A clean and easy game for Toronto thus far, but as it stands, the exact same situation just about on this rotation over towards P2. Cammy gets top boat first, and he gets flanked, and look at the comms. His teammates feed him the information, and they just add to everything. Finally, Vivid able to pick up 2, and it looks like Florida actually managed to get to P2 first. Maybe a moment, a respite, a breath of life for them to try to get back into this game, but as it stands now, down by 90 seconds.
Couple of sweet kills though, helping them out. Awakening can't quite catch the other one. There's one more invader on the outside of the boat. There's going to be Awakening, Insight, trying to make his way up top now. Vivid with a good line and the bad timing. Here he comes. Catches him out. Another one up top. Vivid wins the second. Great job out of Vivid, holding on to the spree there for a few moments. That was a 5. Gives his team a nice bit of time, but CleanX, the Great Dane now, trying to make his approach through the bottom side of the boat. Awakening once again from the top side of green. He's going to find those kills as well. It's good work out of the Mutineers. Pulling this one back, slowly but surely.
And after that clean 4 down, right, well, the main thing you have to do for Florida is worry about that rotation. Vance, I mean, he might not know it, but he can just fly on through, but davePaDi actually is there to watch the cross, so Florida not letting anything slip by. We talked about how perfect Ultra has been pretty much throughout this entire game, but davePaDi winning another big one-on-one. They were down by 90, but now you got a 5 spree. Now you got the clearance on the hill. You're pushed out P1, and even look at number 8. They have cut off the middle of the map. All their bases covered. This is set up for a perfect full 60.
See how it goes, though. Pressure now on davePaDi. Top mid cleaned up. Still hard point going the way of the Mutineers. Will it be a full 60? Let's find out. Ben Vance, he and CleanX now approaching the hard point. Awakening. Potential cut of kills here. His teammates, they're finding them, though. Awakening finds one up top. Cammy, though, from the backside, a nice 2-piece for him. Into the hard point he goes. No, Awakening shuts it down once again. Can Vance take care of Awakening? That's hard point. No! Awakening once again finding those kills. He's holding it down now, keeping the Mutineers with a foothold here on the beach.
An interesting spot, by the way, as well. You actually flip those spawns, so you don't get the full 60, which isn't great, but if Toronto Ultra is spawning on the right side of the map, at least that grants you that rotation. Now, the first go around Florida, they did get the full setup, and it was about 30 seconds before Toronto found the break. Obviously, with this situation in Florida, they cannot afford to have the same thing happen again. They need to win these gunfights on P1. Number 7 on the minimap, davePaDi, he needs to keep control of that boat. You cannot let these players pass. You need all of this hill time.
Skies in the hill. davePaDi, current captain of the ship, trying to hold these players down. Oh, Benz has managed to slip through. There it is, the damage already done. He's made it in. Can he find any more in the back line here? Vivid's up next, does win it on the backside. So, safe as you like. Cammy and co now making their way through the beaches as they storm forward. Can they find anything? Skies up first. There's the shots as Cammy gets much closer, but the pinch is there. Good work, Mutineers, good comms. Holding the point down still. Vance from the back line can't get anything done. It's 4 dead. As you can see, the spawns, though, as tight as you like, and look how close they are to the hard point. Ultra, this is your opportunity to get in there, but you have to slow down the hold here from the Mutineers. It's been ideal. 1 player left, and then you should be able to call it quits. Spawns are still there, and Toronto, as many kills as they've got, what a battle, and how long it took to get in that point.
I mean, we heard in the comms, they taught how to break this hill. They just do the exact same thing again. Someone was able to break through. I think it was Vance on the cliff side. Unacceptable from Florida. You have to make sure you pick up that side of the map. And as soon as they block those spawns and then secure them for the back, the break is that much easier. I mean, that is 2 back-to-back money hills that Florida just could not handle. Now the situation they are in is that much more difficult. Such a long way to go, but at the same time, you can also lock this hill down for a full 60. If Toronto were spawning on the bottom left, it is not fun to have to flood through. Awakening, watching the cut. Number 5, Vivid, doing the exact same thing. And Skies, he gets to post up. This is an incredibly difficult hill to break, flooding through the front.
Trying to flood through the front still. Insight, Vance, Cammy, kills all around. Insight's going to find himself 3 in a row, and that could be enough. It may be enough to get on the point indeed, as Ultra finally managed to get themselves that bit closer to the win here. As Insight's 3-piece comes to a close, the hard point is all theirs.
Vance, I mean, he just goes and picks up 3. It's so tough to get inside. They use the streaks just for that small opening. They find all the kills. Toronto, every single hill that they needed to break, they get the job done. The stamp on the game. Map number 1 for Toronto, and I gotta say, they made it look easy.
At times, it was a little shaky. They took their sweet few moments getting in hard points. The breaks weren't as clean as you'd like at moments, but hey, man, it has to be said, a team with such brilliant teamwork that we gave so much praise to in that 2021 season, it seems they've started things off in the right way, Charles.
I mean, really, that game, I think for what the first half, Toronto Ultra basically didn't deal with any sort of pressure, built up a very nice lead, and then the second half was almost the opposite story. They had to deal with the pressure, dealing with the breaks, 3 hills back to back to back, and well, every single time they're able to get through. So that answers a big question for me. How good is their teamwork going to be? That was completely on point. They have not lost a step.
I think the only step we could say they possibly lost, and again, this is kudos more to the Mutineers, that the slaying compartment, they really picked things up in the second half of the map. More kills for them as we look across the stats here. A bit of a slow one from Skies at 15 and 26. I think Insight as well, he started things off really, really hot. It was a nice spree for him, 6-7-0, and at the end, 23 and 17 for him. Big work all round.
And even looking at just those non-traded kills, right? Most players in the lobby, and this has been typical, are very close to their total kills. The non-traded right around that same ballpark. Skies, though, only 8 non-traded for the 15 total kills, so half the time he's getting 1, immediately getting killed straight after, so bit of a low-impact game, but also the hill time, it is worth pointing out, Inside, I think he was like the super sponge inside the actual hill. He just collected 2 minutes and 18 seconds, so that's what you want from Toronto. Get that main AR inside the hill, let him just be the laser beam, and everybody else gets to clean house. Again, just perfection from game number 1.
That hill kitten was purring indeed. Look at the highlights now from that opening match here on Gavutu. Why are you shaking your head? I think it's a lovely term, as Toronto Ultra will take the lead here in this series. Mutineers, though, plenty to be seen from them still. We've got a long series ahead of us, and again, if you have just joined us, it is a single elimination tourney, so it's a best of 5. When you lose, you go home, and we don't want that. A lot of the fans here in the crowd. We know there's a lot of Mutineers fans. We heard you at the start. You guys are real loud. Except for then, that's okay.
Yeah, drop the ball on that one, I gotta say. Maybe the tough map one is gonna be a little bit draining, but just highlights from this one. Again, clinical effort, but I will say that Berlin S&D we are going to next is incredibly interesting because Florida had a situation where they were like 2 and 7 in the first blood, so they could not find the opening kills, and they won the game 6-3. I mean, they just bullied out the A site on offense every single round, and it'll be interesting to see if that plays into the mind games, right? Is that going to be Toronto makes the adjustment? Are they going to go for heavy stacks? And also, I think in terms of creativity and search and destroy, maybe a handful of rounds, 5 or 6, where the smokes are getting utilized effectively by some of the teams. Toronto may very well be the case of every single round. They might have just a bag of tricks that they are going to be using. Certainly one of the most creative teams we had last year in Cold War.
Yep, Berlin, Search and Destroy coming up next. Of course, we saw the Florida Mutineers play the LAG yesterday, and it was a 6-3 victory for them. A lot of love towards the A-bomb site there, but chances, you said, a lot of love towards the cuts as well. So good-looking gameplay from them. We'll see if they can repeat that against one of our more cerebral teams here in the form of Toronto Ultra. Tuscan Control as well. Excited to see how that one goes. There's some great Control games already. It's been a hot topic here when it comes to Vanguard.
I mean, yeah, the interesting thing about Control this year is it seems like almost every single round is going to play out the exact same way. Like a minimal amount of variation of what you're actually allowed to do on the offensive rounds, and both these maps are fairly defensive-sided. I want to watch Toronto play because they would be one of the very first teams to sort of figure out the game mode, break it down, and with the limited amount of time that these pros have had on these maps, Toronto Ultra potentially, they have been ahead, but Looking at Insight, Jamie Craven from the last season. I mean, balling out in Search and Destroy. The first game he had on Miami, he's breaking records. So he had quite the introduction. And of course, the respawn, not too shabby either. And I think his KD, honestly, from game number 1, roughly the same with all of the hill time to back it up.
It really was a standout season from the young rookie. His debut in the Call of Duty League shook the foundations itself. And a second place finish at playoffs as well and at champs. It was one hell of a show. And if you were there, you know what we're talking about. Truly crazy. But again, the opportunity to right the wrongs of last year, and they're already off to a better start than their rivals Atlanta FaZe, but they have to get through Florida first.
I mean, if I remember correctly, Atlanta FaZe won map 1 in fairly fashion, and it didn't go too well after that. So there is a lot of Call of Duty left to play, and again, it is almost impossible to predict most of these teams at the moment. All the evidence we have seen just an hour ago, but Berlin, I will say it again, we watched Florida play it yesterday. I'm very interested in to see how Toronto responds, or if they just try to play their game and go for more standard setups on defense. But I am expecting Ultra to be very keen on utilizing the smokes, potentially more than any other team.
Let's see how they go. Ultra AF has been the hashtag for the longest of time. Let's see if they can bring it in game right now and push the lead to 2-0. The comeback could be on for Florida Mutineers. Here we go. Over towards the A-bomb site, as Florida loves to do. Is it an easy read from Ultra? They've sent 2 players on the alley side on the defense, playing that little slow. Ben Bance on the cuts now. Timing not so good. Awakening first blood.
Oh, they just sat there and waited for it. That was the trap. Here's the bait for the trades on Insight. Insight with the snapper, but he does get traded out. And once again, Florida, I mean, this time they get the first bloods, but bullies over towards A.
Yep.
And the opening on the flank is not there. That is tried and true Florida. They have not mixed this up at all. And for good reason. I think they've won pretty much every single offensive round.
Indeed, that final kill there. Cammy finds himself on the wrong side of the tracks. aBeZy lying in wait. Young rookie once again making his debut into the CDL. This first event for him has gone pretty well so far. I think he's won some fans. There's a lot of talk in the analyst desk, and even backstage. Plays that we wouldn't expect to work. Dave somehow manages to make it happen. Here we go though, Ultra on offense. Bomb in hand, Benjamin Bance will be our carrier. And forward we go into this rainy Berlin night.
Spots 2 on the cross. You see the route Vivid's taking. Bance did the exact same thing. It's the lack of information. So they only know where 2 players are. And the first blood, Awakening actually able to pull it off down low. And aBeZy there for the follow-up. Already a 2 versus 4. And that player able to get out with his life and Awakening. He's got eyes on everybody. Florida again, full speed ahead.
Big Wake going toe-to-toe with Cleanex. Insight comes to get the rescue, and that's a big kill. Maybe 3. Skies from behind finds 1. Potential for the second, but he's going to dip on out. Here comes the teamwork. Cleanex manages to get him in the end. 1v2 situation, and Cleanex, oh boy, stay away from the light, my friend. He is hurt, tagged up with 45 left in the clock. Vivid and aBeZy, they're going to get him. Good teamwork from the Mutineers. Cool resolve in what could have become a dicey situation.
And just swarming as well. And keep in mind, 2 and 7 in first bloods yesterday on this map, and they still won at 6-3. Now they're 2 for 2 on first bloods, and obviously they have been converting. Back to the attack they go. And again, I think it's been literally every single time just towards this A site. There's been no need for them to mix it up. So if nothing else, I want to see some sort of a response from Toronto, right? Maybe Bance tries to play the same angle, maybe a little bit more patient down low, or maybe to just be a 2-2 split. But aBeZy, he's got the intel. He can call this out to his teammates.
Or at least 1. Awakening's going to find it, and Cleanex, that first blood once again, 3 for 3 now in rounds. Bomb making its way slowly towards A. Got to keep an eye on Insight. He's the player a little bit closer. Bance bursts through the doors, doesn't check his corners once again. aBeZy, he's in the corner every single life. He's managing to find these kills, and Vivid's going to leave it now all down to Cammy. We will find at least 1 as the bomb gets planted.
Just done. I mean, just suffocating on Berlin. I don't know if Florida, I mean, maybe in scrims, literally have just never seen the B site, never even bothered to like mosey on over there. But if that's the case, that means every repetition they're getting, I mean, maybe the most well-experienced team over towards A, but I mean, again, they have simply just looked unstoppable. A very comfortable game for these guys, 3 for 3 on the first bloods as well. I mean, Ultra, if you're struggling on defense against this squad, you need to make sure you pull off wins on offense to try to crawl back into this game. Keep in mind, aBeZy 5-0, sniffing at some score streaks.
Yeah, Ben Bance 0-3 on the other side of the board. Dave, can we find number 6? The answer is hell yeah. A nice first blood once again. Ultra have been stunned round after round. Cammy finally puts it to a close, but we do have that strafing run in the hands of aBeZy for a future round. 1v2. Cammy versus Vivid and Awakening. He does have the bomb, and he is still close enough to the A-bomb site. What will Florida do to stop him?
They've flipped the map. I mean, right, you got number 8 Awakening. He's got eyes over towards A. He's just going, now you get the intel. Someone assuredly is going to be watching the cross if Cammy tries to go back, and it's going to be both. They know exactly where he is. He's looking for the chow, but they've got both bomb sites covered. Now you don't even have to worry about B. You're happy to give up this plant because you can just trap him in. Awakening should cover to make sure he doesn't cross. And you see Vivid is playing over towards the tracks, so they know they have Cammy trapped around the A site. It's about how they approach it. You can take a little bit of time, 30 seconds on the clock.
Cammy right in the corner. Awakening the first kill, but the timing's got to be great. Vivid looks to be stacking up behind him. Oh my gentle Jesus, the timing on this one. Cammy wins the first. 20 seconds left. Vivid now on the hunt. And Cameron McGilligan is going to make a run for it. He is going to fly now. And here we go. Vivid's still hot on his tails. He's still making the play. And if he can find the kill in time, he should be able to get the defuse. Cammy! Finally gets the kill. And finally gets Ultra on the board.
1v2 clutch. I mean, you will take it. By the way, very creative strat right from the get-go, right? They just triple hit up through mid, try to bully out fire. Didn't pan out, but Cammy for the clutch. And again, he knew he was trapped. Pick a corner, find the kills. Maybe the time it helped out a little bit. And funnily enough, it was the aggression he had after. Vivid is one of the fastest players in the league. Cammy just simply outran him. Did not waste any time. That is exactly what Ultra needs. Again, Florida, they have the bomb. They are going towards A. Ultra, they have to figure out a way to stop this.
A technical 1v3 there for Cammy, but it's a 2-2 split. 2 of them on A, 2 of them crossing over towards B. And Kleenex trying to do a bit of home renovation, changing the windows and doors of his abode here by the A-bomb site. And as you can see, the windows are gone, and it's going to be potentially a 2-piece. The Great Dane, what an opening for Tobias Juhl Jonsson.
Just fantastic timing. Whatever made him make that call. He's flying forward. He wants it. Bance wants it too. Maybe a little over-aggressive, but you know where both players are. The last guy's trapped down low. Woo! Skies for the 1v3, but drop instantly. Ultra pounce. They deliver on defense. And Kleenex simply making it happen. Certainly knew the players were over towards the windows, right? You can hear him sort of poking it open. So Kleenex knew what the deal is. Timed it out well. And then Ultra, I mean, again, just no time wasted at all. They were flying.
They hit the go button so hard. They flew in there. Kleenex almost managed to get 3. And that player who managed to dip out by bottom tracks got away with his life. And nice turn from Skies there. Great shots from him still. The comeback slowly but surely on. It's 2 rounds now in a row for Ultra. And a different look now here on offense.
This is bully at the B site. Viv is the quickest one. Someone's on the tank. You're looking for the first. Bance takes him down. Now you got the opening. And you got the sniper in the back. The bomb doesn't get planted. Skies actually is able to take down 2. I think he did it with what? The exploding barrels potentially.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden a 2 versus 3 and Cammy's got the sniper. Maybe an opportunity for him to make the play, but not a fun situation to be forced into.
Now, this has changed dramatically. What looked like quite a nice opening here for Ultra. Spun on its head. Insight does have eyes on. Cammy's going to be the one to get it. Here comes the pressure. Dave Paddy from up top. Cammy's going to be able to get that bomb down, but Awakening on the flank. The timing's good. The battle now raging. A slight exchange there from Insight and Awakening, and here we go, Cammy putting that sniper to work. That Kar 98K. What will he find here? Oh, there's one. Awakening. That's why we call him Big Wake. Oh my word, Chance. A bloody hit marker. Awakening, what a beast. Dave finds the kills as well, and they get the defuse.
I could have sworn the snipers were overpowered. I think that was the rumor, but I mean, hey, just a little love tap right there. And I mean, just unfortunate as it could be. And hey, Awakening will take those. Man is just simply built different, and that is quite a way to win that round on defense. Sky's picking up the first 2 kills, and now picking up some hand warmers.
Something? Hand warmers, something? Might have a... I don't think we have a tactical pause. But we're taking a brief moment here as Cammy completely unfazed by that hit marker. I'd have been raging, personally, but here we go, back at it. 4-2 now, as the Mutineers managed to steal a great round there. Chance, we're going through mid-map, potentially going over towards B, and once again, Toronto Ultra with a tried and true 2-2 split.
They might just try to bust out of this door. Cammy's there, though.
Cammy's going to try to make the flag to be now on the inside. The mail room's getting popping. All sorts of things being delivered. Whoa, Vivid. Straight to the grave. Awakening still holding the line. Manages to find 1 out of that one, so clean trades. 3v3 now. Still got that bomb on the inside of Mail, but the B-bomb site now has Bance to guard it.
And I think Toronto Ultra just figured out where the actual pressure was going to be coming from, because Cammy left by himself. I mean, he was surrounded by 2 or 3 players. And you see the play call from Florida, right? They've made noise over towards B. It's actually brought Insight back. But now the bomb being rotated. But keep in mind, Cleanex, he has been playing this corner the entire time. He is just playing to hear once these players go for the plant and they're making some noise. The question is how fast the Ultra rotate. They have wasted no time. Number 1, Bansy's already coming back. Nice little fake. Nice little fake, and they catch him. What a play. Skies gets 2. Bance the last one left. Bomb down Florida. Playing off the sound cues. Taking it to Ultra.
Skies, what a round.
Just so simple stuff. I mean, just the fake plant. Cleanex takes the bait instantly. Skies there to watch over top, and we think the word is Skies cut his finger. Don't put German. That's gonna burn.
He's a badass. He put sanitizer on an open wound.
His fingers are on fire. How do you cut your finger?
He cut a finger.
Is that a sharp controller?
I mean, this is like an F1.
Oh my God.
Oh, family show. Oh!
Michael Jordan flu game. Not actually, though.
My guy, but he's a warrior. He's back in it. What happened? We're gonna have to find out exactly how the young warrior managed to cut himself here, but he's soldiering on with what looks like quite a messy cut. Thumbs are up.
Is the game going on right now?
I think we can take a pause. We can.
Oh,
we're in a timeout. I'm seeing plenty of thumbs up, but damn, that's something. Skies.
That's impressive. that is impressive, if nothing else. I don't know how you managed to cut yourself playing Call of Duty, but this guy's out here teaching.
He's out here teaching indeed, and this is a very strange pause indeed for the rest of the squad, but that's a weird one for the ref to receive. I cut my finger.
It's like the second time in Call of Duty history, potentially a player could actually identically say that, blood, sweat, and tears, we poured it in.
Blood, sweat, and tears going into this one, quite literally. Right, back into the game we go. He's patched up. He's good to go.
I mean, to be fair, he was bleeding. He's getting all the kills in the world, right?
Yeah,
he's got 9.
Yeah.
Past couple rounds, he's like putting in some serious work. Like, I don't know, take the Band-Aid off. Wait a little bit.
Leaving more than a little bit of skin in the game.
Doing it again, by the way.
Oh, let's go, baby, Skies. On a 4. Let's go, Skies! Woo! Almost managing to find another one. It doesn't matter how many fingers he might be missing right now. He's shooting fine, but it's a 2v1. Cammy. This is for the map, Cammy. Stay alive, son. The saga may continue. Oh my God, it's over. The Mutineers. The Skies, quite literally wounded, still manages to put on an incredible performance. He did definitely say, guys, we need to end this right now. I have to go deal with this. I'm just going to get a quick 2-piece in mid-map, and we're going to see how this one goes. But that's the Search and Destroy in the books. And congratulations to the Mutineers. That was one hell of a performance. They continue to be the Kings of Berlin.
Yeah, I mean, dominance on Berlin, I suppose, is actually the main theme. Again, I think 1 round on offense, they weren't able to convert. And they started making instant adjustments, right? They started playing much more towards the center of the map as soon as Ultra was making plays. And also a lot of very simple things they were doing, right? The bomb fakes just to bait out players like Cleanex to rack up the kills. But guys, the man of the game, 11-5, not too shabby at all. Decent amount of damage. And I think, honestly, it was like pre-bleed versus post-bleed. As soon as his fingers got cut, I mean, he went on an absolute tear.
Slight adrenal spike, maybe. He got a little bit extra juice flowing. The man literally put hand sanitizer straight on that wound. You saw that little wince. What a titan. What a juggernaut Skies is. But yeah, great stats all around from the players. Everyone did a nice bit of work. Dave Paddy, those corners in the early rounds, he really played those angles right. Great reads there on the Toronto Ultra players. Not a bad work at all from the boys there. Look at the highlights, and it is mostly going to be the Mutineers.
And for good reason. Again, the Mutineers made the appropriate adjustments, and Ultra did too, right? On defense, they started to figure out what was going on over towards that A site. Ultra also showing a couple interesting looks on offense, trying to bully out over towards Fire, but I think time and time again, Florida just prepared for it. And I think outside of the Cammy 1v2, basically no mistakes that were made. So, I mean, credit to Cammy for the actual plays, but again, Skies has to be the MVP, at least for that map number 2. Nice little bounce back performance, and if nothing else, I think Florida just continued to prove how dangerous they actually are.
Formidable squad, and again, very much considered lower in a lot of the power rankings coming into this one. So Florida continued to turn heads, and I'm just still wondering how he could have actually possibly cut himself. Task and Control will be coming up next as we go into this one, all leveled at 1-1. The first Kavutu hardpoint, not really close. Berlin Search and Destroy, not close at all. Maybe we'll get a tighter affair here on Tuscan. You know what it could have been? Marky B under a desk with a little scalpel or something, like a little razor blade, just like, get him.
That doesn't say, no, Marky B is a very nice guy.
He's a lovely boy. But he'll anything to win. Tuscan coming up next. And we got Berlin Hardpoint as well. We do have to go there. But take a look at our top KDs today. This is already. And Big Wake did the same from day one. This was him all frying all day long. Sky's there as well in 5th place. The Mutineers, I mean, their opponents, LAG, obviously didn't put up the biggest fight chance. That has to be said. And
not a fight at all.
Wow, come on. Well, break this one down then, brother.
I mean, Awakening Skies popped off, and it was right from the bocage as well, right? That was the very first bit of analysis that we had for Florida is all these ARs. How's that going to pan out? And another interesting, the second bit of analysis is how good is their communication going to be? And Dave Patty, I mean, he was putting in some serious work yesterday. I'm kind of interested in to see how they sound in the control once we get there.
Oh, we'll get there very, very soon. We're going to patch Skies up, make sure he's all good to go into Tuscan, and we're going to take a very, very quick commercial break. When we come back, map number 3. Don't go too far.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Friends, and welcome back to the Call of Duty League's Kickoff Classic, brought to you by Zenni Gaming. Skies is all good to go. He managed to cause himself quite a blunder. He's cut his hand wide open, but he's now hot to trot. The medics have been on field. They've taken good care of him, and it certainly didn't slow him down in that last game on Berlin, Shots.
I think it might have helped with the grip, to be perfectly honest with you. But Skies, obviously the toughest player in the league. I mean, how do you... No, it's not a big deal. It's just cut on your finger. It's whatever.
I think you sold that quite well.
Yeah, I mean, he's
all good, though.
It doesn't look great, though. I will give him that.
No, it's a tough-looking one, but it hasn't slowed him down one bit as we come now into Tuscan control, and so far, so good. The Mutineers bounce back after a difficult showing there on Gavutu. Skies, of course, he's a winner on map 2, Berlin S&D. Look at him. 955 in the damage, goes on a 5 spree, 11-5 overall.
And a good bounce back from the game number 1 as well, right? It probably had the worst performance on his team. Admittedly, it was just a tough one because of how well that Ultra were playing on the Gavutu, but yeah, they're there. That's the resilience that you need from the leader of the squad. And is he like towards like the veteran part of Call of Duty? It's like his 4th year. Is that veteran these days?
He's getting there, you know.
4 years. It used to be veteran. It used to take like 2.
Yeah, I mean, what, like the greatest veterans we've still got? I mean, it's the Crim Clay, Slashers 27.
Oh, they're like 27 years. Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time.
Maps and Mozo friends, Tuscan control coming up next. Berlin Hardpoint. We're going to go back to that one. And of course, Desert Siege for game 5. And the way things are shaping up so far, it's been a spicy day of Call of Duty. And I think that's putting it very, very mildly. This could be a very fun one, but we do have to see exactly what happens on our next map, Game 3, Control. Chance, I said before, a hotly contested topic, I think. Safe to say, Control coming into Vanguard, but I'm not going to lie, man, this is a lot of fun to watch.
And I will say, right, just to revisit the conversation we had like briefly earlier, every single round we have seen on both Gavutu and Tuscan have played out effectively the exact same way. If there's any team that may be able to break the mold, show off a little something extra, Ultra might have something cooking, or it'd be same old, and honestly on Tuscan, there is no reason to do anything different. Leave one player on A, try to milk it and get as many kills as possible, but that is a much better start on the defensive end. Florida winning a couple of those gunfights, and makes Ultra just a bit of a tougher spot. Vance, though, clean shots to at least take down Skies.
Desperately trying to find that pressure, find that space to work with so you get that capture on A. The first segment's gone. Decent shots, but not quite enough as Dave Paddy managing to find another kill there. Big Wake has been on the flank basically the entire round. You just have to turn around and find yourself in trouble, and here he comes, making his way forward, slowing down the pressure for there, but whoa, that's it from Skies. The last member of Ultra cleaned up, but 2 segments already gone.
And again, this is just for Florida operation, get as many kills as possible. If you can keep him on A, that's great, but I think A is going to have like a 98% capture rate. I don't know if you will honestly ever see a round where the team on offense isn't able to collect, and you see Vance, that is the right idea. Fly forward and maybe duke a couple players out, has a couple players in front. Can't get the first, though. Vivid there to shut him down. Florida, now they've just returned to that bottom right corner of the map. Try to lock down Church. Trying to make sure no one sneaks through, and maybe a little bit of pressure on Skies in the back as well. He's able to take down one.
Still trying to maintain that pressure. We've seen some of the traps already here on Tuscan. They have been absolutely devastating, and it's already starting to play out. Oh my God, Kleenex somehow manages to find 3 there, making it 4 overall. Skies, you're next, son. Nice kills indeed, and the spawns are crazy right now, Chance.
Oh, and Vance never actually saw them. They just spawned literally right next to Vance. It is very difficult to actually block spawns on Tuscan Control. Shout out to the squads, and Kleenex is basically the one-man wrecking crew. That is honestly somewhat of an unfortunate, I want to say wasted, but wasted. It's not the correct word, just unfortunate for Vance. He's on the back tank, and he ends up getting shot in the side. And that makes it that much more difficult for Ultra to actually try to siege forward to try to find some sort of opening.
And Kleenex also now trying to make his way back over towards B. The offensive efforts have been decent so far. The kill's good for them. 13 lives for Toronto, remain 12 for the Florida Mutineers. And we've slowed this one to a snail's pace. Vance managing to win the fight top church. Now allowing the troops to fly on through, and here comes the pressure. Awakening still with that top plat control. You've got to find those kills, and Ultra have flooded through the backside of the map. The kills have all gone their way. Oh, it is sublime from Toronto Ultra. Still going strong. They're on B. The first segment's nearly complete.
And they've got all the cuts right. They got number 1, Vance. He's sitting in the back of the map. Now you're actually forcing those spawns out. You basically just have to focus on Church in the alley. Cam going to pick up Church. There's 1, there's 2. You got the collection. Nearly 2 ticks have come through. He can't get the 3rd, but Vance is still here. He needs to slow this push down to buy his teammates time. Meanwhile, Skies nading his teammates. Vance can only get the one, but that buys at least insight time to get over towards that plat positioning. And obviously 8 versus 2, I think Ultra have done enough.
They've done enough, but crazier things have happened. Awakening, what have you got? We're not going to call this one over until it's over. Cammy goes down. The clock has been stopped. The capture continues. Cleanix does push it all the way to Skies. Now Skies, lone man left. A lot of work to be done. The second segment of B is almost complete. Toronto have stacked the point. This should be their round, and it is. Ultra take the first.
Just in an incredibly efficient fashion. I think, honestly, it was the setup, right? You saw Bance when he's coming in through side church. At some point, they had 3 players through church just flooding through the back alley, and that is where the chaos really starts. And I will say, I know a theme throughout Cold War for Control in there was teams do not stack the point nearly enough. I think that's a situation where Bance is playing it perfectly, where you can't afford to stack it at least super quickly. You need a player to push all the way to the back to block the spawns, and I think Ultra certainly have the right idea, but we go again. This time Florida's turn on the attack, and enough, not a ton of pressure over towards A yet.
Yeah, not yet. I think Ultra didn't do the greatest job in capturing the Ripper. Howdy, Cleanix. Oh my word, nice start from him. Once again, keeping the kills going. 14 and 8 so far from him. Still, that pressure mounted. Cammy's holding down that line of sight by A. He's got the backside completely covered. Sky's going forward. Bance is already in the flank, and this is poetry in motion for Ultra. The teamwork, the positioning right now is sensational. Over to B we go, though, for the Mutineers, Chance.
And this could be a blessing in disguise, right? So much pressure actually forcing the spawns over towards roof, so you might be able to get at least one tick of progression there. And if you turn this into a B cap first, Florida, they will love to be in this situation. Something we have not seen before. Skies and Waking on the hill, and Bance for the moment, he's by himself. That's 2 ticks gone. HyDra, they might have just handed this round to Florida.
Shoes on the other foot, and they are kicking. Here we go, Bance managing to get in there, draining the final segment, but that's it. A very shaky B defense right now for Toronto Ultra. Dave, Paddy in the back lines, cleaned up. Over towards the front side we go, and A is already being captured. 43 seconds remaining on the clock. You get that one segment of B, you're all good, but you still have to finish your food over by A. And Cammy, he's going to be the one leading the charge now for Ultra, trying to buy time for Bance on the flank, and it's all going fine. Bance has found himself too. Cammy now pushing the other side. The pressure is on. Benjamin Bance, it's 3 now in a row. The defense is all still good.
Just lightning speed. They are happy to just send either Bance or Cleanix on these flanks, doing it quickly, and now you're just spawn killing the opponent. It's the same situation as before, though, where it opens up the bottom side of the map, and if you can capture B first, you're still feeling great. That is where the play is coming in from Florida, but this time Ultra so much quicker on the defensive side to flood this, but they need to win these gunfights.
Cleanix has got to win a big one here. His teammates are here to back him up. Holding this one close. Less than 20 seconds left on the clock. Cammy drops. It's all down to Cleanix in this position until the reinforcements can arrive. Insight, you've got to defend the B zone alone. 12.8 clock stopped. We are capturing B now. Mutineers, there is life yet in these veins. Back over to A they go, blessed with a close spawn. 11 seconds on the clock. Chance is not over yet.
And this is so dangerous. By the way, Florida, they're just so heavily down on lives. I think Ultra, I mean, they just won this round off of the pace. They still have to make sure they take care of business, don't give anything away, and Cleanix there for the first. Now just 3 lives remaining, and I might have jinxed it. I said we're almost never going to see A not get capped, or maybe they back off and give it away. So that stat is still going to be safe. They do still capture A, but 12 versus 2, Ultra. Maybe a bit risky to open up B like that, but they pick them apart and obliterate them on life count.
The Mutineers, they made it look very interesting in terms of the way they played the capture zones. That early B hit worked out well after they were getting strangled at A, but their kills, man, Ultra slayed them out from start to finish.
I mean, this is the type of round that I want to see Ultra play like again in the future, right? To see how maybe the meta develops on Tuscan, because that just seems so incredibly risky. Just to flood through, right? Like I think it was Bance originally or Cleanix, whatever it was, push through the roof side to go all the way back through spawns. I think in my head, I'm thinking just go towards top, broken, help out towards the middle, but I mean, they just played with the aggression and they got the dub, so maybe like the Gabutu out here teaching, potentially. Just back to A they go, and you see Florida not even interested in attempting to defend the A site.
Oh my God, Cammy's giving them 2 in the start. Cleanix is pushing them out. Vivid now trying to cut the players through mid. Damage is good, nades are in. He should be able to hit this flank. His teammates are helping out as well, so Florida. Forward they go. Great job from Vivid. Nice 2Ps. Going to get the defenders off just for the time being. You've still got to worry about Cleanix, and he is a menace here on Tuscan.
That is winning these gunfights. I mean, shout out side cancels, I suppose. Does not survive off the God Heady, but either way, Ultra, I mean, just up in their face, constantly flanking, pouring the pressure on both offense and defense. Bance can't win that one, but even still, you will have plenty of time on the clock. 2 minutes and 8 seconds. to try to work to capture B. We'll see if Toronto has something up their sleeves. Obviously, last time around, they grouped up in church, cut through that mid-alley. Might be trying to set something similar up once again. But they will be consistently spawning at the top left of the minimap. It is a hike and a half to try to get to this hill. Cammy, though, he found an opening.
Oh, he shot. Shoot. Oh, TJHaly made it work hard for that one, but the kill's good. Still have to worry about Awakening back on the B-zone defense. Good shots out of Skies there with a rat up close and personal now. Fortifying the position is going to be Florida. They still have to contend with this player behind it. It's Cammy. TJHaly takes care of him.
And that's a great job as well. I mean, they sent 3 players back just to make sure that Cammy cannot cause any chaos in their spawn. Now they got the map spread. Florida has stabilized. Admittedly, they are tucked a little bit deep in their spawn, so it's not the worst situation from Ultra. Cammy the first to make a move, but it is a stack to try to come through Plat. There is a trade, but now you just got to worry about the flanks as well. TJHaly making a ton of noise. I think this is going to get red. It does. That's 3 down. 2 players for Ultra on the point.
Oh, they're all over the point, swarming it now, hoping to find the stack, but Awakening's going to find one in the back line. Shots are good. Ban stays alive, though. He's got himself 2 kills now. They're going to find the third. Can't get it done, but time is on their side. Cammy now flooding in. There's the flank you need. You still have a player back tank there for Florida Mutineers, and on the point, completely wiped out. So no one's left now for the players of Toronto Ultra, except for Cammy. They're on point.
It's that life count, though, I think is the biggest thing. Again, Ultra pouring on the pressure. They have one good break. You might not actually able to get progression on B, but they get enough of the kills that might be their route and path to win this round. Only up by 4, though. And again, Florida able to turtle up. Nice little map spread. A couple shots in a player, but Awakening wants the map positioning.
Oh,
and he
no.
gets caught.
Oh, he gets caught big time. Bans almost gets caught as well. We still have to worry about Vivid. He's fighting tooth and nail there on point. Skies from the back, keeps them covered. 8-5 now, less than 20 now to work with on the clock. As we are starting to run out of this one. Still from that backside, it's going to be Skies. He and TJHaly lining up with those ARs across the back line. As long as they keep this one safe, they could potentially win the round on time, but you still have to worry about the lives. 10 seconds chance. Here we go.
And they're so far away. They're trying to go through church once again, but CleanX, he's going to have to fly. No respawns remaining, but you got to get to the point. Only 2 seconds. Someone's got to get there. CleanX is there. The buys can do it. You stop the clock. You got to win the gunfights. Can be delivered. The reinforcements in a 5v1. CleanX, I mean, literally frame perfect to make sure he gets to the point. Someone stay on it.
Vivid's still alive. He's going to fly forward. Oh, my word. It was so close, and I mean, we couldn't even see it. 0.0 something as tight as you like there on the clock. Reese Vivid, that 2-piece was something special. If he timed that one right, if he won that gunfight, let me tell you, what a round that could have been.
Just a play from CleanX. I mean, yes, Vivid makes it interesting towards the end. It got a little bit scary, but how do you even pull your way out to find 3 coming in through there? I mean, no time on the clock. You just have to fly in. He got a kill top church. They knew where he was coming from, but CleanX simply popping off. I mean, led the entire lobby in damage by a decent margin, 33 kills. I mean, that map, he was simply just in a league of his own, leading his team to that 3-0 victory.
The Tyrant of Tuscan CleanX finds himself a sweet set of kills, 33 and 23 overall, and a nice win there. 3-0 in the end from Toronto Ultra. They got up by 1 now in this series. They're on match point. If they win the billion hard point coming up in just a moment, the series is done. But this is going to be a big comeback now, a massive opportunity to turn things around and force that game 5 for the Florida Mutineers. But chance, the question is, with the banged up Skies and you've taken a close round like that, a bit of a whoop in there on Tuscan, do they have the mental resolve to go all the way?
Oh, I think they absolutely do have the mental resolve, right? Especially in like not the highest pressure of environments. I think the team will be just fine to try to get the bounce back. That being said, I mean, we're going into a hard point where, at least for map number 1, Ultra, their teamwork, again, as good as it could possibly be. Even on the control, there's a spicy final round, but you still get a 3-0. You get a couple or both round wins on offense. So Ultra, maybe again, just picking up from where they left off from last year, but take a look at some of these replays, and I think that final round, especially the play from CleanX, will be something to watch.
Tuscan highlights here, and again, watching those flanks, those off the rip, we see Big Wake, basically one of those players that, as soon as the match starts, he flies across on defense, tries to get in behind those players, force those spawns out, and change them over towards B. But he does a really nice job here all around. The kills were pretty sweet, and When it came down to a chance, it was just fantastic teamwork and brilliant map awareness from the boys at Ultra. I mean, is there anything else that really has to be said there?
Well, I completely missed the question. I apologize. But what I was thinking about, at least in the meantime,
it's all right, mate.
It was just the idea that we've seen quite a few teams when they're on offense try to flank around through like the P1 side of the map and go all the way around and go the back tank. It never seems like it's fun to have to take those gunfights. And Toronto Ultra consistently, their idea, cut through the middle of the map, go through church, and then cut through the alley and try to hit the back through there. But well, the last 30 seconds of that control, I believe, just to show you the exact routes that Ultra was taking. And again, it is just cutting through the alley. Seemed, at least for Ultra, to be the play.
Well, I mean, these final few moments, again, the clock's ticking down, the lives are starting to go as well. Chance, and it was. I don't think it was actually Cleanex who managed to get himself on the point. It maybe was him who managed to get the slide just a few seconds after this one. But that two-piece seals it, slides right on in, and it is actually Cammy. Cammy dives on there a fraction of a second, obviously afterwards, and this is where things get crazy.
And Cammy's gunfight win, by the way, huge after that, just to get to the point. Vivid, though, makes it spicy. They know he's in the back, and I think Insight just gets caught. I think he might have accidentally jumped behind his teammate for the lineup, but a massive one-on-one win there towards the end. That is what Cleanex's big three, Cammy's big kills just to get on the point. That is 3 sets of plays and different players for Ultra that have to come up big just to deliver, but they did, so here we are.
You're spinning plates in professional Call of Duty. There's a lot of things that you have to do very, very well, and a lot of things that can go wrong, and wow, we saw some madness there. Now we go to Berlin, though, Chance. We're going back to playing another hard point here for map number 4. What do you think of this one, mate? I mean, have you got anything based on what we've seen? I know the data pool is very small. How are we thinking this one's going to go down?
Ultra, I think, have just been too clean. There has been pretty much no answer for Cleanex, at least in game number 1. There was an answer just from the teamwork, from the Gavutu. And Berlin is a map that I think is almost sort of like the most traditional Call of Duty, where you can actually orchestrate different things on different maps, where you can chain hills together back to back to back. And I think it's similar enough to Gavutu that I think Toronto Ultra definitely have the edge. That being said, I mean, it makes 0 sense for actual analysis, but at least on Berlin for the map too. Florida won it, so obviously a Berlin team.
Obviously the Berlin team.
That's how that works.
That's exactly how that works. Here we go, though. Map number 4. This is do or die right now for the Florida Mutineers. They've got to push that game 5. For Ultra, though, sitting pretty. They managed to win themselves a very good control map there. Interesting to see how this one goes down, man. It's another one of those big maps. AR players go wild in this one. A lot of action we see in the up-close personal spaces. The submachine gun players having a decent time as well. Who's going to be the cut-off player? Who's going to go big? Who's going to go wild? Let's find out.
Easy bets are definitely Cammy and Cleanex. I mean, if there is any concerns about this team, is in stage 1. Last year they had a bit of a slow start, and then by stage 2, Bans had a transformational experience to turn into a different player. So maybe you might need to rely on Cammy and Cleanex earlier in the year. This time, though, they get the first couple of seconds. TJHaly responds, but it is a dogfight around this first hill.
Not quite getting that window. Cleanex was desperately trying to do it. Not an easy thing to do. Jump sideways in this game and manage to hit the mantle. Did a nice win through mid. Time ticking away, though. You should see Florida Mutineers take the lead, even if it's only for a brief spell. He's now trying to find the cut. 20 seconds left in this first point. Already thinking about new. We're going to go towards the mail room, sort of the center side of the map. Small hard point, a lot of choked points, the windows, all sorts of stuff. That second balcony, going to see players fly off that all year long. An Awakening. A nice set of kills for him. It's 3 with the potential for 4, but Cleanex cuts him down.
TJHaly just won a massive gunfight on Bans. He does get traded, but the setup should be there for Vivid. Knows he should only be dealing with 1 player around the hill, but he actually plays it slow, which I'm not used to saying for Vivid, but at the very least he's got his teammates here for the break. With the player tagged up down low, Toronto Ultra, they are just swarming everywhere around this hill, but until either team wins a set of gunfights, you can't get inside. Vivid, by the way, he's picking up 2 with the pistol.
Somebody kill his dog. Was he going full John Wick down there? What the hell just happened? 40 seconds now climbing for the Florida Mutineers. Kills are good. Insight has a lot of coverage here. He's managed to take care of that other side of the stairwell. TJHaly on the other side playing this one a lot slower, and he's truly a patient player. The little sample size we have of him has been working out. But Toronto Ultra clean out every possible avenue except for Awakening. Now from up high, trying to stop the clock, keeping those players off the point, and Big Wake gets it done.
I think number 7, TJHaly, he might have just gotten his own trades right there. Looks like he fell and spawned right next to the player that just killed him. So that actually did big just for this rotation. Ultra not able to get anybody through, and Vivid pouring the pressure on the old hill. He's able to take down 3. And that is just going to spawn them out once again at the old hill. I mean, he buys his team maybe an extra 10 seconds to get the setup that they want, and they've had this setup for quite some time. This is a money hill. Florida can deliver. They can potentially blow this game open early on and take a massive lead. TJHaly can't find the kill, and the trades not even there. Tobias is on a tear.
Absolute rampage from Tobias Awakening, trying to do what he can. Cammy with the trades. Cammy finds another one. Cammy. Oh, Cammy. Woohoo! What a 3 that was. Still not quite enough to get the hard point break. One player left up is going to provide those spawns still, but here come Ultra flying in through that doorway. Eyes on those players at the backside. Cleanix is going to be there to find the first. Bance gets himself 2, and that is a tough hit for the Mutineers, but they're still in the back.
But, you know, that's actually great. Toronto Ultra leave that spawn open to make sure that they stay far away. I think Ultra are calculating that, doing it on purpose, and making the rotation that much easier. Cammy, he knows he's got to flood all the way to the back. They're still leaving that back spawn open. And for Florida, this is huge. You even catch the player on the rotation. That is as perfect as it can get. This is a hill that you can get a full 60. Florida had all the time in the world in the setup, and they get broken down. Ultra, you talk about responding when the pressure is poured on, but now they got to deliver and make sure they actually hold a hill as well. Insight, he's got that outer angle on lock.
A last hard point, Fubar for Florida, but now over towards the train line. Cammy trying to hold that front side down. He does have Clemix behind him. The spawns are all still close. And here's the overhead view. You can see the angle that you're going to see the Mutineers try to take here. Nades are out. The lethals have been thrown. The tacticals are there as well. And the kills are looking great from the Florida Mutineers. Clemix, what are you going to do? You're going to find one. But the pressure's still mounting. Insight now, trying to watch the players from the back. The lone defender for the time being. As Cammy spawns close, you've still got a decent foothold here for Toronto Ultra. And the lead is now theirs.
I mean, Toronto, it just looks like they're playing with a style where even when like you go 3 down, Clemix is just playing his life so effectively. There's almost no wasted energy from this Ultra team and able to take the lead again after being put in a pretty dire situation. Now on the rotation, Bance is calling out his players, and he's going to leave him. He's going around back. He's going for the spawn flip. You want to control this bottom side of the map potentially to think long-term for P1. He's going to be annoying inside fire. You see number 2 spawns up exactly where you want to be. Ultra consistently in hard point, doing the right things.
Doing the right thing. Benjamin and Bance with the 200 IQ play. Vivid, though, trying to bounce back. Let's have a listen now to the Florida Mutineers and see how they're going.
Yeah, one stairs, Cleanex.
Walk, Cammy,
Come on, just stay up, Joe. Nice, go in. There's one side upstairs and you inside.
I need a hill. I need a hill.
One more fire.
Yo, yeah. I was the guy that What's up, Rick? He gets hill.
I need a hill.
I'm picking up your long. Get hill, please.
Oh,
I can't. I wrote.
No, one's cutting me off left. Cut me off left.
Long stairs, last guy. Bance.
One stairs, Bance. He's going outer heady. Hold
on me. Flip. No one can be long.
They're gonna be on you. Bance is push up ticket. Bance was ticket.
I'm going secret.
He could be outer.
Yo,
Cammy and you. Long stairs, weak. 3 and you. You're weak. My hit out your outer.
Good pitch as well.
Watch out.
Ball, starter.
I got one.
Nice. Play.
Fire. Is that pitch?
Wait for one.
I have it. Stop fire.
Outer
door. Outer weak as fuck.
He's so fire. That's a huge kill.
Got him on stairs.
That wasn't even
Get to me.
Cammy.
He's outer.
Outer door. Outer door. We got him on 3.
Got him now. Go upstairs.
Go somewhere.
Party, guys.
Outer door. Push out. Right side hill. One small.
Push out.
Right side hill. One shot. Bance. He's being proning. 30 seconds.
That's on I got He's small now to the play.
Take an aLLeY crowd.
One corner.
Got one shot.
Nice one.
No one there. Charlie, left.
P5 Bance, one shot.
Alright, nice round.
Bance is in there.
I got my fault. There's no one on ult.
Bance is in there.
Bance on you, one's on ult.
No, fire take.
Another one hit hold.
Where's that?
Cleanex is long. We're gonna cross.
Yo, P5 inside.
Who was take on me, guys?
P5 inside. I killed him.
I didn't know that.
Cleanex should be mid.
Cammy, deep back train station.
Chance to come from Emmy Gooding, and 2 teams with fantastic communication, but Toronto Ultra are starting to pull this one away slowly but surely. What do you make of the comms?
I thought the comms were pretty solid. I thought a couple rotational kills were solid, but then all of a sudden Toronto, I mean, they just get the wipe. Insight able to pick up 3. I mean, Dave Fatty was putting in work on the rotation. He picked up at least 2 kills to try to open things up, and it just all collapses almost instantaneously as soon as the hill is popped. Now though, Cleanex is by himself on the point. He gets cleared out, and now Florida could potentially start to pour some of this pressure on as Awakening able to pick up 2. Everybody gonna fall. And Florida finally able to open things up. And keep in mind, spawning on the left side of the map, similar situation to what we saw on the first set of rotations, where you had Florida. They had that early rotation, but they got broken down. They need to be able to hold this next hill and try to keep the lead, or they just spawn out that quickly, and Ultra might take him over too fast. Vivid can't find that second kill.
So close to that second kill. Bance and Co now. Ultra have got themselves the hard point. We make our way across. Lobby's now all theirs. CleanX trying to cut through, take care of these players on steps. His presence has been so great. Somehow explodes. Not quite sure how Vivid killed him there. Might have been a nade or a stun, but the in-game indicator didn't give us much to work with there. As Awakening now up next. Hardpoint still taken away. Big kill from Awakening. The spawns, though, still close here from Toronto Ultra. They're going to look to try to flip them soon. Got to make their way across map at some point. But still, they're going to do a lot of damage here, Chance. Still 30-odd seconds to play with. And Band's already thinking about next, surely. Making sure those players coming in from that side of the map are all being handled cleanly.
Oh, he just did the cleanup crew right now. I mean, Vivid the last man standing. This is just so many hills back-to-back where Ultra is playing about as mistake-free as it seems like we've seen any team be able to pull off in Vanguard. Not an easy feat at all, but they are just simply wheeling and dealing. An 80-point lead that they have here on this hard point. Florida, they have their work cut out for them, especially right now. Number 6, Skies. He's the only guy towards new. CleanX can't win his one, though. Vivid able to take him down, and that means the rotation is secure. Talk about a time where you absolutely need this full 60. It honestly feels like it's a Gavutu all over again.
We'll cross over the 200 point mark now for Toronto Ultra. We're in the business end at this hard point. CleanX from over the top. Managed to clean one up. Oh my word! How did that happen? Awakening's up next, and CleanX saw his ankles. Doesn't matter. Insight's got the kill. Ultra, a very decisive battle there, won over by Train. That hard point's all theirs. 30 seconds left on this one. We're not going to quite see the victory, but they're going to get real close.
And Cammy almost looks bored. He's expecting the pressure to come through. Meanwhile, Florida just so far away. His teammates picking him apart. CleanX is built different, by the way. I mean, that is just back-to-back games where he is absolutely having. Nice response by Florida to fight for the scrap time, but this is just the CleanX show right now. 33 at 24. I can't believe he lost that gunfight. It's rare to see, it feels like, but Ultra have been one step ahead. That is 4 down, though, so they're not out of this yet, but they have such a long way to go.
Potential for a full 60 here on the 5th hard point in the rotation. Not easy. CleanX, though, is back on his BS, finding them kills all over the place. 35 and 26 to him. He's looking great. Cammy now picks up the pieces where exactly he fell. Nice awareness. DavePaddy, though, with the big win there. The door doesn't quite help out Cammy in that situation. Inside of the hill. Nice kill from him. They're starting to fly through now, and the things are getting a little bit too mixy, as you can see. 231. An open hard point. Toronto will be able to get a bit more time. Again, as much of this as they possibly can, it could be the win here.
Could be the win indeed. Cutoff man is there.
Oh, come on.
And collecting the multi-kills. He's going for the 40 bomb. That's what he's looking for before they get the win. But I'm looking at this as almost just an educational experience from Toronto. I mean, they really do just seem to be out here teaching.
Really are. Bans on a 5. He's trying to make something special happen here. Back over to the first hard point, our 3rd set. Insight's already in. He's posted up. He's looking to have a good time here. And as it flips open, the damage dealt. DavePaddy, what have you got? Flying on through. Insight soaking this time up. There's one. The second on Awakening. The rat comes through. It's 5 seconds down for the win. And the teamwork is there. That is it. Toronto Ultra. A brilliant showing there. The hard point on Berlin is CleanX. The speed of Sleipnir, he absolutely slayed his way across the map. A sensational performance from him as an individual, but teamwork truly prevailed. We say thank you, and we bid adieu to the Florida Mutineers. Hey, it's the dude from Waffle House. What's up, bro? How you doing? What a game, though. Good stuff there once again from the Toronto Ultra players. 3-1 in the end.
And they really did make it look easy. This is the team that I would be watching their VOD to study how to play the game, right? On the Tuscan control, they were on point on their offensive rounds, just that consistently hitting through the mid-alley. Seemed to pay dividends, both the hard points. I mean, again, as good as it could possibly be. If they need the breaks, they got them. You think the money hills exist for Ultra? When they need a break, they don't. When they need to hold them, they absolutely do. And of course, when you need the slaying, CleanX provides. I mean, 68 engagements again, leading the lobby in slaying, leading the lobby in damage, and of course inside again the sponge. 2 minutes and 30 seconds in the hill. I mean, honestly, it's only been 2 maps, but he spent over 5 minutes just hanging out inside the hard point.
Meow! What a bit of work he's done. 250 to 150 to close this one out, and a nice Berlin hardpoint, man. I'm really enjoying watching that map. Like, it's one of those maps we've got a lot of people talk about this one. It makes a lot of sense, you know, logically when it comes to the way Call of Duty is typically played. A great fun map to watch, and highlights abound, friends. I mean, most of this is going to be the CleanX show, let's face it. But we saw some wild and crazy things here today on Berlin as the series now comes to a close. And I mean, for me, I'm just going back to how tight that control game could have been, that final round. That's what we love about the control game mode. That's what we love to see in those sort of of tight situations.
And it'd also be one of those things where the control game mode absolutely is going to develop. Even like Bocage Hardpoint, like the most talking points we've ever had for a single map, we've seen that map developed as well. I mean, we had Atlanta FaZe earlier spending almost the majority of the game running a 2AR setup when there's teams in league running 4 SMGs, so we might see different teams with radically different approaches, but as far as this Berlin goes, Ultra certainly had the plays. I mean, it was what? CleanX, obviously, the entire game just racking up multi-kills. Cammy to break into that P3 earlier on. He's picking up 3 pieces to make it happen, and we needed Bance to go on rotations, to flip the spawns, to be the cerebral guy on the team. He was providing, and again, Insight sat inside the hill.
Yep. I mean, we think about breaking spawns in this game. You know, it's not an easy thing to do. A 3-piece doesn't secure you anything. Timing might help their chance, but it's not an easy thing to do either way.
And keep in mind, that was the hill where Cammy's picking up the 3-piece, but they didn't even break the spawns. They
No,
wanted
pushed
them to
them
keep
in the back.
those back spawns. It is like manipulating, oh, we'll give you the, quote, good spawn and trap you in. Again, Ultra, a team that seemingly always is going to know this game down to a T. And again, they're just out here teaching.
That's a very similar situation to, like, do you remember Ramaza, like that back barbershop hardpoint? You at one point you basically want to trap him in the back, and you can just run across the map to the other side of the rugs and get that tower control. But hey, we're living in the past, living in the future now, though, friends. 3-1 there for Toronto Ultra. Great stuff out of them all round. Teamwork still prevailing. Florida Mutineers, though, man. I mean, I had a lot of fun watching them. They gave it to LAG. I think they looked pretty solid in that matchup. There was a couple of moments, you know, defining moments, but I think ultimately, like, the teamwork's looking good. I love hearing the comms out of them. One of the biggest issues they've had for the last season. They sounded great in those listen-ins, and I think this is a very welcome, you know, team. I think this is going to be great for them. Enough of us, though, mate. We've got ourselves Guy Blaze on stage for our Game Fuel Victory Spotlight.
Thank you very much, Miles. Give it up for the Toronto Ultra, everybody. Oh, man, CleanX. You know, after map number 2, things look like they might get a little bit messy for you guys, but nothing that the Ultra could not overcome in maps 3 and 4. How does it feel to be back on the CDL main stage?
You know, it feels amazing to be back on the stage. I mean, our S&D wasn't looking too great, but it's a kickoff, so, you know, we're saving some spice for the major one. So, you know, respawns went our way. I mean, expected.
There you go. It is the kickoff, and you don't want to give away too much to kick this one off. Now, with that being said, in the teams that are in this tournament that are remaining, we only got a few left. Who are you looking forward to playing?
I'd probably throw out Seattle in there. You know, they got a bunch of new players in the roster. They got Phoenix, my old Black Ops 4 coach. So, you know, looking forward to playing them. They look on form, so we'll see how that goes.
All right, well, we'll see how it goes. And speaking of them looking on form, I want to actually talk about you guys, all right? Because the same squad from the last season coming into a new game of COD, what's going to be different for the Toronto Ultra this season?
You know, last year we lacked a lot of inconsistency. I mean, we had a lot of inconsistency going into every major. I mean, you know, just clearing up S&D and stuff like that, that's going to be the main target for this year, so yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right, yeah. And you guys look like y'all cleaned it up in that last series, and you got a few more to go. With that being said, it was good talking to you, man. Give it up for the Toronto Ultra as we get this main stage reset again.
Thank you.
And that's your Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. Nameless, that was crazy, man. Watching Toronto Ultra pop off like that. Their teamwork was great, man, but the play that we saw from Bance earlier was incredible.
Yeah, Bance had a great play in the control, and that control honestly was just a dominant performance. That's kind of how they were last year, especially with Search and Destroy and Control, but, you know, Search and Destroy didn't look as hot. Control looked unbelievable. Like right here, you know, you saw Florida try to make a risky play and go all the way over towards B. It doesn't quite work out, but Toronto, they're just able to react so well, and they're like, you know what, you don't get B here, guess what, we're going to punish you. We're going to go for that spawn trap. They're able to clean up these kills here, and then what you're going to see after this is Florida, they then go like, okay, now we have to get A. They all go over towards A, and Bance just runs past the entire team, goes for the spawn trap, and just waits and trusts his teammates to get those kills. When he trusts his teammates to get those kills, he spawn traps them, and the round is basically over, and just a flurry of kills for Toronto. It's honestly unbelievable how much their teamwork has even gotten better from last year going into this one, Josiah.
Yeah, man, I cannot wait to watch this team have a full year under their belt, right? Last year, obviously, having Zenni, and then they just dropped him for Insight. Now they have a whole entire year to kind of keep perfecting that teamwork, and I just can't wait to watch them more as the season progresses.
And while we're on you, Slacked, man, so Big Daddy CleanX almost dropped a 40 bomb to close out the last map. I mean, the guy was unstoppable.
Yeah, like he said in that interview, ever since he's kind of entered the scene since Black Ops 4, he's been a fire SMG to watch, and he's super fast, super aggressive, and makes great plays, and then he has bands to bounce off of him. Like I said, there's just so many amazing players on this roster, but just to talk about his series that he just had, I mean, it's incredible across the board, right? He's going to be a super fast SMG, like I was saying, who kind of just up in your grill. He plays like Simp and aBeZy, super fun to watch, and can't wait to see how they can progress over time.
All right, Miles and Chance, I know you're still up there. I'm going to get your thoughts right now. For Mutineers, they're currently going home because it was single elimination, right? My question to both of you guys, starting with you, Chance. I mean, there's a lot to look forward to with this team, man. I'm loving Awakening.
I mean, I think one of the biggest things is obviously we've seen from like day one, they have a ton of slaying power. Awakening Skies prove that bar none. I think they need to take this like Ultra series as the educational experience and go back and look at the minimap and see exactly what was going wrong and potentially steal quite a few of the ideas that Ultra was showing off.
All right, Miles. Yo, Toronto Ultra, they're the real deal, man.
They are the real deal, and this is the thing for me, Veli, man. Like I was never worried about Toronto Ultra coming this season. Like I think one of the keys, and you talked about his names as well, is like when you get second place at champs, when you get that close to victory and it gets snatched away from you, like that is the fuel. And this is a team for me that like season after season, they've had something to prove every single time. You know, they've always had a chip on their shoulder, not necessarily in the cabinet, a couple of those, but we'll see how it goes this year. But the chip on their shoulder is the thing that fuels them so much. So I love to see a Toronto Ultra. I want to see them mad. I want to see them pissed off. I want to see them go hard. That's the year I want to see them have.
Yes, Miles, Chance, you guys are incredible. Thank you so much. But for those of you at home, and even those of you in the audience, if you like free stuff, this is for you. If you happen to link your Activision and YouTube accounts, you can earn exclusive in-game rewards for tuning in to the Kickoff Classic. So make sure you do that. Go ahead and get some good loot. But coming up next, we actually have an amazing matchup. We're getting NYSL back on the main stage. But before we get into that, aLLeY, your prediction, you flipped it actually right before the match.
I'm having a terrible day.
You texted your group chat, you was flexing, you was feeling
I'm having a terrible day, but you know what? I am so happy I'm having a terrible day. The Seattle Surge match, I mean, you could feel the electricity from the crowd. And this match, I took a little bit of a gamble. I went a little bit with my heart here just because of the showing from Florida. And you know what? I still think later on in the season, we're going to see a really solid team, more than expected coming from them. From those comps, it just seems like they haven't gelled together yet. It feels like, you know, somebody's calling something out and like 3 of them are turning to answer that call out, and then they're getting shot in the back from a player like Bance, who likes to get behind enemy lines. So I think later on in the season we'll see a lot more out of Florida, but Toronto, man, they are just so good.
They're looking good. So we saw one purple team win, and we might see yet another in the next series if they can overcome a couple of legends on the roster filled with some young blood. But ladies and gentlemen, day 2 here at the CDL Kickoff Classic has been everyone's dream. The plays are crazy. The best of 5 yesterday with the Boston Breach heading into Atlanta FaZe losing today. Nobody expected it, but coming up next, Clay and Crim are going to be on that main stage, and I can't wait. We'll see you guys soon for more CDL action.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL.
Alright, dude, we're all hooked up. You ready to skydive?
Hell yeah, I'm ready. Are you?
Of course I'm ready. Yeah, I'm ready too. Let's go! That was crazy.
Yo, that was so much fun, dude.
Unbelievable, bro. That was unbelievable. But wait, shouldn't there be a fourth?
Yeah, there is. Let's go.
All right, welcome back to the CDL Analyst Desk. Excuse me, my name is Velly. You're rocking the mic with Slacked, Nameless, and also Alley Cat. And I'm gonna be honest, have any of you guys gone skydiving before? Because they're wild.
Yo, I ain't going skydiving ever. I just know I'd be the one where it goes wrong, so I know I'm not doing it.
Right now, Alley, heading into this matchup right now, we're gonna see NYSL take the main stage against the Minnesota Røkkr. The first time we will see them in 2022. And coming up from yesterday, from what we've seen so far, NYSL, I mean, their ceiling is high in my opinion.
Absolutely. NYSL came out frying yesterday, and with their series, I think they only had like a couple of hiccups that really cost them the match. So I think coming into today, they'll definitely have fixed those little mess ups. As Clay said, he's aging like fine wine. I don't see why today should be any different.
Yo, Nameless, Minnesota Røkkr, man, heading into this year, what are your expectations for this team, and what do you think they'll place?
Yeah, you know, they had that crazy miracle tournament that they won last year. The thing about Minnesota is their hardpoint. Like, how is their respawn going to be? Because last year their respawn was not that great. So for their hardpoint, I'm expecting them to fix it this year. It was a lot of pace issues that they had last year. So that's what I'm going to be paying attention to in this match.
Yes, right. Nameless, New York Subliners had a close call against Boston, so they'll need to bring the heat. These game field keys to victory. Excuse me, I mean Minnesota Røkkr. For their keys to victory, can Minnesota's veteran roster keep up with the new Subliner squad? Let's break down the game field keys to victory.
Honestly, Attach needs to step it up in S&D. Across the board, I look at this roster on paper, and I'm like, dang, this is a really good S&D team, but he's the only one going negative, so maybe it's getting some unlucky timing. We'll see going if into Vanguard, he's a little bit different, and hardpoint is crucial. Getting that early first hardpoint in the series is a big momentum push for this team, and we've seen a lot of success surrounding them when they happen to do that. Like Nameless said, they need to work on their hardpoint and control, so hopefully they figured respawn out.
All right, Slacked, who's going to be the player to watch on this team? Because I don't know about you, but I think Attached is nice.
I think Attach is a nice man in S&D, but I'm super excited to watch Standy this year. Last year, obviously having the break into the CDL, he was performing top-notch. People were saying he was arguably the rookie of the year. So I'm all eyes on him to see if he can bring that same pressure and aggression that he was having in the SMG role this year.
All right, and let's rewind a little bit now. Let's get back at it, all right? New York Subliners had a Game 5 against Boston. Things were looking a little bit shaky, so when it comes to their game field keys of victory, what do you want to see?
I mean, looking at Crim to keep it up, dude. This guy was a monster yesterday. He had a 1.26, like, Crimsix is back. He's no longer C6, he's Crimsix. That was the one who was winning all those championships, so obviously he's got to keep on slaying. It just makes it easier for everybody on the roster, and then play fast and aggressive against a slow, methodical Røkkr. I mean, it's no secret, the Røkkr team can be a little bit slower when it comes to the hard points, and this New York team was built to be speed demons. With Neptune and HyDra, these guys should be able to just run out and have their way, so that is what I'm looking at for these guys for their game field keys to victory.
And after a big win yesterday, the team was full of smiles and vibes. We have Crimsix messing around, having a good time. I mean, they're lighthearted, man. They're having fun with this event, right?
Yeah, man. They've obviously been having a blast. And Crimsix, again, we saw this video earlier. This guy is an absolute clown, man. I'm excited to see him take the main stage again.
You know he planned that the night before. You know he was laying in bed awake at night like, oh, I can't wait to do TJ dirty tomorrow. And as you can see it here.
The best part was that they were telling him to, like, come back. They're like, yo, Crim, what are you doing? He turns around and he goes, man, I don't care what y'all say.
Right. So in this matchup right here, Minnesota Røkkrs, man, do you think they're going to pull out their first win of the year against the New York Subliners?
So this matchup is super interesting for me. You got like two middle-of-the-pack teams, in my personal opinion. I think that like either way, like just whoever comes out hot in this matchup is obviously going to take it. But I don't know, it's just single elimination. If Minnesota can come out strong in those respawns, I'm excited to see what they can do.
All right, aLLeY, don't flip-flop your predictions for this one.
No, I'm not.
In your heart, who's taking this game?
New York.
New York?
Yeah, I can't. I'm mind blown. Slackers called them middle of the pack, dude. You might have to go in the ring against Crim after that statement. NYSL.
There's a reason why we put him on the desk, right? I'm playing your goat. I'm sorry about that. Yo, Nameless, who's winning this game?
New York 3-1.
New York 3-1.
I think the hard point woes are going to continue. I've watched a fair bit of Minnesota scrims, and their hard point still seems to be like it was last year. So go up there and prove me wrong.
As a longtime fan of Black Ops 2, I'm going to say it now, Clay and Crim, I love them forever. I'm rocking with NYSL as well. 3-1, but it's not just going to be up to us. I'm going to get Lando and Steady in the mix. Fellas, what's your predictions, man? Steady, I want you to give me something good.
Honestly, I think this is going to be a great match between both of these teams. We haven't seen Minnesota play, but what we got yesterday was a nice little small sample size of what NYSL can be. Crim was playing at an unbelievable level. Obviously, Neptune and HyDra were really setting the pace when it came to that control. But their search and destroy, like their mid-game adjustments is what really took them over the edge. They were able to dominate that Game 5 in a 6-1, made it look easy. And I feel like this series is going to come down to the search and destroys.
Hey, Lando, what's your notes say about this one?
Let's see. Let's check here. What does the book say? It looks like Chapter 2, New York 3-2. That's all I got. That's what the book says. You can't disagree with it. But no, I agree with Jay. I think this has the ability to go all the way to 5. I am really curious to see if the Røkkr have made those adjustments in hardpoint specifically. I know Ant touched on it just now. Not great at hardpoint last year. If they can adjust, coming into Vanguard, that could be a great opportunity for them.
All right, Nameless, who's going to be the player to watch on NYSL in this matchup today?
I think we're going to see a big game out of Neptune. He was really inconsistent yesterday, which is, that could be something that is very bad for New York going through the rest of the season. I think he recognized that, so today I'm expecting him to have a big series.
All right, aLLeY, if you were to put this matchup in, to describe it in a way characteristically, I mean, what are we here to expect? Something big, right?
Honestly, I think we expect right off the back New York to kind of take the pace. This is a fast, aggressive team, and we've seen Røkkr before. They like to play back. They're a very slow team, so I think if New York comes out swinging and takes the pace, it could get really scary early on.
All right, now let's talk about Clayster. Slag, you've been in a ring with him so many times, man, more than you could count. I mean, what makes him special from a viewer standpoint? I mean, a player standpoint, sorry.
I think he's just a really, really good leader for these guys, right? Like we were talking about in the 2020 year, him and Crim, when they got together, they took those rookies, they kind of wingmanned them and kind of taught them the just fundamentals of Call of Duty. I'm expecting him to do the same thing this year. Obviously, it's super early on in the Kickoff Classic. We've seen a little bit of Neptune and HyDra. We've seen Crimsix fry. But over time, throughout the year, through the progression, I'm excited to see Neptune and HyDra kind of just
excel.
Yeah, just excel. Exactly.
Like
That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, this could be a really big year for Clayster because of the way this game is. Like the automaton, you can be really aggressive with it, and Clayster likes to get in the mix, dude. Like he's not like the statue AR player. He pushes up. He plays pretty aggressive. So I'm expecting him to individually play well throughout this year. Last year we saw it in the beginning of Cold War. Like Clay was dominating. He was like top 5 KD in respawn. The guy was lighting it up. So I mean, he's still got some gas in the tank. I don't know how, but he does.
I love it. I mean, the man has such a high motor. We saw the clutch yesterday, the 1v2, right? Put the snipe in his hands, forget the GA, baby. But, ladies and gentlemen, before we jump into the match between the Minnesota Røkkr and NYSL, we're going to send you over to a short break. But when we come back, get ready for a banger of a matchup. We'll catch you for some more CDL Kickoff Classic action soon.
All right, Arlington, Texas, let's make some noise. It is time to head into our third series of the day, and what a day it has been. Woo. With that being said, for the first time at the Kickoff Classic, I give to you the Minnesota Røkkr. Give it up for Priestahh, MajorManiak, Attach, and Standy!
Standy did last year. I mean, dude was a standout, but this year I think he's gonna bring something even more special.
You know, I love that this squad decided to stick together. I think that was a big game for them, especially, and these are all incredibly talented players. Where, you know, regarding the team chem at least, could maybe get to a Toronto Ultra level.
Right, Blaze, you already know what we're ready for, man. Bring out Thick Six and the boys.
All right, the Minnesota Røkkr looking to play as one, but the challengers stand clear because here comes the New York Subliners. Give it up for Clayster, Neptune, HyDra, and
It's like dads and their sons, bro. I love it. It's literally dads and their sons.
Like, the chemistry is up there, right? Nameless. This team is put together so damn well, and the vets are going to teach the youngsters how to win some ships.
Yeah, for real, man. If they're gelling out a game, it's only going to get even better as well. So this team, they're a force to be reckoned with. I can't wait to watch them face off.
Blaze, man, this is about to be a heater.
It's about to go down, all right? You already said it. The stage is stacked. Let's get it on, Belly. Break it down for us.
All right, so talking about these teams, we talk about the players, we talk about the strategies, individual play styles, but you got to show some love to the people that are the biggest brains behind them, right? Slack. When it comes to Minnesota Røkkrs, I think there's a pro player that's coaching them, right?
Yeah, I'm excited to watch Looney, right? Or just kind of his mind behind COD. He's a great mind in Call of Duty. We've given gas to Sam Phoenix. Like we were talking about the respawns, me and Nameless have kind of been being hard on Minnesota Røkkr. I'm excited to see what he can bring to the table and just help them kind of iron out all their details.
And Nameless on the side of NYSL, man, the support staff are just as important.
Yeah, I mean, they got JP, they got Revan. Like, their staff is fantastic. I love those guys. Spent some time working with them. They both go really hard. So, you know, they're going to have some strats cooked up for the Search and Destroys.
Yes, now, ladies and gentlemen, it's about time to lock things down and get this game underway, baby. The Minnesota Røkkr going against NYSL. Lando and Standy, you got another good one. Take it away, boys.
I think so too, Veli. Yes, we are so stoked to get into this match. Minnesota Røkkr taking on the New York Subliners. Jay, I mean, what? This is a massive series for both of these teams. We got a small, I shouldn't say a small sample size, but at least a decent match right out of the New York Subliners, taking down the Boston Breach into Game 5. First series, though, for Minnesota. Tell me, I mean, what do you think, what are your expectations for Røkkr right now?
Well, Minnesota, they ended the year, last year, with amazing, because their Stage 5 performance was absolutely amazing. That was the most insane comeback I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah.
So they're going to have that momentum going into this year, the chemistry going into this year. The only thing that scares me for this team, like the Death said, was their respawns in general. Like, the way that they ended last year were like 9-7 in hardpoint, 6-4 in their controls. And their S&D was their bread and butter. They were sitting at 10-2. So I'm looking at them to really step up in the Search and Destroys. But like Slack said, with Looney on their roster, he is such a great mind in Call of Duty. I'm expecting them to be super early to rotations and make sure they have great setups on the holds.
Yeah, I really like what aLLeY said. She was talking about how, you know, this team could reach levels of Toronto Ultra type of chemistry. We know the way that that roster likes to play, how team-oriented that they are. But it's going to take a team effort to take down that man Crimsix, a 1.26 KD. He was second after day 1. And what, he got it started off on Bocage. Like, we were, you know, the big question was, okay, we know what we're going to see at a HyDra. We have high expectations for Neptune. But Crim as the third SMG, what, he put up like 36?
Yeah, he was an absolute monster yesterday. He's going to have to keep up that performance today, because on the opposite side, you have Standy, you have Attach, and it's going to be an absolute battle on Bocage. But the way that New York were able to control that map yesterday, it was beautiful. It's usually like, you expect teams to just slow down, hold their setups. They were consistently just pushing out, keeping them so far spawning away, and they were just keeping the rotations flowing. If these young SMGs can really start clicking here, because we had a small sample size of what Neptune and HyDra were like on Bocage yesterday, Neptune really took off. I'm looking at that same performance today.
Yeah, but it wasn't all roses, right, for New York in their match versus the Boston Breach. I know Revan was talking about how, hey, that should have been a 5-0. And we talked about, you know, the comeback that they allowed to happen in that map for the Search and Destroy, in which they were up 3-1. The control where they were were up 2-0, allowed for it to get to that round 5. Just a lot of situations where, again, they start off well, but they allowed for Breach to send it the distance. They, of course, walk away with the series. But, Jay, how do you grade a performance like that from the Subliners, given the fact that it is their very first match, now coming into their second one? What grade would you give their win versus Breach yesterday?
I'm going to give it like a B+, because you got to keep in mind that they were like 3 weeks without practice. The fact that they were able to beat a team that was consistently practicing every single day, even though they did have a nice young core roster on that Breach side, I just feel like the veteran squad on this team are going to get the job done. Yeah. And now they realize the mistakes that they made yesterday. Hopefully today they come in and fix them.
Yeah, we'll see obviously how those adjustments begin to shape up. But there you see it on the stage. It's another Bocage, which I'm excited about. I think it's going to be fun, right? We love the cage here. Maybe, from a playing aspect, it can get a little bit chaotic, but from a viewing experience, it brings it all. But here we go in toward our next matchup, our third one of this lovely CDL Saturday. It is the New York Subliners taking on Minnesota Røkkr. Like we said, Jay, we saw New York square up yesterday and look solid on this map versus the Breach. They came out one at like 250 to 150. An excellent performance, and we'll see if they can do it again as Røkkr getting their first taste of Vanguard on land.
And this is so far good pressure coming in from the Røkkr side, as they were trying to attempt to flip those spawns. You're going to see MajorManiak just posting up on this tank, not allowing anyone to push out towards top barn or even towards that plat. Should be able to pick up at least a 2-piece here. Great shots, great team fires coming in from Priestahh as well. You see the aggression starting to push up towards tank. There's only 25 seconds remaining on this P1 hardpoint. And you already see it. The kills are going heavily in favor of the Røkkr. They were able to flip these spawns.
Yeah, a great early play out of the Røkkr. And as we said, kind of playing a little bit slower through the middle side of the map. You saw MajorManiak slowly but surely making his way through the field. As Neptune does get caught out. Last player from New York is going to be Clay. He loses that fight. And now Røkkr, they secure the spawns. They don't just allow for themselves to have it off the rip, but they win some big fights to make sure that that stays in their favor. But again, 2 players from the Subliners looking to attack from the back. Standy takes down HyDra. Last player is going to be Clay, and he gets found out as well. Great work from Minnesota.
But that's not good work, because that's going to be New York now spawning at waterside and towards the back.
That's true.
These spawns. Priestahh with some good shots to take down Neptune, but New York have control now, currently up P2. 30 seconds remaining on this hard point. Give it at least 1 or 2 more good pushes if you're Minnesota, because you want to make sure you keep these back spawns for that P3. You see great shots coming in from Major. He was able to take down 2. HyDra finds 2 of his own. So this remaining 20 seconds should go in favor of New York.
Yeah, it looked great for Røkkr for a moment. Then you have a few squad spawns that come in, and just like that, New York, now they've got the advantage. Rotation already being thought about toward the house side, and one player that may have just snuck past the setup is going to be HyDra. Granite sits on 4 in a row, so Røkkr somewhat aware of his position, but HyDra sitting pretty toward the top side, waiting for his teammates to come off of spawn. Now they're here. About time for the attack. The Prowl does set up the pinch nearly established, but MajorManiak can attach. They're winning the fights inside. They're aware of HyDra's position, and they take him out.
And now you see number 7 in the back, which is going to be Neptune, trying to work his way around. As 2 players are going to spawn in towards the back. New York are able to pinch through the front side, so they have control currently. As Neptune has the opportunity to play for some spawn kills. You see the pinch, though, coming in from Standy from the front. What can he do to try to break in? New York still holding with 25 seconds.
Still holding with 25 left. Røkkr are able, despite that team kill, to finally get some clearance. It seems as if every time they're on rotation, there is always somebody at the flank, whether it's been HyDra, whether it's been Clay, whether it's been Neptune, somebody always attacking from the backside. With a few seconds left, MajorManiak, a nice double inside, and has a third one, of course, left to engage with. But 48 to 59, Røkkr, as we said, their very first match on land, and they're getting very well acquainted with Vanguard, especially on a map like Bocage. Priestahh off to a great start now at 9-8.
And that's one player that I really wanted to focus on in this series is going to be Priestahh, because we know the kind of player that he is. He's always been a standout flex player, and the fact that he's going to be running a submachine gun alongside attach and Standy on a map like Bocage, you can just tell that the guy has the ability to take over this game. But the setup's still coming in from Minnesota. They still have the spawns from back stable. You see the pressure coming in from New York from the front. They're able to get in for the time being. They have to make sure that they get these kills and try to flip these spawns to get this remaining junk time.
Big fights inside of the hill. Neptune able to win that. Then sets up Standy for a potential engagement. He gets dropped in from the back. But how about MajorManiak off the rip? Makes it 17-8 on a 5 spree. And instantly is thinking about the future. That's going to be 3 down for at least a moment. and making his way through the sewer. This could be huge, Jay.
Yeah, he's sneaking his way through. He's actually going to work his way behind this player at L-Wall. Clayster's not going to be aware of this, so Major, even though the spawns are still coming in from the backside for New York, able to take this player off the hill, earns a strafing run, one away from that glide bomb. Spawn's still coming in, but you see number 2 on the minimap, which is attached. He's just trying to set up a crossfire. Neptune and Clayster find 2 in the feed. Major's still staying alive. He's going to be fully streaked out, but Crim finally takes him down, and New York have control.
Such great plays there from MajorManiak. Like you said, earns the strafe, and maybe the one guy in question coming into a map like Bocage. Of course, when you talk about your SMGs, you're seeing Standy, you're seeing Attach and Priestahh, but like we said, some players that you maybe wouldn't expect to have great Bocage performances. Crim yesterday, now MajorManiak at 19 and 10. As our final few seconds of P5. Have some highlight moments as Attach is able to take down a few. He ends up getting dropped. And with that, 8 more points left, rather 8 more seconds left here at our final side of rotations. And HyDra, for a moment, started to feel himself, but 20-point advantage right now for NYSL.
You see Minnesota, they're going to be set up. They're only down by 15 points, so let's take a listen in with Minnesota.
Anyone's going for a hut.
Top barn, top barn, top barn.
What's the play? What's the top barn? What's the L? What's the L?
And low left.
Yo, he's left.
He's jig.
What was low right?
Go top house, guys.
Zig.
What guy's eight?
Neptune.
Could be bottom barn.
Bottom barn, under the steps. Under the steps and top house. Top house, top house.
He was right. He's top left. Looking right.
Dude, top right camera, guys.
Bottom barn, Crim.
Crim got me. He's pushing through Sables.
Rotate. We don't want to flip. Back it up. Oh, one top barn. I flip, guys. I flip.
Start playing around time, guys. More. We got to start playing around time.
I'm going to go top and help you on this time.
Bottom house in time. Neptune bottom house.
I'm here, one hill. I just knew that.
Back time, Dan.
One more time.
Bottom house. Hear that?
Bottom house. I don't see him.
Bottom house in the C corner. Dead. One more hut.
Yo, listen. I'm getting pushed right.
Dead on time.
Listen, there's going to be 3 plus barn.
Hey on me. I'm top barn.
You're up there.
One's back barn roof. Top eight.
Yo, pick up coop.
I'm trying to. I'm stuck.
Back right cross.
I'm one shot.
Dead. One more fence. Neptune and hut. Going back for one. Going back right.
We need a barn.
Going barn.
Oh, I'm one shot.
Look over your front.
Front, HyDra, little barn.
Field door. Shotzzy down. He's done. Below you. Nice. Low field Clay. I can glide. I'm a glide for control. Everybody hold. We're going to run in barn.
Crim is mod barn.
Gliding.
Yo, do the top house.
Listen, 2 in barn, 1 in hill, 1 down green. 2 in barn. I'm going to the hill. Got 2. Last guy in barn. Hill's weak. I'll kill hill. Field tank.
I'm telling you.
Good shit.
Zig one shot.
Look every time. Low shot, 1 shot field.
Nice.
He's so in this time. They go in barn. One grabbing ACD.
I'm one shot.
ACD, 1 shot.
Have you guys in barn?
Close to me. Dead.
Flat, dead.
I'll
go over time. I get time.
They give you barn.
Close aim, field door. Watch out. Nice. Good shit. The time.
Zig.
Nice. Good shit. Nice. We can go off. Left. You can go. You can all go.
They give me top.
Play through the time. We're getting kills. Play through the time.
I'm challenging time. I'm almost
Bottom house. Beat HyDra. He's going to wine door, HyDra.
I gotta say, Jay, I mean, given how Bocage works, that was some great small talk. They're all getting involved, calling out streaks, calling out positioning as Standy falls off of that 4 spree. Røkkr, great comms, man.
Yeah, I expect that. You know, this is a team that stuck together last year, so the chemistry will be there. And they were also able to get back in this game with a great hold on that P2. But now for rotation, you see New York early into the point. Attach able to find 2. Trying to do everything he can as the spawns are going to flip. Last player in the hill is going to be Crimsix from the New York side. He has to try to go big. He's going to get taken down. Minnesota get in. They're pushing out. That's going to be 2 in the feed. Make it 3 as Minnesota only being down by 20 points. They can get this remaining 15, only be down by 5. But they had to start thinking about that rotation. You see the positioning of Attach. He's trying to work it through water side.
We'll see what he can do with it. HyDra aware of the timing, but Attach beams him from afar. Great MP40 shot there from Dylan Price. Is now look to cut through middle. Crimsix has yet to really give the call out. Why? Because Attach is a man that's yet to be seen. They know somebody's in the hill, but they don't know exactly where he is. Standy's slaying on the outskirts. Same thing with Priestahh. And here's Attach's turn. That's going to be 5. Nearly turns on the 6th. And he's still back here. He's a man behind enemy lines. Finally gets dealt with, but that was such a great opportunity to see his perspective. The presence that Attach has on this map. A great setup to start for Røkkr, but given that Subliners are spawning close, they're finally able to regain, and now they are in prime position for the time.
One thing that I really took away from that listening was the fact that they said, hey, we got to get on hill. I'm pretty sure they're outslaying New York by a substantial amount right now, but they still don't have a drastic lead as New York are able to find 2, get this remaining 15 seconds, and once again take control of this hard point. Now you have to start thinking about their rotation. Pay attention to number 4 on the minimap, which is going to be Priestahh. allowing his teammates to spawn at least that tank area. But you see the pressure starting to come up through L wall. Huge win by MajorManiak, but the pinch is going to come from Neptune. He has to try to make a play here.
This is great, really great prioritization right now from the Subliners. Again, sitting 2 toward the back, in full preparation, full awareness of that back tower side spawn. How great it can be for this hill as Neptune, some nice long range shots. And really the problem for Minnesota is MajorManiak has to pretty much send the troops into the hill. Meanwhile, he's trying to deal with the damage on the outside. Neptune finally does get met with some fire. It's Røkkr holding from the front, but HyDra, he's also made his way through the flank. That continues to be the story, Jay. Røkkr doing a great job of slaying inside of the hill, but it's these constant flanks that are plaguing Minnesota right now.
And Minnesota, they're doing a great job of just getting the spawns. New York are just holding it from the front side. You usually do not see setups like this. Up by almost 30 points with 15 seconds remaining on this hard point. HyDra is still alive. Eventually, he's going to get taken down. So this remaining junk time should go in favor of Minnesota. This game is going down to the wire, man. Minnesota had to start hopping this hill.
As you said, I mean, just the outslaying numbers right now, +6 right now from Standy. You see Attach +6, +10 right now for MajorManiak, and Priestahh is even. Like,
there's no one positive on the side of New York.
Exactly.
Either.
Like, everyone is positive or even right now from the Røkkr, and they're down by 20 seconds. You're going to have to see some adjustments be made. Obviously, in the comms, they're aware of it. But with how crazy Bocage can be, how many adjustments can you make, especially in your very first map of Vanguard? We got to give some props to MajorManiak, by the way. I know they're not winning at this moment, but the guy's at 36 and 22. He's gone on a myriad of sprees and doing his best to try and get some hill time here at P1, inching ever closer to a tie game.
And now Minnesota, only down by 6. They have the rotation towards P2. The way that New York were able to contest it from the front side, they cannot allow that to happen again. You see the pressure coming in towards Platt. MajorManiak on another 5 spree. Still has that strafing run to work with. But he's going to push all the way out tank. That's what's forcing number 7, which is going to be Neptune, to spawn all the way out. You see New York starting to attack through low water. The players in the back have to win their engagements. Clayster is going to allow his teammates to spawn. There you see number 1. He has to try to back up. He's going to get taken down. HyDra trying to slide in. Trades going back and forth for Major. Still alive. That's going to be 3 in the feed. Minnesota have finally taken the lead in this game.
They have. I know MajorManiak was thinking about calling in one of those streaks. We'll hold on to it for now as Priestahh is hitting some beams as well. A full-on headbutt really toward the field side. Attach prioritizing, trying to make sure he can at least get some better map presence. As here comes MajorManiak from the skies, fortified rock. And he'll take that one on the chin. MajorManiak reaching 40 kills now as it's a tie game in YSL. Looking good to grab those final 15 points. And Røkkr sitting themselves firmly at that next hard point. Will the break be coming in with Neptune getting where he is? That's a big find from Røkkr, trying to clear the board as they're prepared for noon.
Now New York just need to get 1 break on this hard point. You do not want to stagger these pushes. You want to make sure you do this as a team, as Minnesota are going to be set up here, 220 to 235. Players trying to attack from front, players trying to attack from kitchen. You see number 6 trying to work his way around, but that's going to be 2 in the feed. Make it 3 from Minnesota, 230 and climbing. They are so far pushed out towards the middle of the map. No New York players are going to be close towards this hard point. They eventually take the lead back. They can win it here.
Yeah, both teams have the ability to win it at this hill, given how things start to progress. As Clay taking down 2, there goes Neptune, Crimsix as well. That's going to be 4. They also spawn flip, and they're aware of it. Røkkr now have to look to retake. We've got ourselves a tie game. Only 5 more points for NYSL. Røkkr, can they break in? Standing from one side, he gets cut down, and NYSL making the comeback. Despite getting outslayed by what? I mean, 20, 25 plus kills?
You had Standy who dropped 35. You had Attach who dropped 36. You had Major who dropped 41. And then their last player dropped 32, which is Priestahh. That's insane. Not a single player on the side of New York were positive there, and they were able to win that hard point. Usually do not see stats like that, but it's really concerning for me for Minnesota, because the fact that they can outslay like that and still lose hard points, that means that they're making mistakes and they got to go back and fix.
I mean, what does that tell you specifically about Røkkr, right? For their ability to slay out the way that they are? What really needs to be prioritized in a moment like that?
They just need to make sure, because they had the rotations for a majority of these hills. It just came down to certain traded situations. Like one time they would get two-piece, and that would mess up how they want to trade that situation. But usually, the way they were playing that entire map, it was beautiful. When it came to the slaying, MajorManiak was able to pick up kill streaks left and right, 32 untraded kills. But that's just unacceptable. When you outslay a team that much in hardpoint, you're supposed to win it. New York were able to clutch up.
Yeah, and it feels like on a map like Bocage as well, where you feel like it's incredibly slay heavy. The team who's usually dominating in that column, by rule of thumb, is usually going to be able to hop in the hill. But we're going to take a look at really the final minute of this game. Jay, I want you to kind of take this opportunity to let us know what exactly happened. Again, we're setting up for house. Røkkr's here to start. What goes wrong?
So Røkkr, they hold this initial push right off the rip beautifully. They get pushed out towards middle, but then they allow a player to sneak up through the right side. You see Clayster, he's slowly working up that right side water as his teammates are dropping. But once he gets taken down, you still see number 6, he's still alive. 2:35, it's going to be a tie game. But Clayster, once again, he doesn't miss it up. He works his way around the back, wins a huge one-on-one versus MajorManiak back here, sets up the pinch, allows his teammates to break in through the front. And then once that happens, they flip the spawns, and then they allow their SMG players to just push out and hold the hill to close out the game.
Yeah, just very effective. I mean, when we talk about communication-wise, when you are getting slayed out, that is going to be your best friend in situations like this. In YSL, you said it. I mean, coming into that hill, Jay, it was a matter of if they can get the break, that one play, if they can flip the spawns, how dramatic that starts to flip the script. And obviously, it does there. An 8-point hardpoint game to kick things off, and much like New York series yesterday, taking a Bocage hardpoint. Granted, a much different score, a much different overall stat line, but they're still able to do it. And I guess when we're coming into this series, I was expecting Røkkr to play close in the opening hardpoint, but for them to outslay just doesn't really feel like this Røkkr team. I mean, again, I feel like all of last year, it was almost like a mini Toronto Ultra type of situation where it's like, hey, these guys, they're not going to always be super dominant in a hardpoint, but they have the ability to really outwork you in regards to the teamwork. Great plays from, obviously, MajorManiak throughout that, but just not enough to get the job done. Slaying, not the story here.
It was not, but look at the stat line he put up. Positive 15 on that first map, 41 and 26, and keep in mind, he is their main AR for this roster. He picks up a submachine gun here and there, but his main job is to make sure he's focusing on the spawns. Usually don't see a stat line on a map like Bocage from an AR player like this. He was going absolutely off. But now you just have to let this map go. You have to let it go because you feel like that one should have went in your favor. Now you have to focus on your search and destroy, which was the bread and butter for this roster last year. Like I said, they ended the year going 10-2 throughout stage 5. And this is where we get to see Attach really step up. I feel like he's been one of the best snipers I've ever played against. Yeah. And now that it's back, on a map like Desert Siege, he needs to be impactful.
Yeah, well, that's high praise from you to go and, put that on the line.
He's a pretty good player.
He definitely is. Dylan Price is a very, very talented player. But I was actually let known that it was a 22 kills is how many kills that Minnesota did outslay by. So just to kind of have somewhat of a frame of reference, I guess in the back of your pocket, the back of your mind, if you're a Røkkr fan, it's like, what, granted we lost, but at the same time, at least we're slaying, which maybe was really the primary thing in question, but it's an open slate now. New slate. As we head now into the search and destroy here in just a few moments, obviously going to be on Desert Siege, and kind of getting back to that point you mentioned, in terms of Attach, I know the desk was hitting on it a little bit earlier about how, the rest of the Minnesota Røkkr players in Cold War, all graded search and destroy, right? All of them above a 1 except for Attach. Now, if he's got that sniper in his hands, I mean, you got to think that's got to elevate things.
Oh, it definitely is, man, because he's always been a phenomenal search and destroy player. Last year wasn't his best year, but you see the stats pop up here. Their average hardpoint differential, they were 8th. Their KD was 4th. They were always able to keep up with the slaying, but you see the bread and butter was their search and destroy. Number 2 in kill death ratio at a 1.07. They won a majority, at least 50% of their rounds. So this is where the game mode that they have to get back into this series is, because next map is going to be that Tuscan Control. We watched a lot of teams play it yesterday. It'll still be the first time we watch Minnesota play it. But in order for them to get back into this series, they need this search and destroy.
Yeah, they absolutely have to have it. I mean, we know what New York was able to do yesterday. Granted, they're up 3-1. They end up losing that on Tuscan Search and Destroy. But on a map like Desert Siege, again, you have a lot of opportunities for strategies. I mean, to me, that kind of sounds like a great map for New York, considering how great the Clay is with the snipe. I feel like how pesky and how annoying Crim can be at the start of rounds. Plus, a lot of cover, a lot of angles for players like Neptune and HyDra to hide.
Yeah, especially all over that middle building, because it's going to be an all-out bloodbath for the players that have decided to rush out of that middle building. But usually you're going to see a lot of that action going down towards that B bomb. Whoever opens up with that initial sniper fight, it's going to basically open up that bomb site. You try to get that bomb down as fast as you can, but you always want to make sure you're having one player that's watching that late flank, because usually when you attack that B bomb consistently, that player who always watches A is going to slowly push up that train side, and it might cause him to shut up.
And I guess I know we're taking a look at a few of the hardpoint highlights throughout that bocage, and I know we're having a few issues just trying to make sure that that search and destroy is going to be primed and ready here in just a few moments. But I do want to, kind of focus again on that search and destroy specifically. I mean, from what you got to witness from Minnesota last year, it felt like they were constantly evolving in terms of what they were actually good at. They start off the season great at search and destroy, not great at hardpoint. They bring in Standy, they're great at hardpoint, not great at search and destroy. And then toward the end of the year, it goes back to the way it was at the start, where they're great in search and destroy, hardpoint struggle. And we were talking about it in the green room earlier with Nameless. It was like, hey, this team, great at search and destroy and control, hardpoint is where it lacks. I want to kind of dive in deeper to the search and destroy conversation with Røkkr, and I want to get your opinion on this team and the way that you think that they can attack New York side on Desert Siege.
Well, I think it's going to be great for Minnesota. At least what we got from them last year, they were so good at just making those mid-round adjustments. So as long as they can keep that up on a map like Desert Siege, like, you're going to initially start by, throwing some tacticals at that B site, but you might want to take control of middle building. They're so good at just making those adjustments, and they also have a great playmaker in Standy that's not ready to take risks, or always willing to take risks.
Yeah, absolutely. Standy, a great search and destroy player last year in the top 10 of all kinds of different statistics. But we do apologize. We will have that search and destroy up here and ready to go in just a few moments. New York claim victory on the bocage. But when we come back after this quick little break, it's time for Desert Siege Search and Destroy.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL.
As long as I have, you learn a thing or two.
FaZe Clan for the first time!
Each year the game changes, but the grind, it stays the same.
Done it. Congratulations, Subliners.
Practice, scrim, compete, eat, sleep, repeat. Visit zenni.com/CDL to get a pair of Røkkr Zennis or any of your other favorite CDL teams today.
Let it go, I'm a pro. Temperature to change, wear your coat. We so cold, we ain't gotta glow. You gon' see it when it shows. Step up on the scene, play hard like a pro. Life in the fire, so you did it, yeah, I did it. It's about to be a problem. Steady headed for the win. We be going in, yes again and again. With a green, staying hot, it's a 10. Attack, it's a wrap in the end. You will never win, steady headed for the win. One body about to turn cold. Yeah, I get it. Pop it, lock it, bread and butter. So would you go ahead and tell me when you had enough? Fucking you one more shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank, go empty. I'ma keep going to the long con. Give me if you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome when you come around, dog. You thinking you getting me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything that you get in the vicinity.
Welcome back, folks, to the Call of Duty League Kickoff Classic. We are in the midst of a phenomenal series going down between the New York Subliners and the Minnesota Røkkr. Conversation has to be on those Subliners. Not only did they get the victory versus Boston Breach yesterday in a Game 5, but they also just walked away with the Bocage despite getting outslayed by 22 kills. Lano and Study on the mic for you guys right now. And like I said, Jay, let's keep it in the New York camp at this moment. You got to give them a lot of props given the fact that, you know, they won Bocage yesterday by outslaying. They also do it in a totally different way versus a very hot Røkkr roster.
Yeah, man, they just played it beautifully. Like I said, a majority of the time, Minnesota had the respawns. They had the spawn side, the preferred spawn side, but the way that New York were able to set up around that, remember when they was all the way at P5, you had Neptune that was pushed out all the way towards the left side tank, and a player also back L. Like, they were consistently just spawning them in that back corner, playing to their strengths, just getting enough hill time to close out that game. Didn't matter if they got outslayed by 22. The fact that they won that game is still mind-blowing to me. Great job by New York.
And that just makes you wonder, too, like, you know, with the combination that they have on the New York Subliners, right? You have the great slaying, you know, young talent. Then you have the veterans who are always keeping in mind spawns, always making those plays happen, and then also setting each other up for success. It is truly a wonderful, wonderful combination. But let's go and take a look really quickly at the way that our map set currently stands for the moment, or rather our Bocage hardpoint stats for map number 1. My apologies. Like I said, plus 22 in slaying, it cannot be understated. Røkkr coming out of the gates hot, slightly maybe not as focused on the objective as we would have liked. And I know I talked about that last year. Like, it didn't seem as if that was the case. I'm wrong. I'm an idiot. That actually happened a ton. Carson, our stats guy, let us know that that actually was very common. They were one of the top teams in slaying, but not in turning it into actual numbers on the scoreboard. So maybe a reoccurring issue that has to be worked out.
Definitely will be worked out, especially with a coach like Loon.
Right.
He's such an objective-minded kind of player. Back when he was a player, that he was always going to be able to get the job done regardless of the stat line. But you take a look at socials, big formal. I'm a big MajorManiak fan. Guy just dropped 15 plus for the L. And the first thing he probably said is, all good, unlucky. Those guys like to plant a bomb, right? Just keep it moving. Yeah, Formal's pretty funny. I don't know. I've been enjoying Formal ever since he's retired. He's been an absolute comedian.
He's a great guy.
Yeah.
We absolutely love Formal. And, you know, while he's not with us in the 2022 season, it's obviously great to see that he's watching the matches. We say a good hello to him. And we could be seeing a weapon that he liked to use quite a bit during his playing days, the good old sniper, specifically the car. You expect to see it here on Desert Siege as we are in for round number 1. It's no surprise, Jay, attach with the sniper out.
And you see New York at least slowly working up towards this middle building. They're not going to commit towards this B site. Clayster and Attach are going to have one hell of a sniper battle between each other. But Clay's actually not going to be sniping. Spots Attach, so you're going to be able to call that player out. But right now, New York, they're just waiting for a player on Minnesota to go try to make a play. They're not trying to take any risks. They're just trying to slow down this game because this map can go super quick.
That's the way that works, too. With this middle building, you just don't have a whole lot of confidence at times in planting just because of how quickly they can get to either site. And with Attach being at the angle that he is, that B bomb, right? The entire left side, the entire bottom side of the map is going to be difficult to secure. But with that, Subliners playing slow and steady as Crim, much like he did yesterday, secured the first blood.
Yeah, he's an absolute beast, man. He had at least 6 first bloods yesterday in Search and Destroy, already starting off with 1 here. About 25 seconds remaining on the clock. New York have to work this bomb plant. Standy's going to be able to take down Crimsix. It's going to be a 3v3, and the bomb is going to be rotating towards B as Attach was going to be able to give it up. So Standy, he's in a position to try to get him off. The trade is going to be there, or at least the crossfire from Clayster to take him down. And now this allows MajorManiak to try to make a play on the slate flank.
And Clay has to know, right? The Attach is somewhat in the area, gets the hit marker and gets dropped as well. MajorManiak now in the 1 versus 3. Had a great performance in the hard point, and as Formal said, he's saying, hey, it's all good. Focusing now on the first round, but not going to be able to do it. Such a great pivot there in that round. Out of NYSL, Crim finds the first blood. Again, they toss out the smoke just to get Minnesota thinking. They decide to rotate the bomb, and Clay has the crossfire set up. And really, it's kind of odd that Attach wasn't in that perspective. I guess Clay maybe laid down some fire, made Attach back up. Just great positional awareness there for Subliners.
Yeah, just good work right there from Clayster to set up that crossfire on bomb before his teammate even dropped. And then once they were able to, unfortunately for Attach, he got a hit marker there to at least make it a 2v2. But in a 1v3 Major, bomb planted at B is pretty much an impossible task to get done. But look at this angle.
Teach him, Clay.
Coming in from Clayster, watching over this B bomb. It's looking like the attack though from Minnesota is going to come in towards this A site. Just keep in mind, Crimsix is going to be on this side of the bomb site. Trying to get his first blood once again. Another slow round coming from Røkkr. Just trying to play around the mistakes of Subliner players.
We'll see if eventually they will have that mistake occur. Again, being in the bottom side of that middle building. Oh, as Attach hits the shot onto Crim. I was going to say, you can never know when a challenge is about to happen, and clearly anywhere on Desert Siege, that could be the case. Make it 2 now for Attach. For a moment, it looked like Neptune wanted to challenge, but with the smoke out, could it be the 3rd? All on to Neptune. 1v3. And you know he's aware of Attach. He does not want to give Attach his 3rd.
Yeah, it was only a matter of time before Minnesota able to walk away with that round. Basically the same exact thing that New York able to do in the first round. You force it to be a 3v1. You get that early pick. Attach with 2 beautiful sniper shots onto Crim and Clay. But just taking their time so far on this map. Tied at 1 apiece.
And that's the thing that we talked about, right? I mean, we just feel like this Røkkr team gets upgraded instantly in Search and Destroy because Attach now has the sniper back in his hands. Everybody from Minnesota above a 1 KD last year in Cold War. And we obviously have already seen clearly what Attach can do when he's got the sniper back in his hands. And we'll get to see it now again in round number 3, the battle versus Clay. Delayed for now, but not for long.
You see the aggression coming in from Minnesota. They're trying to push straight through this A site. But Clayster's going to be able to open up that first one onto Attach. Crim follows up with the nade onto MajorManiak. Makes it a 4v2. Standy gets 1. 3v2. All up to 1 player, which is going to be Priestahh in the middle of the map in another 1v3 situation. These offensive wins are just coming in consistent. I wonder which team is going to be able to walk away with their very first defense.
See what Priestahh can do. I think he gets some information. He definitely does. He has both players in his line of sight and instantly backs up. Could spot Crimsix on the rotation. Did he see him is the question. Incredibly careful is Priestahh. Up against the vets. P-Dog spots out Crim. And now it's a 1v1. Priestahh versus Clayster. Knows his weapon of choice. And runs right toward the bomb, and Clay is right there. Clay sits on the objective and denies the 1v3.
That's such a heads-up play from Clayster because it was really difficult for him to try to change his positioning up, but thank God he was able to pick up that MP40 because he did have the sniper to start the round. He's able to clutch it up for his team. So now New York are in command 2-1 in this search and destroy. But like I said, it's been 3 straight offensive wins between both of these rosters. So far, the early first blood is what's opening it up. Clayster with the sniper once again. Gonna look over this B site with all-out attack coming in from Minnesota towards this middle building.
Looks like a frustrated type of Minnesota Røkkr with Standy there for the trade. Neptune overall securing what matters the most. HyDra decides to challenge, and this could be 2. Standy ends up falling, but Clay hits the shot again. Winding back the clock.
And I'm pretty sure Neptune actually found 3 in the middle building on that round as Clayster's gonna hit a beautiful shot onto MajorManiak, trying to push to that A site. So that's gonna be the very first defensive win for NYSL.
There it is.
Throughout the entire map. Up 3-1 now. So far, he's been winning a lot of these one-on-ones versus attach. That's a huge first blood because if you take the sniper down, he's usually the guy that's gonna be the island player or at least watching over 1 complete bomb site. So once again, Clay's gonna be sneaking over this B site. This time, Minnesota are going to be super aggressive on the bomb, though. They might just try to go for the insta-flank. Neptune reads it. He's able to take down both.
Neptune right now sits on a 5 spree, by the way. As you said, found 3 in that last round. He did a great job of just making the Røkkr players feel somewhat uncomfortable to the middle side of the map. Once again, Attach has brought out the big guns. Priestahh falls. And Neptune has already earned a strafing run. Will also put down the plant. Attach, he's gonna have to do the Lord's work here. Found out, and NYSL continued to roll.
And I'm pretty sure Neptune gets the ace on that round. He gets 3 in the previous round, 4 in that round, so he's gonna be fully streaked out. This can get really scary for Minnesota. They have to try to stop this bleeding. They need to go out in their offensive push right here and either super fast attack towards B or just try to win the majority of those gunfights in towards the middle building because those glide bombs can be really crucial if you try to take that bomb towards A.
Yeah, that's a great call. And we'll see how Røkkr look to reply about it. Again, down 4-1. And when you're in a situation like this, sometimes you see the team change things up. Play more aggressive. Look for somewhat of a different angle. And speaking of angles, Clay decided to deny that one. Meanwhile, we've got a ton of players inside of the middle building. The reason is because we've got a streak inbound. Glide bomb comes through. At least get some information, which will be great for the Subliners. And Neptune feeding off of it. That's now 8 in a row in this search to destroy. We're just in 5 rounds. Priestahh at least able to even out the man count. Now we're at a 3 versus 3. Bomb down for the moment.
45 seconds left. Priestahh trying to work his way up through this B site. MajorManiak's able to take down Clayster, so that's going to be a huge kill. Now in a 3v2, they still have to try to pick up this bomb. So they're going to be rotating this towards that A site. HyDra and Neptune left in the 2v3. They might have just got some great timing, or at least they're trying to focus on that one player sitting in the back of the spawn. But you see, HyDra, it's time to make a play. Trying to solo out Attach. Able to almost turn on to Priestahh. But now it's all left up to HyDra in a 1v3. This has been a great adjustment for Minnesota as he takes down 1. 35 seconds still. Uses a smoke grenade to his advantage. Oh, wow. Able to get out of that situation. But you have to try to eliminate both of these players. He's taking a super long route. He might not even have enough time to get this defuse.
It does not look to be the case. Yeah, Minnesota have already turned it around. They're fully aware of what this strategy that he looked to pull out would be. Again, tosses out the smoke and changes his perspective, but Røkkr, all the superior, all the smarter in this particular engagement. HyDra from range, cut down. Minnesota still hanging on.
that was a great round by Minnesota. The fact that they got New York to invest their glide bomb there, no one dropped, and then they won a majority of those trades to take that numbers advantage and eventually close out the round. I love the setup from New York, though. They take control of that middle building. They do not allow any players from Minnesota to try to break in, so they have control there to use that glide bomb for the information. Just the kills didn't go in their favor. Minnesota are starting to come back to life here, down 4-2.
Yeah, and again, we got to keep things in mind, right? This is their very first series. Yeah, shake off the rust a little bit. I shouldn't say they shake off the rust. I mean, they look great in terms of slaying in that first hard point. So, again, search and destroy. Not practice it nearly as much as you do the respawns, but feels like it's just a matter of time for this Røkkr roster. 4-2, an advantage for New York in a major round, the swing round, as we like to call it, in search and destroy. Subliners on the attack, while Priestahh still sitting toward top university. The pick potential and attach another hit marker.
That's unfortunate for attach. Still 50 seconds on the clock. You see the rotation starting to come in from New York at this A-bomb. MajorManiak's in such a great position. He's going to be able to take him off of that site. Now in a 3v4. Clayster does have that sniper in his hand, and that's going to cost him major fines too. It's going to be a 4v2 now, left up to Crimsix and HyDra.
Crimsix looks to challenge in MajorManiak. That'll be 3. And his teammate will pick up the other. How about the plays there from MajorManiak? Just hide behind the train, try to play an odd angle, and that's what we talk about on this map stud. The amount of little angles, the amount of spots that you can play on Desert Siege. Major showing off one of them as Røkkr, as we referenced, starting to get some new life. And I mean, what? Given their performance last year, given what they were able to do, you can never count out this team.
Never. Not in search and destroy. But
especially in search and destroy.
Major's also on a 5 spree, so he has the potential to pick up some kill streaks here. Priestahh also on a 3.
That's okay.
That stun's not going to be a
You can't do everything, all right?
Okay, it's okay. Minnesota playing this a little slower. Keep in mind, Neptune still has that strafing run to work with. Crimsix going to work on the repositioning. If I'm Major, this is a huge first kill if you can get it.
No, he wants it.
As he slowly is starting to push up on this A site. You see all of New York starting to hit the rotation, thinking that the push is going to come in. The strafing run is actually going to get activated, and that's going to force MajorManiak to change positioning, and Crimsix gets the first blood.
Just great work there from NYSO. Granted, the streak doesn't get a kill, but the streak allows for the kill to be found. Attached to looking for an angle toward the trains. And Clay's also lingering there as well, but take a look at Standy. Granted, he does have the bomb, so a big position for him. He finds a kill that instantly makes things easier. Nearly finds one in the Clay. He does. Meanwhile, Neptune also there for the trade. Now up to Priestahh. 1v3 in New York. Aware of their positioning. Don't want to try to give up anything for free. And by having that positioning inside a middle, they can be at either of these bomb sites in just a matter of moments. Priestahh thought he heard something. He thought he heard something. Engagement on the Crim, sliding out. And NYSL, they finally, after a few rounds, will have a reply of their own.
Just great round from New York. They use the streak once again for their setup. They make MajorManiak reposition, get him off that train side. Crim was able to open up the first blood. So now when you take off Major from that side of the bomb, this allows Clayster to slowly work his way up the late flank. He finds the second, makes it a 4v2 situation. And then Standy, he was trying to be a playmaker there, gets sniffs out. Another 1v3 left up to Priestahh. New York up 5-3, 1 round away from closing this out. Neptune having himself a map at 10-4.
Okay, Clay.
Look at Clayster. He's 29 years old, and he's still doing things like this.
He knows the game well. That's without a doubt. And Attach is going to peek around this corner and be like, what? Okay.
Oh.
Attach sees him.
But look at the pressure coming in from New York and towards the middle of the building. Crim's able to find that first blood. They have full mid-map control. Standy's able to at least get the trade. Now he's going to be trapped on the speed bomb. Smoke grenade is going to be there to help him. He's going to be able to get out of that position. But with 50 seconds left, still a 3v3. New York just taking their time.
Both teams trying to be extra careful. Neptune having an objective, just peeks out for a little too long. Didn't see MajorManiak there on the left side of his screen. So Røkkr right now with numbers. And New York somewhat split apart. You've got HyDra on one end, Clay on the other. And He might be aware of MajorManiak's positioning. In fact, HyDra is. The pinch is successful. And you see HyDra's instant awareness, thinking somebody has to be inside of that middle building, which will be the case. They'll look to wrap the bomb. Priestahh gets dropped, and also they're Standy there as well. How about the clutch?
The patience coming in from HyDra right there to work his way through that backside of their spawn. He finds that kill on the MajorManiak, and when we were on Clayster's perspective, he knows that MajorManiak just beat them in one round previous using that same exact spot. They were not going to let it happen again. Once they take him down, it's a 2v2. You only have to do is just focus on getting that bomb down, but HyDra put himself in such a great position there to catch Priestahh off the rotation, and then Standy in a 2v1 situation, he probably wasn't expecting both players to just simply jump at him. Probably was expecting an A plant, but they just hit the rotation, and New York are able to walk away with the map number 2, up 2-0 in the series. That was nice and clean from New York.
Yeah, it absolutely was. And you know, one thing that we'll talk about really a lot throughout this season is going to be the snipers on Desert Seeds. Attach 2 and 7. Meanwhile, Clay having a much better performance, but the guy that you have to talk about throughout the entirety of that game is Neptune.
Yeah.
Some major bombs dropped. You were talking about how in the early First Bloods, he was constantly causing problems. What, an ace and a hat trick in back-to-back rounds? Excellent plays from the new guy.
The guy just picked up early streaks. At that point, when you're Minnesota, it changes the way you want to play the map. Now you have to play it a little bit more conservative. That's why you see them start to slow down, make sure nobody was dying to these streaks. But New York, they were just set up so beautifully. Their setups on 3 less weeks of practice, it's looking like they got 2 veterans on their team, and it's definitely showing, man.
It definitely feels like that while HyDra was in France, Clay was going into the private lobbies and just looking for angles, like trying to find a few different positions. And as we said, turning back the clock there with the sniper. Again, this team, you could never count this roster out. Whenever you got Clay and Crim back together, you know they're going to be hitting the scrims hard. You know they're hitting the research hard, and they showed exactly why that's the case. Such a great mixture of talent. And now this puts even more pressure on the Røkkr side. Again, we talked about if it could be a Bocage win, that would be great. But it has to be a search and destroy victory. And really, they came out and looked flat. I mean, he had a few good moments here and there, but it just did not look like a team that was, what, top 4, top 3 in search and destroy last year.
Yeah, I think a majority of it came down to what New York were able to do on the map. They got a majority of First Bloods there, and then also the sniper battle between Clayster and Attach, he was winning a lot of those gunfights. I'm pretty sure Attach ended this game 2 and 7. Probably felt like, you know, players weren't really pushing his position. Like, Clayster was not giving him a lot of peaks, not giving him a lot of opportunities. But Attach also did get 2 hit markers in this game.
Yeah,
probably would have been able to change a couple rounds up.
Yeah, that's true. You know, I feel like on Desert Siege especially, those snipes, they have to hit, given a lot of different situations that Attach found himself in. But just taking a look at a few of these plays, the final one, such great teamwork in the 2 versus 3, the round that solidifies it. Oh boy, New York up 2 games to 0, and well, Jay, at least we're staying on the same environment. So if we're talking about a reverse sweep, which again, you can never count out a roster like the Minnesota Røkkr. I don't know, maybe if you have the same environment, the same map, you know, you get some things going. I don't know. I'm trying to make something up. I really don't know.
You can never count them out.
You can't. You really can't.
They made the best comeback of all time in Call of Duty history last year. So even though their backs are against the wall, still have a great coaching staff to keep them composed during these moments. Now they find themselves down 2-0. Probably the first map definitely should have went in their favor. S&D was kind of up in the air, but your main focus now is to just get better as a team. You're going into a Tuscan control. You want to make sure you keep the fundamentals in play. If you outslay them once again, you should be able to win it.
Yeah, and yesterday on New York Subliners, they played Gavutu control. They were up 2-0. And they allowed for Boston Breach to send it to that round 5. And I think, if New York wouldn't have gotten that restart, we could talk about how things maybe would have changed. Obviously, we have the restart. They were not looking great before it, and they absolutely dominated post that. But one point I want to kind of focus the conversation on is this guy HyDra, man. Obviously, we see social media talking about him. Everybody loves him. Paco, let's go, coming through from floating. What he's talked about how Crim is also his dad. Clay is also his dad as well. He's got many fathers on this team, but hey, you could never count on a player like this. Obviously, now in his 2nd season, and Paco's picking up from where he left off.
Yeah, but you got to remember what last year was like for HyDra. He had the #1 hardpoint KD. He was pretty consistent in Search and Destroy, sitting at 8th, but his worst game mode last year was Control, sitting at 35th. So I'm looking at this guy to step up today. We watched him yesterday on Gavutu. He was actually their 3rd AR. When we were watching them in scrims previously, Neptune was their third AR, so they made that switch on the fly. So now going into a Tuscan, this is going to allow him to whip that submachine gun right back out. Him and Neptune need to make sure that they're keeping the pacing going.
Yeah, and that could be the problem on Tuscan. We talked about a number of different positions. I mean, it was Seattle Surge who did such a great job at utilizing those young SMGs to push out the lanes. You can potentially expect the same thing here for New York. But folks, that is going to do it, at least for the time. It's New York up 2-0. Minnesota Røkkr, you've done it previously. Can you do it again? It's going to have to be a reverse sweep if they want to walk away with this series. When we come back, it is time for Tuscan Control. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty League Kickoff Classic. We are enjoying our CDL Saturday. It is day number 2, and we're in the middle of match number 3. New York Subliners finding themselves up 2-0 versus the Minnesota Røkkr. Røkkr, it's their very first series. NYSL on a hot Game 5 victory versus the Boston Breach yesterday, and it seems as if those little things starting to be worked out, right? They clutched in that Bocage hardpoint to start, they rebound into that search and destroy and look great, and now they could be finding themselves in a 3-0 win versus this Minnesota roster. But here we go, into the Tuscan Control. Jay, I'm going to ask you right off the rip, man, how do you want to see Minnesota rebound? What players are you looking at specifically on this map to bring them back?
I'm looking at Standy. Standy has to be the guy on this map. He has the pressure with that MP40 to be able to just put it on New York. He needs to win a majority of these gunfights. You see they're taking early A control. But New York, they're not giving this up easy. 28-27, making 27-26 now as Crim does find that kill. But you see MajorManiak, he's just slowly playing towards the middle of the map. But that's going to be a clean 4-dead. Minnesota already have 2 ticks of progression in. Now it's all about defending his B point.
Yeah, Subliners very aggressive toward the field side. And they both feel the pain of it. Okay, Clay. Shuts down Major. Attach falls as well. And Standy's at least able to see the church and have a nice little glance at the point. We'll see how long he'll be able to do that for. So station himself inside of the arches, and Crim aware of what the Minnesota Røkkr strategy is to try and get toward that tank. Clay spawns right up there, and Standy's able to drop him. So hey, you'll take what you can get. HyDra, again, just it's a constant battle for the backside of these spawns. HyDra's able to stay alive, wipe him away, and Røkkr, now they're back to their side of the map again.
Oh, That's a big 2Bs coming in from Neptune, and this entire time while they were capturing A, Neptune was sitting inside P5. He is forcing those spawns for them to spawn all the way behind Fountain. This was just a lot longer of a rotation for Minnesota Røkkr to try to get back in this play, but Crimsix is playing this beautifully, holding down this overextension as he does find two. Eventually, Major does get the trade. But just look at the positioning from the submachine guns on New York. They're ready for every single cutoff. You have HyDra who's watching in the middle of the map. You have Neptune who's watching all of P5. They're just making Røkkr consistently flood the right side.
With a minute left on the clock, too, you're thinking, Røkkr, you're right, we don't have any ticks yet. We've hardly been able to really force the issue at that B point. With having players stationed the way that the Subliners have, constantly watching cuts, watching over each other as well, it's not going to make it easy. But Røkkr do eventually find that lane toward the bottom side of the map, continuing to siphon themselves through that P5 position. A huge cutoff right now for HyDra as he finds himself on a flank, but the Røkkr aware of his position. That'll be 3 down. Neptune, the final player alive to really contest. He drops as well, and now NYSL with 38 seconds. The big job to do. Life count still somewhat even, but Prestinni attach a big double for them.
This is just great work from Minnesota. Once they got that opening on the P5 side, they were just able to flood through Plat, take control, and I'm pretty sure Attach, he's absolutely dominating in the back of the spawn right now. You're going to see Neptune on your screen. Clayster finds 2, HyDra finds 1 as well. Last player here is going to be Priestahh. He's going to get taken down, and at least Minnesota were able to complete 2 ticks of progression on this B point. They have 30 seconds to get 1 completed.
Yeah, you pretty much have one final push prepared for Røkkr, and what a massive round this could be. Changing the momentum so far of this series, down 2-0. Kicking off the control in a big way would be nice, but HyDra takes down 2 from that top church position. Standy is there to wipe him away. But again, with 7 seconds left, somebody from the Røkkr is going to have to reveal their position. Priestahh says, all right, it's going to be me. Clay meets him with some fire. The auto guns him down. And Røkkr run out of time.
Just beautiful setup by New York, man. The fact that they have both of their SMG players focused on being pushed out. You have Neptune consistently just holding down P5 and HyDra working his way around the middle of the map. You're leaving both of your ARs to basically watch their back. They were just setting up on that back tank, picking up kill after kill, and then once they got a clean 4 dead, like I said, they just had Minnesota Røkkr overextending on the left side through that A point, and Crimsix was always there to try to cut them off. Just a great round from New York to secure that defensive win.
Yeah, and it almost feels like, obviously it's a great play from the Subliners, but it also feels Røkkr at times a little tunnel vision, right? Like they're so focused on the objective, they're not willing to check their back, not willing to look at certain angles through middle. Great plays from NYSL, really just to be annoying as Clay eats a nade. Says, I've been doing that for years, it's really no big deal. Gulps it down, and NYSL continue to grab the time at A. As long as Clay sits in that power position, it makes it so difficult for Røkkr to bring in players from mid. As Priestahh realizing such, pretty much has to sacrifice his body. Standy gets found out as well. And with current 2 versus 1, MajorManiak trying to hold off for as long as he can. He'll get taken down in New York. He'll secure A.
And that's a 6 spree for Clayster, 1 off of a glide bomb. This can cause problems for the side of Minnesota. You see right now, New York do have a 2 live advantage, but just the setup out of Minnesota. Number 1 has to try to go big. Standy, unfortunately, is going to get taken down by Clayster, so that glide bomb is going to be heard. Minnesota needs to fight back now, so let's just go for a listening and see how their comms are.
I'm here with you, Porter. I'm here with you, Porter. Let's go find him.
Oh, yo, oh, no.
Yo,
nice.
Priestahh 1 shot at open. I have a glide and a fighter, guys. Don't waste lives like this. Go back to church.
Yep.
Hold room. Go back to church. Let's go down short, okay?
Okay.
Oh! Go come back to church, Paco. Go down short. I'll look over you. Go.
Okay. Same map.
I'm pushing maps. I'm pushing maps.
You're nothing crazy.
What's maps?
Bike and bind you short.
I got one map.
Short.
Sure.
I'm gonna glide off spawn.
Okay.
I'm gliding.
Oh, Jens, one shot.
Jens in church. Church go top church. And one on hill. Jens. I will.
Oh, I got naded. I got one naded.
Jens one shot. Jens one bullet.
Short.
Yo, walk that shit mid. Walk mid.
Yeah.
There's kills over everything, guys.
Stop it, one shot. Yo, I'm hiding bikes.
I got him. What the fuck?
I'm here with you now.
He saw me.
I'm going top radio.
Back radio. Back Jens. Pick up a sub play.
Yeah, I got one.
Nice.
Standy, one shot in the back. Standy, last kid, milk shot.
Milk. There's two.
Player kills.
Go. Play kills.
I'm with you, bro.
Yeah, Jen on me.
One side only.
Yeah, multiple.
No, recon you.
Yeah, there's multiple in the back. I need help. Stay on point, brother.
I can't.
Truck dead. I got it.
Yo, 40
on me, jumped over me.
Please stay down.
He's going tower. There's two there, man. Two there. Another one to the left corner. Jumped in the back. They're back jet. Stay alive.
I spawned
sort of deep. Stay alive. You have to stay alive.
Stay up. Watch the bikes. Bike dead.
I'm coming. I stunned short. Attach a major left.
Well, we heard New York. I think Devin, you might have heard Røkkr, but that's okay, Jay. Based off what we got to hear from NYSL on our end, it really was some great comms, some good communication, which is what you expect out of this team. Neptune especially get involved in some big moments, but really, Røkkr have done a great job, at least to get to this point. Lives could start to become a problem, but Neptune now sits on 4 in a row, making his way around the back. Major, there to take him down. A moment to breathe for Minnesota. And the final push begins to brew for New York.
And Crimsix just made the play. He was able to work his way all the way around the backside, find 3 in a row. But he's eventually going to get taken down with 10 seconds left. New York have to get a push on. They are up by 3 kills. They can potentially do this, but you see HyDra just waiting. Don't want to give up any kills. Minnesota are going to be able to walk away with the defensive win. But just keep in mind, if it goes to that round 5, it's dependent on kills.
Yep, it absolutely is. Really just a smart play there from NYSL at the end of the day, just to make sure you don't challenge, don't give away any unnecessary kills. And we know that the Røkkr, they've got the ability to slay out, but again, really throughout that comms, it was New York having some good moments here and there. The small talk was great, but it was just Røkkr shutting things down, and we know that B objective point can be very, very difficult to secure. And how about the start from Standy? Stuns 2 inside of bottom church, rips apart the top side as well. Standman feeling himself. 4 off the rip, taking down everybody. And now finds himself in a power position. The streak only looks to extend itself. And he'll get taken down by Priestahh. But at the very least, he does some good work, and that's the A point secured. Primarily at the hands of the Standman.
That was great work from Minnesota, but New York, they were able to break right on through. But MajorManiak finds that 2-piece from you. Pay attention to the mini-map of the positioning of HyDra. He's slowly working his way behind P5. When you already have 2 Minnesota players already pushed up towards his B point, Attach is going to be ready for it, but he's going to lose that gunfight. HyDra's going to turn around thinking that there's going to be another player behind him. But MajorManiak slowly working his way in towards Church. Wins 1, unfortunately doesn't win the 2nd. But still, the positioning from Priestahh can cause havoc for the New York players.
I believe the players are smart enough inside of Church are going to have to do some work. HyDra filling his position over at P5. Prim as well. He's going to provide some support fire, but that's going to be 2. Make it 3, 4 down from NYSL. Minnesota look to stack the point. Yeah, they've got 3 players here. Meanwhile, Standy watching a primary cutoff. New York have a lot of work to do, and not with a whole lot of lives. Trying to make their way onto the point, but they're not going to get here. One of the more dominant rounds that we've seen in Control all weekend long. And it could not come at a better time for Minnesota.
It was all about that start off for the break. Like, once they get a clean 4 dead, they get that A point uncontested. But Priestahh was able to work his way through that B side and get all the way to their spawn. And he stayed alive for such a long time, which allowed his teammates, even though you had players from New York that were pushed out in Minnesota's base, they win those one-on-one engagements. Priestahh was still staying alive, winning his 1 versus 1 NYSL player in the back, which allowed him to just completely stack that point. You spawn them all at that A side, and it was just way too late for New York to try to get back into that one.
It also helps when Standy finds basically everybody out the very opening break. Sits at 23 and 15. We expect big things out of the Standman here in his 2nd year of the CDL. But how about New York having a very comparable start from Minnesota's prior round? HyDra now with the 4 spree of his own. By the way, sits at 21 and 11. Finally gets cut down, but basically the exact same situation, Jay. Big players going on sprees and allowing for their teams to cap that A objective point in nearly record time.
And this time you see Priestahh. He's going to be that player that's all the way pushed out P5, trying to force NYSL a ton to do this left side of the map. As Clayster's able to find one on Standy in towards bottom church. They know that MajorManiak's position is going to be in the back of their spawn. Attach is able to take down Clayster in the middle church. They're still holding this down to the T. Just look at the mini-map. You have HyDra, who's just playing his time at P5, knowing that there has to be a player in this position.
This is when roles really come into fruition. As Neptune and HyDra combine for 3. A great situation there for them. I gotta call it out. Røkkr had a great setup established, but they're only continuing to fry. NYSL in a great position as here comes the streak. HyDra fortunately takes down Clay, but at least it is going to be an elimination there on the MajorManiak. Looking to hold this one down, Priestahh, knowing that there are many members of NYSL in the base not comfortable with it. Able to take down Neptune, rounds the corner, he goes. And also has some words for HyDra, life count evened out, and another wave of New York dropped.
So now this is going to allow Minnesota to start getting pushed up. You see the positioning out of attach. Great work from him to win a huge one-on-one. This is going to be difficult for New York because they had to try to open up with a kill. HyDra's going to challenge this player towards the right side, able to open that one. As Crim does get the second, but still attach causing problems in towards middle fire. This is going to open up HyDra to push straight through Church. And if you're Minnesota, you have to make sure you're watching your backside. You cannot go 3 dead. You cannot let chain kills happen right now. Because this is what New York is looking for as they find two. One player is still going to be pushed out in the back, which is going to be Standy. He's eventually going to get traded, and now New York have a position to try to complete this point.
This could be a great situation. Players from New York need to stay on up, and that appears to be the case. Røkkr, you have to imagine panic begins to set in a little bit. Standy, the closest player to the point, but he doesn't know that he's there. Tries to go for the shot, but Grim, that's going to be 3 for him in a row. Make it 4 in general so far. Throughout this moment, takes down Priestahh. Given the positioning, and that's going to be another one for Crim. Can it be the 7th? He's hunting for it. He knows that he wants it, and he's got it. Crimsix make it 7. Finally gets cut down, but it will be the objective secured. And this guy is frying.
Yeah, you saw that? He got a 3-piece right there to close it out, man. He went on a 7 spree, and that's going to be huge because now he has some kill streaks to work with. So if Minnesota get the same exact start they had last time, you still have that strafing run from Crimsix. You still have that glide bomb to change the positioning on that B point. You just cannot go 4 dead right off the rip. You cannot allow Standy to just dominate mid-map the way he did in the previous offense.
You can see Clay already barking out some orders, making sure that everybody knows what the plan is, but it just felt like New York, they knew exactly when the green light was established. It was in that engagement when it was attached, who was at top fire, right? He's ready to make the play, and right at that moment, you see them focus. But hey, we're already in this round. Clay already calling through the strafing run. It takes down HyDra, and right as we're already in this one, Minnesota Røkkr finally get taken down. Rather, the first player gets taken down, but that A objective point captured instantly, and now they've got a whole 2 minutes now here at this B point, keeping things in mind, could be their final round here at Kickoff Classic.
Clayster and HyDra able to find 2. One player in Priestahh trying to work his way up the right side, but once again, look at the positioning from Neptune on the mini-map. He's just so far pushed out towards that roost area. He's consistently spawning these guys towards Fountain, but they're going to sniff him out. Now it's time to push through, and this can be great for Minnesota, as they do have church control. They're able to take plat control. They can win a majority of these gunfights here. All they have to do is stack the point once again.
See what Dashy can do. Again, this was his best mode last year in Cold War. Feeling good. Standy able to drop 2 overall trades, somewhat favoring New York. It's MajorManiak looking for the challenge. Farthest pushed up player. He's got 4 in a row. And Crim, off of earning that streak last round, decides to go and call it in. No eliminations found, but maybe wasn't necessarily looking for that to be his primary point of emphasis. And so at least get the information. And with that, the game starts to slow down. NYSL trying to make sure they're taking down everybody who could be inside of that church position. As HyDra finds attached, that was the farthest pushed up player. With 58 seconds left, Røkkr, they're going to have to come up with something special.
Yeah, Minnesota, they're just consistently flooding this right side, and this is what's allowing NYSL some single players to make plays through the middle of the map. HyDra knows the spawns. Unfortunately, he's going to turn at the wrong time there. But still, the spawn's consistently coming in from Røkkr at that fountain. Now Neptune, is time to get into the play. He's able to take down 1. Pressure's going to be there. Attach takes him down. But New York are still holding this. It's going to be 30 seconds remaining, up by 1 life. Trying to push out Clayster and Crim in the back alley. He's going to get traded. This is going back and forth right now, but HyDra's in a great position to try to play these cutoff kills.
Maybe a moment to establish something, Standy. A 1-for-1 trade. Meanwhile, MajorManiak and Priestahh still alive toward the point now. It's all going to be on MajorManiak. 18 seconds left, and he can't really hop on that objective. Why? Because here comes the streak. Crimsix takes himself out, but he takes the farthest pushed up player away. Attach, the final player alive, has to try and stay alive for as long as he can. Attach drops, no respawns left, and nobody from the Røkkr is going to be near the points, and it will be a 3-0 out of the New York Subliners.
Great map between both of these teams. But Crimsix really going on that late kill spree in the previous round is what took them over. I just feel like Minnesota, they were just stuck in a tunnel vision. They were consistently just flooding the left side. When they would work Neptune on that right side, that's when they found their openings. We saw them how fast and dominant that one offensive win was. They took control of Plat, and they were consistently just pushing out that right side alley. And they needed to do that again. They were just tunnel visioning to the left side. You were allowing HyDra to push up the middle of the map. Neptune, basically, he didn't really have a lot of engagement this map because he was just playing to block the spawn. Great work from New York to get the job done here in a 3-0 fashion.
Yeah, it's almost very similar to like what we saw Seattle Surge do on this test to control it, right? It was the ability for the young SMGs to kind of play in those power positions, but specifically to just hang out inside of P5, to hang out command center. Oh boy, it can start to make things that much more difficult for the attacking side. But in terms of overall leading the lobby, it was HyDra, 34-20. Well, we saw a number of different players step up. We talked about Neptune constantly, right, in that search and destroy, but it was HyDra's turn, plus 14, 3,800 damage. A map for Paco.
Yeah, now if I'm Minnesota, he's definitely got to go back to the drawing board because these are two respawns that they definitely could have walked away with. You outslay him in the first map by 22. In this situation here, you put yourself in a great position. You had two beautiful starts on the offensive side, but once they started tunnel visioning through that A point, you're just allowing Crimsix and Clayster to just watch their flank. Neptune was basically uncontested in P5, and HyDra was just picking up kills left and right.
Well, Jay, if you're the coach of Minnesota Røkkr, right, you go back, you look at the tape, and there are some very clear things that you're pointing out, right, that are primary focuses of emphasis, right? Players playing tunnel vision, etc. But what really needs to be said of the team, right? It is the Kickoff Classic, so you're thinking, right, that you're coming into this event, you're trying to make sure you get some good practice, but you go out in a 3-0 versus NYSL. I don't know, how do you approach this from a team aspect?
I feel like it was still a great match between both of these rosters. Like, first map could have went either way. Minnesota honestly should have walked away with it. The search and destroy is what really is in the back of my mind because last year, that was their bread and butter. The fact that they came in, they allowed some early streaks coming in from Neptune. He went on a nice 7 spree. MajorManiak was trying to be the answer to it. But when you pick up those early streaks into the search and destroy, they had Minnesota players just changing their positioning, which eventually shut down MajorManiak streaks. So then they lose that search and destroy. But they had the chance to win this control as well. Just no one was deciding to wrap it back. They were just leaving Neptune uncontested. But if you're going back home, it's back to the drawing board. You want to make sure you get your S&D in shape because that's always been their bread and butter. But your hard points, when you're outslaying like that, you need to come away with the win.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jay, I want you to put a period on this, right? I mean, same thing with New York Subliners. We've been talking about this roster coming in. You know, they were questioned, right? Not a whole lot of practice. They come through, they take down the Boston Breach in a game 5. Then they come in to take the Minnesota Røkkr, a team that has chemistry, a team that's been grinding, that's been working, probably has way more scrimmage hours than you. And now they come through with a 3-0 win. What does this say about NYSL?
Hey, man, these veteran guys know exactly what the hell is going on. These guys make it happen even with two SMG players who don't really have a lot of experience. It was Neptune's first year last year, HyDra's first year last year. And now these guys are both playing with some of the best players to ever touch Call of Duty. When you have great minds in Call of Duty, it's going to show in results. And right there, NYSL get it done.
Yeah, it absolutely is. The results speak for themselves. New York, 2 series and 2 series victory. A Game 5 win yesterday and a 3-0 win versus the Minnesota Røkkr. That's going to do it for us, but now we'll throw it down to Blaze for our Game Fuel Victory Spotlight.
Thank you very much, Lando. Give it up for the Subliners one more time, everybody. All right, so I got Neptune with me on the stage, and Neptune, it was a 3-0 victory for you guys over the Røkkr. And even looking back on that, if I had to nitpick, I go back to the map number 1. Y'all got outslayed, but y'all won. Work smarter, not harder. How was it that y'all stayed composed throughout the entirety of the series?
Yeah, so I mean, Boat Cage is always going to be a really close map, even at the ending of it. And the map doesn't really matter about slays. So like, we just know that as long as we're playing the objective and we're milking as much time as we can, we're going to win the map.
There you go. You know, milking the objective right there, getting that one done.
Yeah.
And when it comes down to that, I want you to tell me about your team, okay? Because you're playing with Clayster, you're playing with Crim, 2 legends. It's a new squad for you. You're not with the Mutineers no more. You're part of New York. How does it feel to be playing with them, and how do they help you in matches like these?
Yeah, so I mean, Clay and Crim, they're like veterans, and they've been doing this for a really long time. So like when we're going into the match, the pressure, there doesn't really feel like that much pressure because they don't make it stressful, they make it easy, they make you feel like it's just practice.
Okay, nice. And with that being said, the crowd is going, they're wild today. All right. Well, and you know what? That's great for my follow-up question, okay? Because as we move forward to tomorrow, you guys got to go up against Surge. And if you beat them, you may go up against this OpTic squad tomorrow. Yeah. So what is your message to the rest of the competitors out there?
Good luck to everyone, and we're going to play again.
All right, we're going to have a good game. That's going to do it for me and Neptune. Veli, take it away.
And the crowd is definitely, Neptune, he's not cocky, he's confident and humble, and at the same time, aLLeY, he has been such an instrumental factor for this team. I'm loving everything I see from him. We always talk about Crim, Clay, and everyone else, but he's a star.
Well, you know, when I first saw Neptune yesterday, I said, you know, maybe he's a player that might need to step it up a little bit, but now that I've seen them play, man, and all of them firing on all cylinders, he's just filling the slots that need to be played, just like Vivid for me on Florida Mutineers. Neptune, I mean, that 2.0 in the Desert Siege, man, he really stepped up for his team here to get them that hot 3-0, and great stuff out of him.
Yes, now, Nameless, there was something in this match that caught your eye. You peeled up a replay for us, man. From map 1 to the end, this was crazy all around.
Dude, it was a great series. I hope they got the right clip, man, because the control here, Clay, he just makes the absolute credit play, and yes, this is it. So you see Minnesota on this first push over towards B, they actually get up behind enemy lines, and they get a couple of kills, but Clay was playing the credit corner at the bottom of the stairs. He gets both kills right there by that B point, turns around and gets another kill with the pistol to stop that push. If Clay doesn't get those kills, they get more progression on the B, and Minnesota might run away with that win, because once you get control, like, you only have a few opportunities to get that B point. It's so difficult. So, like, those are the veteran plays that you need out of a guy like Clayster, where his stat line might not always reflect it, but he's there to make that impact. You saw it right there.
Yeah, because all of his teammates' pressure was near mid-map, right? They were all up by Church, so if Clay falls there and those 3 members of Røkkr push up down to that point, they push into spawn, man, they start spawning them out deep fire, that could have been the round, so you're right. Huge play out of Clayster there.
They were up to spawn, man. That would have been a really tough situation to be in.
A big time. Let's go ahead and get the commentators back in the mix. Fellas, I know you hear me, and I know you heard that OpTic crowd just going crazy. Are you guys ready for the next matchup? Because Rufus about to get blown off this place.
I think we may have to join the crowd, Jay. I mean, this is crazy.
It sounds absolutely
They're literally
insane.
I don't know if I've ever heard like a Let's Go OpTic right when they walk out, so I think this crowd is ready, man. I think they're ready for the new era.
I think it's going to be an absolute banger of a series, man. We have 2 of the top organizations that we have in the CDL.
Okay.
OpTic Texas, LA Thieves. This is just an absolute battle. I can't wait for the series to start.
All right, wait, you 2 aren't commentating that game, are you?
No.
All right, so I have to ask, I got to put you in the hot seat. Starting with you, Lando, man, big nose guy. Who do you think is going to take that matchup? I need your prediction early.
Oh boy, I've said this last year.
Say
I've talked about, am I a crowd pleaser?
Right.
Yes, I'm a crowd pleaser. I'm going OpTic Texas.
Let's go.
I'm thinking 3-1 OpTic Texas, as a matter of fact.
All right, Jeremy, man, are you going to be the one that upsets the audience, or you're going to make them cheer a little bit louder?
I'm definitely not going to upset the audience. OpTic Texas is going to walk away with a 3-0 here. I'm telling you, watching this new roster, you have great talent from top to bottom. You have veteran leadership in Scump. I feel like this team is going to be one of our top teams all year long.
Yo, Slack, what is it like when you're on that main stage, man, and you go against a big team, and there's so much bragging rights behind it. How much does it mean to you?
Oh, it means the world. I know it's just the Kickoff Classic, and it doesn't really mean much as far as how you're going to progress as a team. But this OpTic Texas team, this is the first look that we're going to see them this entire year. I know Scump and the boys are beyond excited just to get that first 2-piece, get the crowd into it, and get everything rolling.
You know what? Production, go ahead and throw that bracket up on the screen. Let's see what's been going down all weekend long so far. Yesterday, we sent 4 teams home, and today, 3 have gone as well. But the last series remaining is the Game Fuel marquee matchup between OpTic Texas and the Los Angeles Thieves. But so far, if you missed out on the first game of the day, the Atlanta FaZe lost 1-3 to Seattle Surge. After that, we saw Toronto Ultra with a big 3-1 against Florida Mutineers. But the New York Subliners, Nameless, I mean, they're not letting go. They want to make it to the finals.
They look nasty, man. Like our teams last year that were playing well, at least the organization side, they're doing it again this year. So, shaping up to be a great Sunday.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. Before we throw it to a break, I want you guys to let the people know at home how much they're missing out on. If you guys are ready for the last game of the day, OpTic Texas and Los Angeles Thieves, make some noise! I love Call of Duty, man. This is great. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back with the last matchup of the day, the Game Fuel markup matchup. You already heard it. This has been great so far, and we have one more game to close out the day. We'll catch you after this break for some more CDL Kickoff Classic action.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Brick by brick. The green wall has been built. Shout out to the Pope right there. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. We have the last series of the day, and this is the one that we've all been waiting for. This is a tale of two heavyweights, so to say. But welcome to the CDL Kickoff Classic, and here on the analyst desk, we break all these things down. I'm your host, Velli, here with my people. We got Slack, we got aLLeY, we got Nameless. We've been having fun this whole time, right? But it all comes down to this to close out the day. aLLeY, this matchup, I mean, scale 1 to 10, what's your hype level right now?
Oh, my hype level's 10. I mean, have you heard the room, Velli?
Yes.
This place is packed.
I'm loving it. Yo, Nameless, seeing OpTic Texas and also Scump in the building, I mean, the energy is just, it's going to be relentless.
Bro, it's going to be lit, right? Like, this is OpTic Texas new form. We had two of the best CDL organizations merge going into this season. The expectations are at an all-time high. They're in their home state.
Yes.
Like, they're named after the state, OpTic Texas. They got to go off.
But they're going to need that crowd's energy if they're going to want to beat the LA Thieves. And the LA Thieves were able to beat out the Paris Legion yesterday. But what is going to be their game fuel keys of victory? They want to be some of the top dogs in the game.
Yeah, I mean, let's jump into the game fuel keys to victory. Like, Kenny, he's going to have to continue the performance that he had from day one. There's some tough ARs on the other side of the field there. So he had a 1.21 yesterday. That was nasty. He led the KD on his team. Octane also with that S&D sniper. He's going up against Dashy. We haven't gotten to see Dashy with a sniper in quite some time. He's a demon in Search and Destroy with that weapon. And then utilize Envoy's knowledge of his former teammates' playstyles. He knows how they play in and out, at least when it comes to Scump. Go out there and try to be the hard counter.
You know what? Dashy with the scope is something I definitely need to see. But yo, Slack, with that big smile on your face, you know what, man? This is the first time we get to see the star-studded OpTic lineup in 2022, especially. What are going to be their game fuel keys of victory?
So the main things I want to see for OpTic Texas going on this event is I just want to see them live up to the expectations as a top respawn team, right? Obviously last year Empire was second in the hardpoint win percentage and OpTic was third. You match these two organizations together and four of the most elite players that we have in the CDL. I really want to see them perform in these respawn modes. Then also I want to see them take advantage of the SMG matchup against the Thieves, right? We have Scump and Shotzzy. I know Scump is very happy to have Shotzzy along the lines. He's obviously one of the top 3 SMGs in the entire game when you talk to the likes of Simp, aBeZy, and Shotzzy. And then Scump needs to continue to dominate in the S&D. He's the X factor, right? He had a 1.15 S&D KD last season, and he was 3rd in the CDL when won 56% of his first blood engagements. That is hard to do, Velli.
Yeah, now we're talking about a table full of champions right now with everybody joining that lobby. But aLLeY, coming to you for the LA Thieves, who's going to be the player to watch if they want to step up big time to stop the king of the boys?
Oh, Envoy, 100%.
Okay.
Honestly, one thing I need to say about the squad is I think they're going to push OpTic anywhere. It's going to be in their search and destroy. And I'll tell you a little fun fact, Velli. Actually, so OpTic drops Crimsix, okay? He goes on to win champs. They then drop Arcitys. He goes on to win champs. They now have dropped Envoy.
Well, where are you going with this, aLLeY?
I don't know, man. I don't know about right here on Kickoff Classic, especially when this is their home state, but maybe later on.
And we're going to find out. OpTic and their brick laying issues right there. aLLeY laid it out for him. In 2019, Crimsix was dropped. He won the champ. The crowd is loving it. 2020, they dropped Arcitys. Look at him now. 2021, OpTic drops Envoy. And hey, listen, the script might be written already. But Nameless, coming up to you as well. When you look at the LA Thieves, is Envoy, other than Envoy, who else is going to be a player to watch in your eyes?
Well, I mean, Octane's going to be a player to watch as well, but I'm going to talk about the other side of things and our game fuel player that we're going to have to look at in this series, and it's going to be Scump. Like, Scump, this guy last year, he was unbelievable. A lot of people started to write him off, like saying he's not the player that he once was. So our game fuel featured player in Scump, he was dominating Search and Destroy last year. He was going out there getting those first bloods. We saw the stats they just put up on the screen. Like, this guy was back into prime form. We've seen him doing things in Warzone, doing things on the CDL side. Like, he can do anything. So now that he has a player in Shotzzy who's going to go out in front of him, be that player to do the entry fragging, he can just methodically move around the map and start slaying. That is where he's going to thrive. So look out for him to have a big season.
All right, now this is a big time for us on the desk. This is going to be a hard one. All right, predictions down the line. Slack, I want to be in your spot right now. Who do you think is going to take this?
So I've been talking about all weekend. I'm going to have to go with OpTic Texas. I know the crowd behind everyone wants to see OpTic Texas win. I'm going with them 3-0.
All right, we got one for OpTic Texas. aLLeY, who you got?
I mean, I'm pretty sure the crowd speaks for me when I say that King and OpTic is going to take this.
There we go. I'm loving it. The crowd agrees with her. Nameless, are you going to be the combo breaker, or do you think LA Thieves have no chance?
I think LA Thieves are going to win. I think it's going to go all the way to Game 5, and they're going to take it. Been watching a lot of the scrims. People are underestimating LA Thieves in the roster that they have made. This team is nasty.
The bulls in the crowd. Hey, audience. Who do you think you guys are going to win? Is anybody out there for the LA Thieves? Make some noise.
There we go. No, there we go. That's the fuel that LA Thieves needs. But I think it's going to be a banger of a match, really, honestly.
Oh, no, definitely. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to see how loud you get right now. Show me some hometown love. Who here are for the OpTic Texas squad?
Woo!
I love it.
I would not want to be on the other side of that stage.
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to have to roll with OpTic as well, the hometown squad. Every time they get a kill, the audience is going to go crazy for them. But you know what? It's about that time for the Game Field marquee matchup of the day. We're going to see OpTic Texas and the new look team facing off against the LA Thieves. Let's go ahead and send this over to the main stage with aBeZy.
All right, Valley, thank you. Arlington, make some noise. It is time for our marquee matchup, and I know you guys have been waiting for this one all day long. And time to bring out our first squad, looking to build another dynasty brick by brick. I give to you OpTic Texas! Give it up for Dashy, Shotzzy, iLLeY, and Scump! OpTic Texas!
The boys take the stage right now. aLLeY, this is what we've all been waiting for. I mean, you gotta be hyped.
Dude, I am terrified right now. Dashy still had his mask on, bro. He is all business on that stage, man. I'm expecting him to fry.
Yes, now, aBeZy, you already know what the crowd wants. Bring out the LA boys.
All right, Belly, you said it. They need a challenger. And to bring out a squad looking to steal the show, I give to you the Los Angeles Thieves! We got Draza, Kenny, Envoy, and Octane. Give it up for the Thieves!
I'm loving it. The crowd is letting us know what exactly is on their mind. And Nameless, this is going to be a rivalry that I hope just comes to fruition for years to come.
Absolutely. I mean, these guys are some cold-blooded killers, man. All of them are absolutely insane individually. Now you got Envoy there on the revenge tour. You know he wants to win this match.
Yes. Now, let's send this back over to the stage. Blaze, the tension is thick, baby.
We got a stage full of killers. You right. This is a series you don't want to miss. I'm about to go hydrate and get my popcorn. Strap yourself in. You don't want to miss this one. Belly, break it all down for us.
Woo! All right, let's break it down brick by brick. Slack, starting with you, man. For those of you at home, we're about to give you a little lesson right now. When it came to this OpTic Texas team, how did they come together?
So actually in the offseason, you had a combination of two organizations basically come together. You had the likes of Dallas Empire and then the formerly Chicago OpTic or OpTic Chicago. Basically, you have Scump and Dashy come along the likes of iLLeY and Shotzzy. I'm so excited to watch this team finally perform on LAN.
Oh, this is going to be so crazy. You guys know we brought your boy Miles and Chance to break it all down. Fellas, you got the marquee matchup game of the day. Have fun and take it away.
Oh, Belly, it's time. We saw this coming up in the calendar. We knew it was going to be a big one. I'll tell you what, Chance, we've been excited since yesterday. These bad boys could cut glass right now. I'm ready to rock and roll.
I mean, I'm ready to rock and roll too. Maybe slightly less excited than that, but I've been waiting to watch OpTic play on LAN for such a long time. We're watching this team in scrims, and I'm gonna keep it a buck. I think this team has their spot almost solidified in the grand finals. I think they're that good. I will knock on someone that's right next to me, so no jinxes allowed, but they look clean. They have a great coaching staff behind them, and they are freak of natures on this sticks. I think they're going to be a force all year.
That's going to be a good looking start to the very exciting season for this squad. And again, maps and modes all across the board here, kicking this one off with Gavutu. Nice to see something other than Bocage, so we appreciate you, friends. There's a Siege map 2, a double dose of Tuscan, and if that doesn't cure your ails, Berlin S&D for Game 5. Chance, what do you make of the maps and modes? What are you feeling so far?
I mean, look, it's a couple run it backs from yesterday for the LA Thieves, right? We saw them on Gavutu. They got the dub against Paris, and it was off the back of One Hill. P5 is where they were shining OpTic need to make sure that they can handle it. No money hills from either team. Mistake-free Call of Duty.
Here we go. It is now time to get your Game Fuel marquee match underway. And we're kicking this one off. Woo! With 2 beats from iLLeY. We battle over towards our hard point. For those of you joining us for the very first time, it's first to 250 seconds in these glowing hard points. Up first though, it's OpTic Texas. Sweet time going their way. You see the Thieves trying to make their way forward. They're going to run into Dashy. He's going to be the first player holding this one down. iLLeY's got his back. Envoy, their former teammate, cut down immediately. And iLLeY, what a start this is. It's a 4 spree.
Well, he's actually going to fall. Scump somehow even manages to kill himself. Don't know how you pull that off, but either way, Thieves, they will take that little bit of love. They will get back inside the point. And keep in mind, for the rotations, you want this right side of the map basically for the first 2.5 minutes of the game. Players are starting to fall though, and Thieves, number 6, pushes out to the flip side. They flip themselves out. OpTic will make use of this long term if they can figure it out.
We may see the lead come to an even keel, but now the new hard point pops open both sides. It's going to be OpTic with the control. There we go, into the point they have it. Will the push come from the Thieves now? Envoy from the top side. Does get cut down by Dashy. The trades are on point, and it looks like the Thieves managed to come out on top. Shotzzy, last player left up.
Oh, Kenny starts off 4-0, by the way, getting a little bit of love for the Thieves again. A mistake to actually flip those spawns, but hey, if you're getting the hill time, you will take it. Taking over the lead, and OpTic, they're all trying to flood in the front, lining up maybe for Draza. Cannot get the first. The SMGs have made it to the boat.
Yep, boat's holding down well. Less than 30 seconds now remaining on this one. Kenny now starting to think about next hard point. Big kills either way. 7-1 for him. It's currently a 3 spree. Now, 20 seconds left on this point. We're going to the top right-hand side of the map, over towards the beach, and you've got iLLeY in position already. He's going to go up against Envoy now, the winner of this fight. That's an important one. That first hard point, few seconds, should be OpTic's.
I mean, look, though, 40-second lead is quite good after the first 2 hills, especially the way the opening breaks went down. OpTic, though, Kenny is the man you need to kill, and Dashy able to take him down. No score streaks, but look at those spawns for LA Thieves. That is going to be super close. 3 players are going to be behind enemy lines, and OpTic, for the moment, not reading it. Scump, the first to turn.
Our Game Fuel featured player will stay on board with him for a mo while he tries to deal with these attackers and his Thieves coming from the south side of the map, and they're making their way in. Scump right off spawn. You see how far away he is now. He's got to get over towards that hard point ASAP. The nade will help out, but it's Dashy trying to stay alive in that hill for as long as he could. He soaks up that time, and it's all good for now, but strong shots out of Kenny once again. We're gassing him to begin with. He had a big day yesterday, and for the Game Fuel keys to victory, he needs to do it again.
I mean, Scump right now having problems, right? 3 and 7. Kenny has 12 on the flip side, getting eviscerated on his way towards the point. This was OpTic with the early rotation. They get broken down. The good news is, if you end up giving up those spawns from this old hill, well, you get this setup from new. Strap time for LA Thieves, but OpTic now need to keep them contained, need to let them not get past B1, but Draza is ripping heads.
The Alaskan Assassin finds himself a pair, 5 to 6 overall. Left side of the map now towards the next hard point, the radio tower. All good so far. Kenny catches himself a sweet kill on a Shotzzy unaware, and here come the nades. The break has to be on now for the LA Thieves. Still have a decent lead. The spawns for OpTic on the tight-hand side of that left part of the map. That cliff side of the map is going to be a tough one to break. Kenny now trying to make his way in. His kills all over the feed there for OpTic. Draza's up next. He finds one. Kenny now can't get anything done. It's big shots out of iLLeY, and once again, OpTic holds the line.
4-man hold. Draza build the next one up. He was able to take down 3 off spawn. Can't get the 4th. The reinforcements, though, were there, and the pressure comes through from the cliffside spawns. LA Thieves, again, from the bad side, having to go for these breaks are causing problems, pinning them back. And even with the 2 kills come through, LA Thieves always have that extra person there. Only 15 seconds left on the hill. OpTic should secure this. But now this is where things get dicey. This is the hill where LA Thieves dominated yesterday in their matchup, and they're going to have that rotation. This is the key for OpTic. If they can handle breaking through this hill, and they're pushing through beachside, doing the right thing, they can have success, but the pressure is on.
Lower right-hand side of the map, LA Thieves in full control of the low dock side. OpTic Texas now on the approach. Perfect time, then I'll go for a listen-in with OpTic Texas.
Time got out.
Probably cages.
Yo, we spotted, we spotted.
Top right tower. Alright, top right tower.
Back green, back green.
Top green dead. Yo, one more. Looking on me.
Top green,
Yo, I think it's top green or some shit. Or he hit middle. Not sure.
I could try to pick him mid.
Yo, left on Alpha dead. Nice center, I naded in front of you.
In front of you?
Yeah, I got naded.
They're both on blue side. Yo, hold up. Yo, he's peeling.
It's here, Cuddy.
Yeah, mid-sur's buddy. I'm gonna go P1.
Mid-sur's Kenny. Dead.
Yo,
Same little. Mid box.
Good win. I'm already going new.
Top
three guys. I'm already new, guys. It could be mid-stairs on me.
Toodle.
Yo, I'm helping you.
I'm rowing.
Everyone watch out. There's two on
stairs. I think it's stairs.
There's two on middle.
I need outer. I'll get this one. Yo, hold my stairs.
Okay.
There's usually two on middle.
I'm holding my stairs, Brandon.
Okay. I have our side.
Yo, what's their deep? They're deep on me.
Yo, good picture, picture.
I have our side.
Good picture, good picture. Yo, picture.
Yo, picture.
There's that's four.
Are we flipping?
Yeah, I'm pushing back. Go hop in the stairs.
Okay.
Top green. On boy.
Yo, they're stuck from mid-cut.
Top green really got it.
In the back, Josh.
Every
Cut two.
They can be, no, they can only go their side.
No, what's the draws?
Draws dead. Back up.
No, let's close.
I'm getting over. Close. I need their side.
I'm mid-stairs, mid-second, dead. Try to push you. Push you.
I got needed.
Just go, die.
I'm already going right side.
You got this time?
Yeah, I got it.
Yo,
you should go deep. Go their side, Brandon.
Yo, one guy's on me.
No, you go.
Look, all the way dead. Yo, Andrew, I'm holding their line.
I got you.
Watch out, 3
I'm holding.
I'm about to go upstairs, okay.
Actually, I'm holding ladder.
I have help from mid.
Yo, 2 minutes.
The transformation there from OpTic Texas, Chancellor in the comms. They were fast and furious, but the scoreline right back at even kill almost.
I mean, they've caught up, and that's great news from them, right? The comms, maybe not as much small talk as I wanted, but they started to pick things up just a little bit. But we've seen like 4 team kills at this point for OpTic, so that small talk really needs to crank up, and Scump as well needs to step up his game, nearly double negative, and he switched over to that MP40, but to the boat we go. Scump able to find just one. His teammates now down low for the help. They're starting to find some of these kills, looking forward, trying to find that aggression and make some more noise, but Draza and Envoy are there to slow them down.
Yeah, Draza cuts down our game fuel featured player. We'll see if he can bring that one back in a moment. 25 seconds left here on the inside of those. Second hard point in the rotation. Second set. As we're now going to see us rotate over to the top right-hand side of the map once again. And it's Big Bruce. Dashy's there first and foremost. Now he has to contain with Octane. Not an easy fight indeed. This is an AR on AR battle. We talked about the snipes and the game fuel keys, but here we go. They're going toe-to-toe. Reinforcements arriving for Dashy there as he scutters around inside the boat. But you see that right-hand side of the screen. That's where the rest of the team's coming from. Kenny at the cross, and it's a big kill as Dashy holds the point down.
And look at that teamwork. Scump soaring through, but another team kill. This one, though, might not make any bit of difference. Scump off spawn is able to get towards P1, and those back spawns Thieves, they need one clean shot in trying to make this happen, and they're going for the full wrap. Scump, I think, might read this. He's got a gunfight against Envoy. Scump takes him down. Dashy's still alive in the streak, not able to take the player outside of the hill. This has been so much time for OpTic. They are right back in this game.
Thieves still maintain control, though. 30 seconds left on this one. Shotzzy looking to find 1 or 2 at the very least as he tries to stop them and get them off that point. Draza's still there, soaking up the time. Envoy pushing the players out. Over to our game fuel featured player Scump once again. He's cooking a peach. How does it land? And it does. Big damage. Not enough to get the kill, though. And still, looking at that mini-map now, you've got to feel good for OpTic Texas. Left-hand side of the map covered. We'll see if they can get it.
And it's all about picking up these kills, right? You see Dashy at the bottom of the mini-map trying to pick off a very deep angle. He's almost guaranteed to get one. Kenny, no, not even Kenny. Ready for the gunfight and drops him. That means the cliffside is open. And where's Dashy going to spawn? He does get towards the back, but the Thieves, they are knocking on the devil's door.
Crossover, 200 points now for the LA Thieves. Here's Kenny trying to make the break. It wasn't good in the first set, and it ain't looking good now. You still got Octane up close. The Shotzzy starts to push him out. Not able to get any more in that life, but iLLeY, the Pope, chilling out here on the point, soaking up this time, purring away as he can find any few more kills. That'd be ideal. And here come the Thieves, right through the front. The tactical retreat as the time's still going. And this is a great crossfire now as both teams going at each other. It's toe-to-toe on the point. 5 seconds before we'll tie this one up. And OpTic Texas, they're going to take the lead.
Taking the lead, and we are getting ready to go for that reset again. This is the P5. This is the hill where Thieves have had all the success. And you see all those white arrows on the minimap. They're gearing up around. Envoy's got the middle of the map on lock. And this is OpTic's game plan, right? You see Scump going for it. Push up towards the beach, and if you make it far enough, you start to squad spawn your teammates on top of you. But Dashy so far away. Shotzzy holds the kill cam, and iLLeY right there. They're trying to flood through the back.
Back over to Thieves. Full control now of the lower side of the docks. The flood through the back hasn't quite worked out yet. They took a lot of casualties coming through there, and Draza, he's the one going big. Squad spawns, though, going to keep him safe. Shotzzy's going to lead the charge. Finds himself a Kenny. Forward we go. You see the Thieves players now come in to reinforce the point. They get as close as they can. Octane, he managed to get one. Scump now from up high, trying to keep his old teammate Envoy back, but it's great coverage. It's Draza once again, and it's Thieves back at the hard point. It's 25 seconds for the win.
I mean, OpTic did all that for the back spawns, and they cannot buy a kill. Draza on a 4 spree on this money hill, and this is the last attempt for OpTic. They have to flood and at least contest for a few seconds. Draza the problem. finally gets taken down, and OpTic clear the point, but they got to rotate, and they got to rotate fast. 11 seconds, Thieves will win this game. They've got P1 control. They've got Envoy pushed out.
And Envoy, he's holding the line down. Kenny finds another one. It's Scump though. Last player up now. Got to make a play forward. iLLeY's stunned up. Can they get onto the point? Got to go now. They got to go big. Scump finds one. Onto the point. They finally go. Tane goes down. Onto the point once again. It is a war, and it's round and go. And Drazza! Oh my God! He beats the snot out of him, and that may be the map. What a run! The LA Thieves. They bring the thunder on Gavutu and take map 1.
You chow Drazza on Gavutu? He's mad for the map number 1, popping off in the final 2 kills. OpTic did all of that work to get those back spawns on P5. What does Drazza do? Delivers, 5 spree, done, dusted. Gotta wrap over to P1. Who's the man that steps up inside the point? Drazza there again. I mean, off the back of just a lights-out performance from Kenny from start to finish, but Gavutu, we saw Thieves on it yesterday. We see him on it again, 2-0. They look too clean.
And that was one of the things we brought up time and time again. Based on what we've seen in scrims, Gavutu is LA Thieves territory. They love it there. They've got a sweet little 3-bedder with the on-suites. They're going there in their time off. They're enjoying themselves a lot. A quick look at the stats. Kenny with that 25 and 19 chance, 28 and 18. The father-son combo putting in work.
And honestly, it's a slow start from OpTic as well. I think the first half kind of bit him just a little bit, right? How many team kills did we see from OpTic? I think at least 3 or 4 just from the nades alone. I saw Scump at the start of the game. He killed himself somehow. I don't know if he's jumping off the boat, taking fall damage. But, I mean, he was double negative for the vast majority of the game. He picks it up a little bit towards the end, but too little, too late. And Thieves kick off the series with a hot one.
First map, Dritters here for OpTic Texas while we look over the highlights of this opening map. And hey man, it was pretty hype, I can't lie. You're an incredible stadium here in Arlington. This has been fantastic so far. But as we said though, game field keys to victory. It's all about that search and destroy there. Scump's been the big man when it comes to that game mode. Get a bit of a slower start here, but we should see him rebound in a big way coming up next. Of course, Desert Siege going to be on the cards for that one. But just as far as this goes, it was decent rotations out of the LA Thieves, man. They were first in most of the time. They could not break that radio tower. That was OpTic Central. They had a great time on that side of the map, and that was where the majority of their big holes came from.
Well, you know, it's both the radio tower and the beach hill that, like, we call them money hills, but not because it's a guarantee, but because if you're successful with locking down, you get the full 60. Both teams really battle it back and forth, but I mean, honestly, think on that P5, OpTic collected at best 5-10 seconds, if that. That is really where Thieves have shined both yesterday and today. But as you said, Desert Siege is where we are going. Again, saw Thieves on it yesterday, saw a couple flashy snipes coming out from Octane, and I don't know if it's Dashy or if it's going to be iLLeY. I think iLLeY might be the top dog, but either way, that is a battle that we are going to be witnessing.
Take your pick. It's whoever's got the hotter hand, right? Surely. On stage, the players getting ready to go into this next map. The battle will continue in just a brief moment, but this is going to be a wild one, man. Much slower pace of game. Very, very different looks here on Desert Siege.
Hey, dude, it's just so cool. By the way, Kenny, I think when he's getting booed by a loud crowd like this, he's got to be the happiest guy in the world. He
Look at him.
Loves it. He feeds off of it. And again, start to finish in map number 1, had a great performance. But think about some of the storylines, right? Obviously, Envoy getting dropped by OpTic. He has an opportunity for revenge. We have Octane. I mean, one of the best ARs we have had for the past, what, 5, 6, 7 years, whatever it's been. But he has been on teams for the past 2 where he has struggled. This is his opportunity on a solid squad, back with the Thieves, back with Kenny to try to reclaim his title as one of the best in the game. We haven't quite seen it yet because Kenny has been that guy, but hey, if he's pulling out that boomstick for the map too, maybe he can make some noise.
We'll see. Plenty of noise to be made still in Desert Siege. It's interesting. Go back to OpTic Texas here again. Des talked about it. The merger made. The stakes, the expectations are so high for these rosters. You take 2 of the top teams in the league, 2 brilliant squads, and you mesh them together. I mean, it was like the talk of the town for about 3 months. Like, there was rumors about it happening. The merger finally goes through. We see that roster in the flesh, and it has been lights out since. It's been very exciting to watch them online, and now we finally get that taste online. Kickoff Classic, man, it's only the first taste. Like, it's not necessarily setting the scene for the rest of the season. There's no points involved here. We're having a damn good time. We're having a lot of fun. And now Desert Siege, we're about to have a whole lot more. Search and Destroy, map number 2, comes up now.
And we know for the LA Thieves, they are confident on this map. For OpTic, so much is still unknown. Snipers on both outer sections of this map reign supreme. The SMGs can fly in the center, and it's iLLeY by his lonesome on the left side of the map. He can handle B, but that bomb is going a different direction. Scump, headset cranked. He's going to see and hear all of this coming, but Dashy gets taken out by Drazah for the first blood.
He's going for the full reposition here, but the snipe doesn't find anything off Røkkr. It's Drazah's MP40 that's making the noise, and whoa! Octane reach out! Bang! iLLeY takes his head clean off. Scump last play of the life. Okay. LA Thieves. Hey, we were so pumped about the snipe, we didn't realize that the rest of the team was dead.
Hey, first blood, Drazah is able to collect it. You saw the smokes out, pushed up, get map control. I think Kenny was way more aggressive on the map that they were prepared for, and even Envoy with that late flank. And I'm telling you, man, they're giggling, they're having fun. These are the types of players. They are happy to be the underdog, happy to go against the crowd, to be perfectly honest, and they are feeling good. A dominant first round of S&D. But now it's OpTic's turn to attack.
Scump bomb flying forward. And iLLeY versus Octane. Oh. No one will be found just yet. Back over towards that middle building.
I think they may have just gotten faked out by a couple stuns and nades, right? The reposition to actually
yeah,
pick up the line of sight for the bomb.
Oh! Whose cheeks were those? Them thickums took an entire bullet and didn't go down. That's a 4v2 now. The Shotzzy tries to make it that bit easier, but that's 3v1. Dashy all alone. Makes it a 3v2. 1v1 now. There's less than 30 on the clock. He's got to go. And behind him is Octane. Oh my God, he gets him with a pistol. Octane saves the day. Oh my God.
And a stone cold killer. Octane, no reaction, hunting Dashy down. I mean, a near highlight reel from Dashy, but a highlight reel from Octane, right? Wins the sniper battle on the left side of the map, and even though the bomb gets planted, he gets the hit marker, feeds the kills to his teammates, and he delivers. Octane making the big plays once again.
A little bit of frustration there from Dashy for sure. Does a lot of work in that round to be shot in the back like that, very frustrating. He almost made it around the corner, but still, it's Octane's cool demeanor. Nails it, and here we go again. We're tied up 1-1 in the snipe-offs. It's Kenny's first blood. Oh, wow. Envoy, what a kill. 4v2.
There's the glint. Got him.
Dash
gone.
Last up, 1v4. There is no chance. The Thieves swarm in. Whether it's snipes, those first bloods, disgusting.
How many kills does OpTic have right now? I mean, obviously in the previous round, Dashy got a couple, but they have been getting picked apart in these rounds. Octane now has the edge in the sniper battle. Drazah, not a care in the world. First bloods going their way. Round conversions, making it look easy. Thieves not feeling any bit of pressure in this moment. Look at that, Scump, 0-3, Shotzzy, 1-3, iLLeY right there with them. Someone needs to step up.
Octane could have been easy pickings. He may have had the choice of 3 there, but Kenny, once again, I mean, we're all excited about the snipes, but it's Kenny's positioning. Oh my God. Octane, unbelievable, makes the pair. Dashy now, once again, another opportunity for the 1v4, and here comes the aggression. Thieves, guns are up on him. Dashy now, 1v2. He's making him work for it.
He has so much time to work with. Now keep in mind, the game will tell LA Thieves when he picks up this bomb. So they can afford to play it super patient. 40 seconds on the clock. Dashy going all the way around.
He's Pop Daddy. He's in behind. 1v1. Drazah reads it. And he's getting closer every single round.
They almost get 1v4'd and they giggle. That is how much fun Thieves are having right now. And by the way, I'm pretty sure that is great trigger discipline from Drazah. I think he might have seen Bruce just going around the corner, waited for him to come back, did not give away the positioning. I mean, almost nerve-wracking rounds for Dashy to clutch. And they simply do not care. And at this pace, by the way, again, a couple donuts, like what is that, 2 and 12 combined for 3 players on OpTic. They're getting bullied so hard. There has been no life, just being suffocated by the Thieves. And the aggression Bomb's going down. OpTic completely unaware. Bomb planted.
Fast plant from the Thieves. Different look now in the round entirely. Much slower in terms of the kills department. That's Kenny. Oh my god, the Glyn. Shotzzy though in from behind. Big kills. iLLeY does manage to win the snipe off as well, so now it's a 3v2. 30 seconds to get the defuse as well. Oh, big one once again from Shotzzy. That's 2 sweet kills. Can he find any more? No, Kenny's here to help out. 1v2 for Kenny. Whoa! They trade. Dashy plenty of time to get the bomb down. And OpTic Texas get on the board.
Finally, a little bit of life from OpTic, and that is quite a few players, right, that were struggling, that started to get more on the board. Even iLLeY just to get that trade. Nice shot to connect with the sniper. Nice flank coming in as well. And that is the situation. I mean, retakes on that site, make no mistake, it is not easy, not a walk in the park. So that is an aggressive play call for OpTic to be able to swing around. And now OpTic back on the attack. What is going to be their approach? Last time they tried to go to A, they got met by the sniper of Octane, ripping heads. This time, though, Octane, the bottom side of the map, A might be a little bit more free. If they don't want to deal with the sniper, they'll go to mid.
They go through mid. They've made it through. Plenty of time to be had here, but Draza managed to catch Scump out once again. 006 now for Scump. He's having a rough one. The bomb's still down, though. Shotzzy looking to find some revenge. That door could burst wide open. There's a couple of Thieves on the other side, but the steal's there. Draza once again. It's 2 this round already. A counter challenge now as Kenny finds another one. Dashy, last player left up. And once again, an opportunity, possibly, for the mighty Bruce to do it. The aim is there. The shots are true. He is beaming, but he just needs some help in these situations, Chance. And he's gone down again. It is 5-1. Thieves, map point.
And they're having so much fun doing literally whatever they want. That was a triple mid hit from OpTic. Draza does the exact same thing, dropping Scump, who is still on that donut cam. I mean, this is just looking like a walk in the park. Are they playing at home or are they playing on land? No pressure on the Thieves side at all.
Difference in the faces on the stage right now. It's unbelievable. Like, Kenny's telling Draza to be quiet, like relax, like this is serious, man. And they're like OpTic Texas. Like, this is it. They're about to go down 2-0 in the series. They need to pull something special out now. Draza's going to get the fast plant. Scump in the close corner. Gets on the board.
On the board.
Will it be Pringles? Once you pop, you just can't stop. He finds 2 in the round.
Kenny, though, still bomb in hand. And look at number 8, number 1. Number 8, number 1.
Oh, hello.
Dashy's got the reads. He takes him down. 1v3 for Kenny. Make no mistake, he clutches these.
Kenny's already found 1. It's now a 1v2. Can Kenny get Dashy? He does. It's now a 1v1. iLLeY versus Kenny. iLLeY. It's another round for OpTic.
He's having too much fun. That is, I mean, hey, near trades from both sides. Dashy almost had a 1v4 earlier. That made the Thieves giggle. Kenny almost clutches a 1v3. As happy as could be, but you see the intensity on iLLeY's face starting to get into it. By the way, great on him for the aggression to go and hunt Kenny down. You don't want anything to get out of control. Still alive is OpTic. They tried to go through mid last time. They got picked apart. The aggression from the Thieves has been there. The snipes from Octane have been there. It looks like Kenny might be the player to spot this out. Nice nade. Shades of Kobe. Taking out Octane for the first blood. But the question is, what can Kenny see? The smokes will protect it. They should get this bomb plant down, but Kenny might be able to get a pick after the plant.
OpTic get the bomb down. Shotzzy can't get away with his life. 3v3. Slowing the pace down a little. There's going to be a battle raging now in mid. Scump trying to find the shots. His teammates are here, but the reinforcements from the Thieves coming in fast. Oh my god. They're running around each other. They've got no idea they're inside there. Less than 30 seconds. And that bomb goes boom. Scumpy finds 1. The second as well. Kenny, last player alive once again. 1v2. He's got to take them both out and get the defuse. And it's 3 straight rounds for OpTic.
Doors open, doors closed, doesn't matter.
Oh, we're not laughing anymore. There's no more smiles anymore.
But we go again. We're trying to think about where the bomb has been going. LA Thieves been very quick to go towards the B side of the map. But they have been very mixy. Thieves 1 round away from ending this game. Aggression once again towards the middle of the map. Draza 9-4. Looking for another first blood. And Scump is by his lonesome down low.
Whoa. On the other side, though, towards the train tracks, Dashy. Eyes are up. If Envoy peeks it, he's in trouble. OpTic can't land it. Heavily damped. He's tagged up big time. Less than a minute now to work with. Thieves trying to move the bomb forward. Shotzzy's first blood from way out in the middle of nowhere, and Scumpy. Oh, he could get greedy. He could peek out and maybe catch something. Draza's here for the fight. The pre-fire's there. As OpTic Texas reshuffle, Draza manages to infiltrate the central building. Can he find anything here? And he's chasing Ghost right now.
He's checking all these corners, too. He has no idea where Scump went, but Scump retreated to pick a corner, be closer to his teammates. They're trying to make the moves up top. Next kill down. 2v4 for the Thieves. Draza should be able to get... Oh! Done!
Oh!
Oh! No more smiles on the Thieves side. Gunny starts heating up like that. It's time to refocus.
This shit's not funny anymore, boys.
Octane doesn't look shook, though, in the slightest, but Dashy maybe feeling himself just a little bit more. That would be 3, maybe make it 4 in a row for OpTic. Still, though, it is map point for Thieves. They do not want to give this kind of momentum.
Scumpy's head spotted. Kenny pulls the trigger, but he doesn't find anything but air. Thieves with that central building control. B bomb site shouldn't be worried about, but you have eyes all over it. Towards A, that's where the worries are. Scumpy's going for the close peek on the outside of the map, though. It's iLLeY. He and Dashy have that long line of sight by train covered. An Envoy, if he peeks right, he's a dead man. Here comes the shuffle in mid.
Both teams, this game has just come to a screeching halt. Shots raining out. Envoy strikes for the first blood. Gunfights outer. Dashy versus Envoy. Envoy able to stay alive.
Trades are in.
1v3.
Oh!
Game!
And you can see it. The Thieves breathe sighs of relief as that got a little too real, a little too fast, as round by round, OpTic Texas pulled that one back. But that got real scary, real fast.
I think about the way it played out, though. Thieves just dominant round after round. They were making it look easy. As soon as things started to get a little bit spicier, no more laughing, no more jokes. Let's get serious and take care of business. Pick them apart, made the adjustments for that final round. I think Kenny found 2. He was well within double-digit territory. Draza, I don't know how many first bloods he got, but he was trying to collect the bag, and Envoy, even in that final round, taking the first blood and giving him the team that advantage. 12-6 for Kenny. None of his teammates really that far behind. Thieves 2-0 up in the series, both on maps that they played yesterday.
And that 10-7 from Dashy is where you got to think back, like the 1v3, the 2 1v4 opportunities he had. If he had won that 1v1 against Draza, you bet we would have ripped the roof off this place, and that could have been a 5-5 situation there instead of 6-4. Who knows? But hey, not a bad look for me, the team there in Desert Siege. It may be fun and games here at kickoff, but no one wants to lose. And OpTic Texas, especially, they don't want to walk away here early on here in this tournament. It ain't what it's about. Take a quick look at these tweets here, friends. Octane and the Snipers hitting Diffie says Hiteresh Yaluri, who's having a great time here. And Octane is officially the best sniper in the CDL, says Louis. Hey, it's an early claim, but I'll take it for now, man. He's been put on the best show on that stage by far.
It's like a scattered impact as well, right? There's a handful of rounds where either team is making the impact with a sniper, but then the adjustments that come through after time. After like the 4th or 5th round, I don't think we saw really any sniper kills at all, but we can take a look at the highlights. Octane obviously going to make an appearance, but I think the first bloods honestly were really what set Thieves apart in that game, whether it be from the snipes, whether it be from Draza. They were playing aggressive, and they were getting the job done. There's a look at iLLeY, by the way, the traded kill in the end, and what a wild game, man. I mean, a near 1v4 from Dashy, a near 1v3 from Kenny. This is 2 Titan teams getting after it.
Scump's 2 beats there as well, man. That was a wild kill. Again, like, positioning from Thieves at times was so good. Snipes are one thing, but like, there were so many 1v1s that the OpTic guys were winning like kills like that, time and time again, man, you cannot give them an opportunity to make that sort of play happen. They'll do it every time.
In both maps, by the way, slow starts from OpTic, right? I mean, Scump even through the entire first half of the Gavutu, like double negative. Exact same thing we just saw in the Desert Siege. If OpTic could bring the intensity they have in the second half for the entire game, they would be winning these maps. Instead, Thieves are just getting off to a way too hot of a start and just building too big of a lead that against a squad like this, again, juggernauts for the LA Thieves, too big of a lead is too tough to come back from.
Tuscan Control will be map number 3. If we get there, we've got Tuscan Hardpoint straight after that one. But Control, we've seen so many teams make the comeback, see a chance to start of the reverse sweeps, and I know that's what the crowd wants. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very, very quick break. When we come back, Tuscan Control, it's OpTic Texas, it's LA Thieves, it's the Kickoff Classic.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel, victory in a can.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Kickoff Classic resumes. Our Game Fuel marquee match is now 2 maps down, and the LA Thieves are 2 up. And what a show it's been so far. Gavutu goes their way, as does the Desert Siege Search and Destroy. Miles and Chance here, taking you through Tuscan Control, our next map up. And Chance, it has not been what the fans want right now here in the arena.
I mean, it depends which fans you talk about. There are absolutely LA Thieves fans in the building, and this is the team that has delivered from start to finish. They have both maps that we have seen started off on an absolute tear, and they build up just enough of a lead that even when OpTic starts to get things rolling, it's simply too much to handle, right? It was like 3-4 rounds in a row towards the later half of that S&D for OpTic. Doesn't make a difference. They were down too much. This game 3, if OpTic doesn't come out hot, it is going to be way too problematic problematic because we had, what, Envoy, maybe 20 and 30 in map 1. He's not going to have a slow performance on Tuscan. He's going to bring the heat. And Draza, he has been on fire already. And Kenny, he can't slow down either.
Yeah, Thieves looking very, very strong. Again, if OpTic can come out swinging right off the rip, that is exactly what we need to see. The momentum is key for them right now. And again, it's tough, man. It's like his first series jitters for them here in Vanguard. The Kickoff Classic, like, Thieves have already played Paris Legion. They've been playing for a lot longer, presumably on that main stage. They've been warming up back there. It's very, very different here on that stage, though, and OpTic just got to find their footing. Tuscan control, though, a little bit of a slower game mode. We've seen teams make huge comebacks. We saw Florida Mutineers make that full-blown reverse sweep. It can happen. It can totally happen. Sorry, LAG made the reverse sweep. It is absolutely possible here. The fans, we need your energy. We need your love. OpTic, they have to win this one. Otherwise, they're going back to their homes here in the lovely state of Texas.
I can't imagine any worst case scenario than walking up to the first LAN, the first tournament you've played on in months, playing 3 maps, getting bopped out and going home. That is not a fun pill to swallow, especially against a team that is your rival and will continue to be your rival.
That does make it sweeter though, man. Like, come on.
And think about it, dude. Again, Kenny and Octane, I'm thinking about moments in Black Ops 4 against OpTic as well. Both of these teams live for it, but we know how it goes on Tuscan. A will get captured on offense. It's a matter about how many kills can you get before you make it happen. Look at OpTic, by the way, almost giving them nothing.
Scump just put his entire barrel inside Envoy. Cleaned him up. Second segment towards A is almost complete for the LA Thieves as Kenny finds a nice 2-piece. Mid-map control goes his way. Second segment gone. We're nearly done with A. We're going to say arrivederci, and we're going to fly over towards B in a moment. But that line set up there from OpTic, they're going to hold this one down. 2 minutes and 18 seconds on the clock to work with. Plenty of time. Dashy finds 2. Scump's all good as well. How long can OpTic hold this?
I mean, this is about the most time any team has had to try to convert an offense win on this map. So there's plenty of time to make something happen. And we saw sort of the setup. I think one of the best strats we've seen from many teams. Ultra was a big proponent of it. LAG the same thing. A lot of teams like to go through church, cut through middle alley, but for the moment, Thieves, it looks like they're setting up just to try to bully through the front. They got a long way to go.
Yep, holding it down. Kenny 1 kill at a time, making his way on towards that B zone. Scump's gonna fly on out. Hello! Whoa, Kenny! Absolutely guns him. Dashy's there for the immediate trade, but wow. First of many Kool-Aid Man kills we're going to see. Dashy once again the saving grace right now for his squad. Holding the line. He's still up and about. Octane and Crow, they're going to make their way straight on towards this B zone now. The kills are all good. Scump off respawn, straight into the zone. We're watching Octane's POV right now, but the fight's still raging just down below them. That's the B zone. There's 1 minute and 20 seconds for the LA Thieves to try to capture that one or kill OpTic 18 times.
Shotzzy's putting a lot of pressure on the flank. He might be able to make something happen. He gets taken care of, and OpTic on the other side. Dashy picks up 2. And that was 1 minute and 20 seconds from the get-go that Thieves had to work with, and they are already just back to square one. Dashy on a 4 spree.
Yeah, you can wall bang that. Those little blinds don't offer much. Dashy once again, nice shots. That's 5 for Bruce Almighty. 50 seconds now remaining, and he is making the Thieves sweat. He's holding them back. He's got iLLeY to back him up on the right-hand side. Nice coverage. iLLeY's finding kills as well. Here comes Kenny, walking right into the aim of Dashy. Drives up, goes down, and oh man. Dashy spree finally comes to a close, but it's all good. The time has been bought. Got to watch out for Kenny though. He's on the flank right behind Scump now. He's managed to make his way in. Sneaky, sneaky Kenny. How much more damage can he do? 26.8, the clock is stopped. They trade. iLLeY finds the kills and they manage to get that player off. 20 seconds to go.
I mean, they've just been consistently trying to bully through the front. They're barely able to even get towards the hill. OpTic too clean on defense. Octane wins the opener, but 10 seconds left. You got to flood 3 players coming through.
Whoa! Run! He did. He killed his teammate. Oh, Octane, that nade, that's a stinger. Kenny's going to keep the fight going, but the clock is not on their side. Jump, Kenny, get the point! Can't do it. OpTic Texas take the first round.
And for the first map we have seen in this series, OpTic get off to the stronger start. Again, Thieves every single time trying to push through P5, trying to bully their way through the front. 0 success. OpTic hold true, hold strong on defense. Now it'll be their turn to attack. We know the setup. It's going to capture A first. And the goal is to get as many kills as possible. And you don't even have to capture A point quickly. Just leave 1 guy on the hill and buy yourself as much time to rack up the kills to make things easier late game.
OpTic Texas now attacking on offense, straight in towards A. They've already got themselves on it. Shotzzy Going up against Envoy now. Front door. Ugh, that was nasty. Draza finding the kills as well. And that first segment is already being drained. Octane sitting in there on A. Here comes the push from OpTic right at the spawn. Draza can't get away with his life, but he's already dealt a bit of damage. Shotzzy and Scump now flying forward. The SMG twosome. But they're just running into Octane, and he is cutting them up. Big damage once again. The rest of OpTic now coming in off spawn, still desperately trying to get onto A. They have to kill Octane. Easier said than done.
Scump, by the way, he's making moves. He's come up through church. This is where you can just be the prime slayer. Repositions to get with his teammate, and now it's just about the trades. They're going to get shot in the back. Kenny's there for the first, but that wasn't Scump, and Scump gets dropped as well. So Thieves basically containing these OpTic players and maybe even fighting for the time. Envoy's here. Him and Draza take care of business. There has only been one tick of A that has come through. OpTic, even on offense, even for the easier point, they are struggling.
Huge kills coming out of Scump right off spawn. They're making their way forward. Kenny, big nades. Oh, Envoy throws a peach as well. And OpTic have struggled massively to get on that A zone. This offensive round has not been good for them, and that's testament to the defense of LA Thieves.
We have not seen a single time this entire weekend a team not be successful in capturing A. Kenny is on a 4. OpTic are stuck in their spawn. They are running out of time, and there's nowhere for them to go. Kenny dropping everybody. No room. Top broken covered. Octane there. Doesn't need him because Draza's there. You got 13 seconds to get the easier point.
Thieves slaying it. 10.1 on the clock. Dashy makes the hero play over towards B. He's going to hold this now for as long as he can. Watch the Thieves counterattack. They're going to hit the plays on spawn. They're going to do what they can there, but they're also going to do what they can on Dashy. And here comes Octane. This is the fight. Got to get back on point ASAP. No one's there to get it. Bruce had to jump off. He had to jump off the point. Is anyone able to get on A? 1.8. Go, run! Get on A! They do. 1.5 on the clock now. They're going to stop it and hold it, and they can still do this even with the 4 lives remaining.
No, they got flanked. They got flanked.
Oh, come on.
And for the first time this weekend, a team has failed to even capture a single point. The most dominant round from LA Thieves. Flanks on flanked. Kenny with the spawn kills. An absurd round they just threw together on defense.
That is huge out of Thieves. A first here in Vanguard.
Utter annihilation. But, you know, tied 1-1.
We're not over yet. Right off the rip. We're going to B. Let's do a quick listening with the LA Thieves.
We can play A on front. We should look and play A. Y'all can hold. We can play A on front. Yeah, keep your eyes on kills. I'm gonna challenge you. We're gonna be like, give me a second.
Yeah, I'm mid right now. I have all the mid push.
Near side, if you're left corner.
Dash maps on foot.
Got it here. Are you?
1P5.
It's bottom 3 there. Shotzzy, push up it.
I'm near there, son.
I'm mid right now. One top bridge. One top bridge, I think. Yeah, top bridge. I'm one shot. You guys on you. Look by you.
Look you. One's in you, weak.
Pitch it. Quick.
No, I'm hit it.
Look for Shotzzy.
Nice. Last time was middle too, I believe.
I'm down this side.
Top per mid.
Okay, I'm pushing this side turn.
In our base.
I'm leaving you. Here, turn. Random one shot turn. Turn. Two turns.
Closer.
Mid.
Push it to A right after. Our play pillar.
That's weak. Okay, I'm gonna go top right window, bro.
Well, top window.
Top window. One shot front out window. Absolutely front out window. Shotzzy.
One's like up there. Alright, 1 point dead. Set this.
Nice, good win.
So close window.
I spawned P5. You might pick up.
Go back to point. And I'll go back to point.
That is our side you. Our side is top turn to me. I'm looking for Brandon. You. One shot you. Absolute Scump. You. Absolute fucking.
I'm playing our side.
Okay. Just play kills. I'm spawning. Okay. I'm nading over for you.
Top church one. Weak their side.
Okay, I got one.
Stop blocking, you guys.
That's close. They're side. They're out.
22.2 on the clock, chance. OpTic Texas have got LA Thieves in a mean headlock right now. Scump's on a 7 spree. Better make it an 8. And what the hell? Kenny over the top manages to get it, but 20 seconds remaining. OpTic Texas have had one hell of a defensive round.
This is looking like a case of anything you can do, I can do better. You talk about the bounce back from OpTic. It is the exact same circumstance. Now, Thieves, they're being forced to flood over towards B. They have a little bit of clearance, but they have stopped the clock with under 4 seconds. They have to capture this point, or at least buy enough time for someone to get towards A. And the kills right now not going their way. Time is ticking. Someone's got to jump on. It's Draza trying to stay alive. He is the man. If he falls, this might be it. And OpTic get it done. Get slayed out on offense don't even capture a point. They bounce back and do the exact same thing to the Thieves. A battle on our hands, where both of these teams, once they get the slang rolling, they cannot be stopped. OpTic with the best performance Scump has had so far in this series, and they're going to be as well.
Full streaks, going to be. Thieves have made the read though, they're here. Draza, oh boy, he's got some tags in. The stun goes out, it's not going to kill him anymore. We patched that, friends. Dashy's going to get that first blood. Scump's there as well. iLLeY finds his kills. You have a B zone. Able to get a player on top of it at least. Octane with the down range. There's big shots, and Shotzzy throws a doozy. 110, we've paused it, and we've got at least one player hoping for the stack. Are they going to stack the point? They will. OpTic stack B. Trying to keep him in the spawn trap now is Scumpy. The King's running amok in your spawn, but you've still got the B capture going. 2 ticks down, 1 to go.
And they're actually trying to flood the point. They're trying to get out of church. They got someone off the hill. There's one more gunfight around the point. iLLeY and Shotzzy are there. They are so close to this final tick. Still another 1v1 gunfight. Shotzzy trying to stay alive. OpTic are there. It is an inch away from the cap, and they did it. B point secured first. The first time we've seen it.
No one thought we could do it. It was said to be impossible. Texas find a way. All that remains is A. They've pulled out the craziest moves for the final round, and they can possibly do it here. It's the easier zone to capture. They've saved it for the last one. Octane trying to make something happen here. Dashy's running around trying to get out of spawn. Shotzzy being a nuisance inside church, and here comes the glide. Scumpy calling it in. Draza. All right, well, all right. Someone will fix it.
And the flank again, by the way, the flank again. Kenny walks through the flank and finds 2. This might be a clean 4 down. OpTic is struggling just to watch the pinch. 3 for Kenny on these flanks. So much time to work with. Envoy takes at least 1 down. Thieves are all up in their business in the spawn. All the trades are there. Not easy to hold this A point at all, but there has been no progress from OpTic. The spawns are not close.
They're trying something different. They have a 1 life lead right now. 12 lives for OpTic, remaining 11 for the LA Thieves. Shotzzy's on a big old flank. Any kills you get right now, Shotzzy should be able to eat him alive.
Oh my God.
Big one. Oh my word. Shotzzy now on the flank. Sees Draza. Gets an Octane. Here comes the push. Pressure now from mid. Draza. Shotzzy wins a big one. Shotzzy's got to stay alive. Finds another. And Shotzzy, what a flank it was. Big stack now from the boys at OpTic. Look at that progress go. Second segment gone. 1 more. 1 more. And we're going back to another hard point. They said it was impossible. We said it couldn't be done. No one captures B first on Tuscan.
The best control we have seen so far this year. It's only day 2, but nonetheless. I mean, even in scrims, I've seen so many B pushes off the rip. I have never seen it be successful. OpTic pull it off. I thought Thieves, or they did, put OpTic in the blender, stop them from capping a single point. The instant bounce back, OpTic does the exact same thing. They were down 2-0, but they have a ton of fight in them. Dashy, 25 kills, Shotzzy, 28, and the game-winning play towards the end. And even Scump, right? Couple slow starts from him. Not the case in the control. Takes care of business. OpTic, get it done.
Yeah, Scumpy streaked out Shotzzy with that long flank. The route man gets paid. And let me tell you, friends, that was one hell of a route. It paid off massively. Highlights from this Tuscan matchup. This is the last 60 seconds. Eyes on that minimap. Look at number 3. He has got his runners on, and Shotzzy's going for the scenic route.
And that's literally all it is, right? Good timing, gets past number 6. Kenny a little bit too late. And even when some of these players fall, it almost just becomes clinical at this point. If that gunfight, by the way, doesn't go towards iLLeY, this may not pan out in the slightest, but instead, free kill number 1, gunfight number 2 takes down Draza, and at this point, it is smooth sailing. You get the players off the dot, Hetty. That's where things get that much easier. Credit to Shotzzy. Route man gets paid.
A lot of love has to go to the rest of the team, though, because let me tell you, them boys, they stacked it. They stacked that point. Shout out to FaZe Ben. Big fan of stacking the point, and that is a big one. That A zone vanished. I mean, the love towards B at the start, there was one thing, and it's not easy to win those fights. They stacked that one as well. Those first 2 segments were gone. But 3-1 Tuscan control.
And correct me if I'm wrong when I go through this, but so far this series has seemed to be a tale of first that we have seen, right? That control alone, first time a team hasn't been able to capture A on offense. First time we've seen B get captured first thing. And I think we have yet to see a reverse sweep happen. Admittedly only day 2, but could that also be the first? Can OpTic deliver and make the comeback, or will Thieves just be able to shut it down on hardpoint? Because obviously we saw the Gavutu, their respawn has been looking clean.
It's been looking clean, but the first map was what, 250 to 270?
It was still close.
It was still very, very close. So this could be an absolute humdinger, friends. Like, this is going to be big. We stay on Tuscan for our hardpoint map number 4. And again, if we do go to game 5, which I think we all kind of want right now, it's going to be Berlin. So we'll see how it goes. Tuscan, no chance. It's similar enough to Berlin. A lot of big, heavy rotates. I mean, comebacks are a plum on this map. No lead is safe on Tuscan.
And also, I mean, again, this is true for quite a few of these maps. Outside of Bocage, rotations are incredibly important. And it is sort of situational where even if you get the back spawns, you can still sort of trap the other team in the back. So it's a battle. It's about really who's going to be able to make more or less mistakes, more mistake-free Call of Duty. We saw a team like Ultra earlier on playing just clinical hardpoint, turns it into a dominant win. Which one of these teams is going to be more prepared on Tuscan? We get to find out.
We will find out soon. These players are all getting into the lobby, gearing up, getting ready to roll. We used to have it here. I don't know what happened. We used to be able to tell you exactly how that was going. But hey, we'll see, friends. This is going to be good. I mean, what a story this series has already been, man. I mean, the sheer level of confidence the LA Thieves came into this matchup with, the faces, the joking, the laughter on Desert Siege, which was slowly but surely pulled away from them. And then to see that kind of performance on Tuscan, you have to be feeling, mate, this is where the mental game comes in. Everyone talks about esports like, they're not real athletes. It is all mental. And right now, you're staring down the barrel of a reverse sweep if you're the LA Thieves. You're worried now. If that Tuscan hardpoint goes the wrong way, you go into that search and destroy, it is going to be one hell of a mountain to climb back out of.
I want nothing more than to have heart rate monitors on these players. Both sides of the stage, they are looking
The right people are in the room. They can arrange that.
Ice cold from both teams.
So we can get someone to arrange that.
And I'm looking at the SMGs, by the way, just to jump ahead. Envoy, he looks like he's been struggling a little bit with the respawns. I'll give him the pass on Gavutu, but even there on the control, he was not putting in enough work. And on the flip side, again, the one solid performance Scump has had converted into an OpTic Texas win. I think this is really about the SMGs. Who can perform, and can someone be punished? I think at this point, we're expecting Dashy to fry. That's what he does. We're expecting Kenny to fry. That's what he does. Which of the SMG duos? Is it Envoy, the man that got dropped by this team, able to bounce back, or Shotzzy, the new kid on the block, able to make some more game-winning plays? Thieves one map away. This series is theirs. OpTic, still a long way to go.
Here we go. So lightning start now from the boys of OpTic Texas.
So fast.
So fast. They're going to find those kills. They're going to get themselves right on top of that point. Watch for that strange sort of flip situation you have right now. LA Thieves behind him. iLLeY's going to maybe make this read. Hello. Big win. Takes care of one. The pinch is there, though, as Envoy flying around that huge side of the map. The kill's going his way. And here's the contest. LA Thieves back on this one. Trying to find the kills at range, but they're a little bit more pensive than OpTic right now. OpTic looking to fly in. Thieves taking their time, playing it slow.
I mean, I gotta say, that's one of the fastest spawn flips I've seen on this map. And if OpTic can fight and get this scrap time, that's gonna be massive. They're gonna clear it out. Thieves aren't even gonna fight for it. They're going on the full rotation. That game-fueled feature player, look where Scump is. Him and number 3, Shotzzy. They got the pinch in church. They are ready for this push.
This is why we call him our game-fueled featured player. Right place, right time. And look at the spot he's in. Kenny, you're in trouble. That's 2 sweet kills right off spawn from Scump. He doesn't know that one slipped by. This is huge. Can Scumpy find any more? iLLeY from behind, not able to get any kills, but again, buying time, letting his teammates get there. Staying alive, playing his life. Draza, he and Octane find those kills. They clean him up. They get on point.
I mean, they started that push out for the Thieves, having, what, 2 players get chopped down by Scump. They fight their way back almost instantly.
Oh my God.
Scrappy on both sides. Shotzzy obviously with some movement. Octane trying to slow the pace down, gets dropped. Scump now thinking about the rotation. He's gone. Number 6 though, I think spotted him. It's gonna catch Scump, but now it becomes a foot race. Scump can find the kill. He cannot. Thieves at least secure on the rotation, but they're down by a ton.
They're spawning in. They're spawning in P3. They're all over it, left-hand side. Here comes the hit, though. Shotzzy's trying to lead the charge. He's going to go 1v1 against Drazah right now. Drazah cuts him down, runs right through him across that roof. This is good for OpTic right now in terms of the time, but you have to look at that minimap. Oh, wait a minute. Fountain Hill, not an easy one to break, but your game fuel feature player, Scumpy, he's going to be flying in, finding those kills. It all comes down to Octane on the defense.
He's looking for another one as well. He's got 2 players, by the way, already pushed up through vines. OpTic are inside the hill. You get the call out for top broken. He gets taken care of. Envoy, the last man in the back. Nades are there.
Dang.
Scump to drop him. The nades, though, for the response. It is scrappy inside the point. iLLeY can't get it done with the pre-fire. Thieves still, though, even with the kills, haven't been able to collect a ton of time. They are still down by 50 in OpTic. They're trying to go one more push to this hill.
Not an easy kill to get. That player at the very back there, that sort of flower pot area, the very, very strong heady. This is the setup right now with Dashy. Smashes him once again. That's the second time OpTic have broken the setup and made their way in. Octane with a sweet 2-piece. Any more to be had right now is huge for Sam LaRue. Wow, what a 3-piece.
And not just the 3-piece from Octane, the nades and tacks right there were on point. Off spawn, Thieves was peppering the hill, making those kills that much easier. But now towards the rotation, Thieves players, it's 2 guys by themselves responsible for everything. Drazah in the chaos, gets the first, can't quite get the second. But this is Kenny just buying more pressure. This was 2 players saving off the push. So far, so good as Kenny, again, maybe a slow start, but still gets that multi-kill.
4 and 10, it's a big multi-kill, holding the time down now. Scum makes his way in the church. Kenny, right now the collection plays out, and he's got 3 of them. Still holding it down. Dashy trying to make the entry. The rest of Thieves, they're swarming around the inside of this church. They locked it down. This is a hard point. You want to have those fights up close and personal. And Octane spraying and praying right now. 4 in a row for him. Shotzzy, oh my, what in the net? What the hell did Octane just do to him to get that 5?
I mean, he's on a 5, Kenny's on a 4. This is them turning the game around. They were down by so much. Now they got players thinking about score streaks. There's the strafing run. Thinking about the glide bomb, gets it. Octane delivers, double positive. LA Thieves right back into this game. They will take the lead, and towards P5 we go. This is the hill where you get reminded we do not have trophies. Nades will find so many kills. Got to make sure you stay coordinated. We saw earlier from Thieves, they have been doing exactly that, but right now, can't do it with the guns. OpTic picked them apart.
Over your king, Scumpy, game field featured player. Here come the nades. They're going to come in every possible opening. Big tags from Envoy, gone up against his former teammates there. Kenny lands 1 with an 8. Big tags once again from Envoy, flying through. Shotzzy left up. And it is non-stop here on point. Kenny finding the kills. That is all of OpTic dead and done. You've got 1 player on the point. Now Thieves going to try to push him out, and they should be able to take the lead.
I mean, it's still a battle, though. Again, scrap time can be ever so important on this. And 3 players from OpTic trying to swarm. 1 more gunfight around the hill, and honestly, Octane up top, he has just been the menace. Still double positive. The stun, though, enough to take him down. Even for these final 8 seconds. Look at how badly they want this scrap time. That is 3 players from OpTic that were on the bottom side of the map just for a few seconds, but obviously they are now thinking about trying to flip those spawns. I think it's Envoy. The pressure might be on him to worry about the back as Scump gets chopped in you.
50-50 there from Scump. He gets taken out from behind. Back over towards our first hard point here in the second set. iLLeY takes care of a snake in the grass. Dark takes care of, can't get Octane from atop his perch, and Octane is still good to go. Scump gets cleaned up as the immaculate teamwork from the LA Thieves continues to impress and delight fans the world over. And here we go, OpTic on the big push, forward they go. It is iLLeY from the top rope. Kenny trying to stay alive right now. Shots are in! Kenny finds another one, but Dashy, the trades once again. It comes down to Scump, last player left up for OpTic. He wins the war of the trades. You still have Octane, who is beaming him right now! Full streaks. 15 seconds on the point, not a bad place to be.
This is the Octane we have been waiting to see on a team like this. More kills potentially coming his way, and even still, this game has been exhausting. I mean, a battle on every single hill. But right now for OpTic, they're trying to make the break through players right now coming through Church. Thieves, they have got a nice spread on the map, a couple of these entry kills. Envoy, though, inside the hill, he chows, he falls. And this might be an open for OpTic. They have the swarm.
Here comes Shotzzy. Drazah staying alive, playing his life. Shotzzy down to the pistol, down to the rat, and he's going to find nothing there. Drazah stays alive. Octane now to back him up, and oh my word, the LA Thieves. What a hold that is. Kill feeds, all theirs. You still have streaks for Octane. 20 and 10 for him. The pressure now from OpTic coming out of church side. Kenny's about to hit the flank. This could be devastating. Kenny finds one. Scumpy versus Draz on the stairs, and Draz is going to win that one as well. So it is non-stop now from the LA Thieves. OpTic can't seem to find an opening here on Statue.
And this is worst case scenario. It's 15 seconds left on the hill. You're sort of forced to fight for the scrap. OpTic should be good to get it unless Draza makes the play.
Again.
He is stripping away this time, and even though those final few seconds go to OpTic, it's a 50-point deficit, and they have to go so far to cross this map. LA Thieves have all their bases covered. iLLeY, though, he found the opening. He made the opening for a moment, but this is still more hill time on a money hill. Thieves, they are running it up.
Over to Fountain. The Lanimal on your screen. Trying to stay alive desperately, and he's doing a good job. Nades from Scump get it done. 3 players now fighting their way through P1. Kenny gets destroyed. Oh my word, onto the point we go. Draza falls as well. The spawn is out for the LA Thieves. They're in trouble because Shotzzy's on the flank. Shotzzy on the flank. We break it open now for a brief few moments, but Draza, he spawns close enough. Shotzzy wins another. Shotzzy v Envoy now. What can he do? The streak's now being pulled out. Octane, it's a moment of mild desperation, but it does land. Still though, OpTic, through the smoke they come. iLLeY finds 2. As OpTic retained the point.
iLLeY and Shotzzy putting in work. iLLeY started obliterating. Shotzzy might have just made the game-saving play for OpTic. On the rotation, the team kill coming up to his back right now. Octane gets dropped 1 HP. All iLLeY needs. He has been the shred machine. Envoy dead. Rotation secured for OpTic. They're down by 40. They got a long way to go, but the setup right now, too clean.
Yeah, we're not out of the woods yet. Thieves on the outside now of Church. You're getting still featured player, cutting out the reinforcements as best he can. Draza through the front door, and Octane through the back. Thieves with a perfect pinch. Shotzzy, though, has got a little present for him. Say hello to my little friend. He only finds a hit marker. As Draza now, he's brought down. Envoy can't take care of the players through the back, and it is a relentless onslaught now from OpTic Texas. Through every possible door they fly. Kills are good, 25 left on this point. Draza, slow peek, not fast enough. Dashy's got his number, and that's a nice set of kills. 20 seconds to go, and it is going to OpTic.
We are going to be so close to a tied game. It's going to be about a 15, 20-point difference. And by the way, OpTic, they are setting up the pinch. iLLeY is taking his time, going all the way around. His teammates, though, cannot afford to fall. They need to wait for this, and Draza, he's ready. iLLeY taking the long route. Draza guns him down. Flank secured for a moment. P5 popped. It is a 20-point game. Thieves, they can win it on this hill.
Whoa, Shotzzy. This is a big win. Opens up the back.
All 4 gone.
All gone. And that's huge now for OpTic Texas. Still now, identifying the spawners, that's the hardest thing. Squad spawns now out of it. Big kills from Shotzzy once again. That's 4. Keeping it on that back line. Shotzzy makes it 5. As things are starting to get a little bit scary for the LA Thieves.
For the first time, basically what feels like this entire map from the first few hills, OpTic Texas have taken the lead. The push though is coming through. Thieves are here. Draws it for 2. Scump the last man in, just trying to contest a little bit of this time. And this scrap time means so much. OpTic are still trying to fight for it. Maybe one more push, but these final 10 seconds, Thieves are going to collect it. They'll have a slight advantage as we reset the hills. We go back to first.
Back to first we go. This has to be the final hard point of the map, and maybe the series. iLLeY, kills are there. The setup has got to be squeaky clean. Shotzzy, he's got mid covered. Scumpy's got the back. iLLeY's trying to push these players out. They're waiting for the streaks to come through. The strafing run clears the field. Shotzzy manages to win one in the middle of the map, and OpTic are already on the point. Here come the Thieves through the front. But it's iLLeY! On the back line, finds himself only 1. Dashy, close left. Envoy manages to break on through. And now the Thieves, they managed to cut through. Envoy with a 3-piece. And it's 20 seconds for the win now for the LA Thieves. You have to contest this somehow. They've got no streaks to break it.
And they got mid-map, they got the god headings, they got the setup that they need. You have to play this, and you got to play it fast. Envoy, there's one, can't get the second. OpTic, you are running out of time.
Dashy, big kills once again. Forward you go. You don't exactly have numbers. You don't have the time. You got to go, baby. Octane managed to win 1. Oh, there's the contest. OpTic get on. Envoy with a break, and that's it. Envoy! Envoy does it in the end. The dagger to his former teammates. And what a flank it was. The Dark Prince turned heel. He cuts down his former brothers, and oh my God, what a series.
I gotta say, I am tired. LA Thieves, if that is any indication of how this year is going to go between these two teams. We are in for a treat. I mean a battle in that hard point. I'm exhausted. Players have to be exhausted. An absurd performance towards the end. I mean, game-winning plays from every player. It seemed like at any given point, it did. Octane in that final Tuscan put on an absolute show. Envoy with the final flank towards the end, but that scoreboard says it all. LA Thieves, 3-1 victory over OpTic Texas. And look at how close and competitive that game was all across the board. Such a tight game.
I mean, if that's a sign of things to come, we've got some grand rivalries here in the CDL for the 2022 season. OpTic Texas, LA Thieves. We got what the Subliners busted preach. It is going to be one hell of a year for Call of Duty fans. We're at the last minute of that hard point, and the utter heartbreak there from the OpTic fans. Like, it's unreal, man. I mean, just watching everything had to go right, Chance. The kills had to be on point, and it was Envoy every step of the way.
And it is such good Call of Duty too, right? The strafing run gets called in, OpTic play around it perfectly. The trades are insane. iLLeY can't find the two because Envoy's got his boys back. You get inside the point and it just turns into chaos. We get a situation where OpTic need the break, and they have to break from what seems like the perfect setup right now because Envoy's got mid, but again, the tray's on point. Two players slide out, and this is a moment where for OpTic, you can see how good their communication was towards the end, just to make sure that they're there and ready to go. But unfortunately, again, just because of the setup, because of those tight spawns, Envoy, the dagger at the end. What just an absurd final few moments.
A crazy thing as well, I mean, looking at the time of the hard point as well, there was like 4 seconds of hard point left and they get the win there. If you manage to kill those players off point, you have to look towards next rotation. OpTic have that on the minimap. I mean, that is heartbreak for them, but what an insane series that was, as close as it could have possibly come. Woo-hoo-hoo! We're in for a good year, friends. So you will. Vanguard has been absolutely litty, and this has been insane. Sensational Call of Duty today. Crazy. Your voice is gone.
Yeah, this is going to be a problem tomorrow. I think I'm a little bit concerned, but I got to say, by the way, how important this kickoff might be for a few teams, right? Guerrillas, very obvious holes in the gameplay. That's something they need to go back to. Even for OpTic, it really felt like just for those first two maps, a little bit of those land jitters, right?
Yeah,
like just a slow start in the first map. So many team kills that were coming through. The listening was fine, but not their best. I think it's important just to get it out of the way, and now you know for LAN what the practice is going to need to look like over the next couple weeks to lead into the Pro League. I think this is actually going to turn into a series that benefits OpTic massively.
Yeah, it always does. Well, that's it. Our Game Fuel marquee match is done. However, we have Guy Blaze on stage with Envoy for our Game Fuel victory spotlight.
Thank you very much, Miles. Give it up for the Thieves one more time. All right, we got Envoy on the stage for our Game Fuel victory spotlight. And Envoy, you know, the Thieves, you guys absolutely stole the show today. Coming out here, you had some fans rooting for you, a few boos out there, but going into this matchup, what was the team's mindset on how you wanted to take down this OpTic squad?
So the team's mindset has always been just teamwork this year, especially being out in LA. We're at kind of a disadvantage online, so it really takes, you know, that 100% of teamwork to win maps. And coming here to LAN, I think we're doing a good job of translating, and we're just going to keep building on it.
Nice, nice. And when it came down to the series, what was the toughest part for you guys overtaking that OpTic Texas squad?
I think control obviously has been our struggle so far, losing that in both matches. So definitely have to clean up on that. But I think the one thing going for us is that we probably have the most search reps in the league with playing, you know, all the kickoff tournaments. So we've been looking really well in that so far.
All right, you guys looking really well indeed. And now coming to that series to close it out, tell me a little bit about your teammates, okay? Because, you know, that last map, it wasn't the best for you, but your teammates were coming in clutch, closing it out. And even on that last rotation, you picked up a few big double kills. What makes this Thieves team so special?
I mean, we just all know our role on the team. You know, we know what it takes to get these wins in, and it could be, you know, like I said, like you said, I didn't have the best series, but my teammates came in clutch, and, you know, we got the win.
All right, you got the win indeed. Any words out there for the fans of the Thieves? Any haters out there that you want to talk to that may have doubted you coming onto this stage?
Shout out 100 Thieves. Shout out John Robinson. Thank you guys for all the support, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, shout out 100 Thieves and John Robinson. Make it up for him. Valley, take us away.
Blaze, one good series after another. Today has been beautiful. I know Kicks is at home, just going crazy that her man just won, but let's break it all down right here on the desk. Slack, starting with you, this matchup was nuts. Coming in here and hearing the crowd was insane, man.
Dude, we've had two of our fan favorites go home in one day. Call of Duty is crazy every single day that goes on. I am just blown away. That OpTic Texas team, they look strong at moments, but overall, LA Thieves, man, they're impressing me, baby.
It's crazy. aBeZy, baby girl, what's on your mind? That was an amazing matchup.
I'm literally still shaking. I will not have a voice tomorrow. And not really Keeks was front row, dude. You could hear her on stream just screaming her heart out. 100 Thieves. Everything was against them, man. And they seriously showed up and dominated.
Yes, nameless. LA Thieves. They're moving on forward, and OpTic, they're going home.
I'm not surprised, honestly. You know, I predicted LA Thieves to win that series. But, you know, talking a little bit about Envoy, the guy you saw in the interview, like this guy got dropped from that team and he comes back, he wins that series, and he didn't even have the best performance. He finds a team that believes in him. Everybody on the team, they did what they needed to do. They looked absolutely phenomenal.
Oh, yeah. Now let's talk about the day in its entirety so far. Slacked, let's talk about NYSL and what we saw from them today.
Yeah, so New York, man, they're impressing me as well. They look like the real deal. Obviously, we've been giving a lot of gas to Crimsix and Clayster, kind of picking up those two rookies and seeing what they can do. Obviously, in both matches they've played so far, Neptune and HyDra, and HyDra specifically has been absolutely frying. Time and time again, you guys see this team go at it, and I am just super impressed. I can't lie, I didn't think New York would be the best team in the entire world. I saw them maybe middle of the pack, maybe top 5, top 6, but so far, they're looking really good. I can't wait to continue to watch them throughout this weekend.
Now, aLLeY, taking a look at Minnesota Røkkr as well. I mean, in the future, we want to see this team just go as far as ever, right?
Well, like I said, this is a team that's set up to possibly be a squad like Toronto Ultra, but we got to talk about what I think was one of the biggest highlights of my day, was Atlanta FaZe versus Seattle Surge. I mean, FaZe may have met their match. I know it's early to say that, but across the board, I feel like Arcitys in the matchup of accuracy, Cellium in the matchup of Simp, aBeZy in the matchup of Mack, and Simp with the matchup of Pred. Pred was the big question mark for me. I was like, this roster could definitely stand against this squad, but it was all about if Pred comes up and shows out, and that is exactly what he did today with that win over Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, shout out to Seattle Surge for that big dub to kick off things for the day. And Nameless, let's talk about the Game Fuel marquee match of the day. The LA Thieves, man, pulling the big one out.
Yeah, man, this was an incredible series. I don't know why OpTic Texas decided to play them on this map, first of all. These guys are incredible with the ARs, and I want to show some love to Octane. This guy is an absolute monster. The amount of times he was picking up the kills in the right spot, popping 2 pieces, seeing him on that Tuscan, he was going off on an SMG map. He had the AR out just frying, man. Like, this team is built for success, and then for OpTic Texas, like, Scump did not play well. Like, seriously. I was watching him play, and I'm like, dude, this doesn't seem like the Scump of last year. He was getting pooped on, brother.
No, big time. All right, aLLeY, day 2 is over. This has been crazy. I didn't expect any of this. I mean, what are your thoughts heading into Championship Sunday tomorrow?
It's only going to get more exciting, Valley.
I know.
Everybody's pick'ems is chalked, dude. Literally lighting my power rankings on fire the second we get off air right now. This has been crazy, but it's what makes COD exciting. It's what makes everybody get up in their chairs and scream, is all these upsets and teams that you expect to kick ass don't.
Exactly. Slacked. Usually you're up there playing, right? Right now you're on the desk. This is a different view than what you're used to. Do you like it?
I do love it, man. Being on the analyst desk and seeing all the matches and just kind of sitting back and checking everything out is pretty cool. I can't lie, I miss competing a lot, but I'm super excited to be up here with you guys, and it's been a fun weekend so far.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and take a look at a bracket to see what teams went home and what teams will be moving forward, because things have been crazy. The upsets were there to kick off the day. The Seattle Surge made a statement with a 3-1 win over the Atlanta FaZe. After that, New York Subliners win a fast 3-0 against Minnesota Røkkr. Toronto Ultra won 3-1 against the Mutineers, and then the game that we just saw, the game that made everybody go wild in the crowd. The Game Fuel marquee match of the day, the LA Thieves got a big dub over OpTic Texas, and tomorrow, there's only 4 teams left. Nameless, how you feel about our last 4 remaining squads?
It's exciting. We got some teams that we don't typically see making it this far, like Seattle Surge. This team was not good the last 2 years, so it's exciting that they have an extra roster that can go out there and compete with the best of them, so I'm excited for that.
Oh yeah, now for those of you tomorrow, make sure you tune in at 4 p.m. Eastern for the first matchup of the day. But right here, we're going to close things down I'm telling you, selling out tickets today and having an audience that crazy just lets you know that CDL and this Vanguard game is going to go far this year. The hype is there, and the crowd is just beautiful. This is my first CDL event, and still, I'm loving it. And this is just day 2. If you want to see even more and even better games, make sure you tune in tomorrow. But ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank all of you for tuning in so far. And once again, this is the CDL Kickoff Classic. We'll see you again tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern, for some more great Call of Duty action.